Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 276-300. Half an hour after separating from Wendy, Adele returned to the location of the garden community. Earlier, she hadn't paid special attention to her surroundings, but returning here for the second time, she observed things more carefully than before. Wendy had pointed out to her the archaic spellings of place names like hospital and duty center. Before finding the rules, she had to ensure she wouldn't step into a new area carelessly. Although this community had suffered severe damage, the original orderly planning could still be discerned from the weathered architectural ruins. Giant plants grew out from the middle of the buildings, snapping the structures in half, leaving the damaged parts suspended in the air by tree trunks, resembling nests. However, Adele was certain that the last time she was here, the thick tree trunk supporting the severed half of the building definitely did not have pale yellow strips hanging from it like it did now. Those pale yellow strips were caught on the barbs of the tree trunk surrounding the building. When the wind blew, they swayed gently, knocking against each other with soft clicking sounds. They were desiccated human bodies. Adele had only been gone for 2 hours, yet they had been strung up on the branches like food prepared by a massive shrike. Similar signs were not confined to the buildings. Piles of damaged bodies were also stacked along the neatly planned roadsides. Some were brittle and yellowish-brown like the desiccated corpses, others were relatively fresher and still retained elasticity, and some looked as if they had just died recently. What the hell? Since becoming a demoness, Adele hadn't sworn in a long time. In fact, even when he was male, he was a polite person, and there weren't many things that could make her swear. But faced with the current scene, no one could remain indifferent. This wasn't something a disease could accomplish, it looked more like the site of a sacrificial ritual performed by insane, out-of-control cultists. Adele frowned. Even the demoness sect, as a cult organization, generally wouldn't organize bloody rituals focused on cruelty. They focused more on the disaster itself rather than the means of creating it. This was still within the scope of the garden community, yet the situation had suddenly become much more severe. Adele took out her gold-cased pocket watch and checked it, confirming that her internal sense of time was not confused. The current time was 6 o'clock in the morning, constant time. By now, she had been awake for 32 hours. Although the demoness of pleasure provided her with robust physical capabilities, she still couldn't treat staying up late as lightly as Britain did. Adele knew that in 24 hours at most, if she couldn't get adequate rest, her mental state would likely start deteriorating. Knowing the importance of maintaining her own condition, Adele quickly made a decision. After checking this area again, she would immediately return to Wendy, rest for 4 hours, and then continue exploring, making sure to return to Wendy's side before 4 o'clock the next morning. This timing was deliberate. She didn't know if the anomalies here occurred periodically, so she used a full day as a boundary, ensuring she wouldn't be inside the scene when a change occurred. Pinching the back of her hand, Adele gathered her spirits and continued exploring deeper into the community. She found a map inscribed at the entrance of the community. Although she didn't recognize many of the characters, she found the addresses that Wendy had annotated for her. The garden community was situated on relatively high ground. From here, she could directly see most of the buildings marked on the map, including the Walmart supermarket and the duty personnel headquarters. Adele thought for a moment, first copying the map, and then following the overgrown road toward the duty personnel headquarters. According to Wendy's description, this duty squad was likely the professionals responsible for handling contamination at the time, and their ruins might hold clues to finding the source of everything. Adele walked alone on the street, vigilant of everything around her. Most of the mystical items on her were still unusable, which made her feel uneasy. However, she suppressed her negative emotions as much as possible and walked forward in silence. She'd passed the room where she had rested earlier and found the door was locked. No one knew who, or what, had locked it. The further she walked, the stickier and damper the air became, as if the gloomy fog of Backland's factory district had appeared here, crossing time and space. The mist was transparent and didn't obstruct her vision, yet it refracted the sunlight at different angles, making the area ahead colorful and vibrant, like walking through an innocent child's dream. Not far from the community, she could see the low-lying duty personnel headquarters. Looking down from the hillside path, the tiles on the circular duty personnel headquarters reflected light like water ripples, resembling a shallow, wide vertical well. It would take a long time to circle down the path. Adele looked at her surroundings and decided to take a shortcut. White spider silk extended from around her, quickly hooking onto the surrounding trees, pulling her body forward at high speed. She floated through the lush thickets, leaving the lifeless community behind. She glided and swooped close to the ground, feeling her blood rush to her head under the force of gravity. However, she quickly adapted to the sensation, adjusted her posture midair, and landed steadily on the ground in front of the duty center. She cautiously looked around, and only after confirming there was no ambush did Adele slightly relax, beginning to search the vicinity for anything resembling rules or regulations. Just then, she saw light. At first, it was scattered points of light hidden in the mist, which then quickly converged at the wellhead. By the time Adele, at the bottom of the well, realized what was happening, the light had formed a mighty torrent, causing everyone who saw it to feel a strange, intrinsic sensation, a feeling of apocalypse descending. The color of the light was between red and blue, flickering rapidly between the two hues. They flowed along irregular trajectories, but their final destination was the valley floor of this duty center. This sensation was beyond Adele's realm of imagination. She stared blankly at the phosphorescence converging on the valley floor from all directions. The light that erupted in that instant even obscured the sky. Everywhere she looked, there was only light. Plants grew wildly at an unimaginable speed, twisting and tangling together, emitting the same light as the torrent. The torrent of phosphorescence engulfed Adele, and she quickly lost consciousness completely. Simultaneously, outside the air barrier, Wendy and Tracy, and on the ship, Katerina and the other demonesses, also witnessed the flow of light. The originally lush primeval jungle instantly lost its color, and the colors flowed like water into the valley floor inside the barrier. That shimmering, amorphous color slowly flowed along the ridge, glittering in the pale shadows cast by trees and rocks. Objects swallowed by the torrent of color emitted the same light as the torrent. They shook violently as if struck by a gale, and deformed organs grew on their bodies. "Hurry up." Tracy dared not stay. She scooped up Wendy, tied her to her back with silk threads, and quickly rushed toward the intensely sunny beach. Her method of acceleration was similar to Adele's, but faster. Wendy didn't resist, only staring blankly at the distant barrier, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. In that instant, she understood without reason that she might have lost her first, and perhaps last, precious chance to return to her homeland. Although that opportunity was likely accompanied by death, the sheer stimulus still made her sob softly. The surging colors flowed behind the two women toward the interior of the barrier, leaving turbulent whirlpools in the middle of the shadows. Although the colors exposed to direct sunlight melted like snow, forming invisible vapor, the converging colors still rushed onward ceaselessly. The sunlight here was not the cause of color perception, but the cause of its elimination. Just as the last of the colors surged into the low valley, Tracy and Wendy stopped on the exposed beach, panting heavily. Wendy felt warm liquid running down her face and prepared to wipe it away. However, what she wiped away were not tears, but tiny spheres. Wendy's face instantly turned pale. This was not a figure of speech, but a genuine loss of color. Spherical, teardrop-shaped objects clung to her hand, formed by a cluster of embryonic organisms wrapping around Wendy's tears. Before Wendy could cry out, the cluster of organisms quickly died in the sunlight, scattering into droplets that dampened her sleeve. Feeling a premonition, she quickly pulled out her pocket watch and found that one of the 4 long markers had already disappeared, and the second marker was slowly losing its color before finally vanishing. The spring water there is also problematic, Wendy muttered to herself with lingering fear. However, before she could mourn the loss of her mystical item, an exceptionally familiar feeling seized her mind. Following that feeling, Wendy stood up and looked into the distance. What met her eyes was a grayish-white forest. After the colors that had dominated the woods vanished, the entire forest turned grayish-white, slowly writhing in the sunlight. The vegetation intertwined, forming a spiraling platform that ascended. The tall trees gradually twisted, forming a giant spherical platform with a narrow slit left in the middle. Even the sunlight on Bimini Island could not dispel the profound darkness inside this area. "What is that?" Tracy's voice was trembling. Soon, she heard Wendy's equally shocked voice. "If there's nothing wrong with my eyes, that's an observatory." Adele didn't know how long it took for her to wake up. Upon waking up, she was surprised to find that she wasn't injured. Her clothes were intact, and none of her mystical items were missing. The Cosmos light on the Heart Stealer's lipstick had vanished, and it had reverted to a usable state. She blinked hard, trying to confirm what changes the light had brought about. Surprisingly, this process was much easier than she had anticipated. Everything around her had changed. The plants that had grown wildly out of the buildings were gone. The buildings had reverted to their state from thousands of years ago, covered in bloodstains, both fresh and dried. Iron containers flashing red and blue lights lay across the road. Adele judged by the wheels underneath that these must have been the mode of transportation at the time. Furthermore, the sunlight that had constantly shone on the island was gone. The sky had become gloomy and dark, making people feel exceptionally oppressed, as if the gray sky was only 2 meters above everyone's head. Where is this? Adele's eyes flickered. She found the current situation hard to adapt to. In any case, contact the Tarot Club first. Adele quickly made her decision. She rapidly chanted the honorific name of Mr. Fool, hoping Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man would respond to her. However, to her horror, she found that her connection with the gray fog was completely blocked. She could still sense the umbilical cord-like connection between herself and the gray fog, but she couldn't transmit any information through it. This is a bit bad now. Adele instantly felt a wave of panic. However, she quickly suppressed this panic using her excellent psychological resilience. Since things had come to this, she had no better option but to continue exploring. Just as she was about to step toward the woods, a jarring sound suddenly came from behind her, sharper and higher pitched than a train whistle. Adele turned around and saw one of those vehicles, flashing red and blue lights, speeding toward her and stopping right in front of her. The door quickly opened, and 2 people wearing thick gray vests stepped out. Using the car door for cover, they shouted something loudly at Adele. They held large handguns and carried various weapon-like objects on their backs. And Adele was astonished to realize that she could actually understand what they were saying now. "Take off your hat so we can see your face." A female officer holding a gun shouted nervously. Adele could sense her hand trembling. Not wanting a conflict, Adele slowly raised her hand and removed her soft lady's hat. "Good. Now turn around. We need to check if there's anything unusual about you." The woman continued to shout, and Adele complied. Finally, walk 8 steps toward the police car, closer to the police light. The woman relaxed slightly but remained vigilant. "If you fail to cooperate at any point, we reserve the right to use any force necessary." Adele was puzzled but obeyed, walking 8 steps toward the police car, remaining about 2 or 3 meters away from the woman. "Okay, she's clear." The officer sighed in relief, then gave her a salute that wasn't quite standard. "Temporary duty officer Chow Chow, currently performing patrol duties. You are safe now, temporarily." What happened here? Adele thought for a moment before asking the female police officer named Chow Chow. "That's a good question. I'd like to know too." Chow Chow's voice was filled with annoyance. "Ever since that incident at the observatory, the entire archipelago has been messed up. A bunch of people started protesting because of the star, which then turned into violent conflict. I was originally a scholar, but I was forced to accept the conscription as a police officer on duty, and I haven't even had Boy Scout training." The observatory. Adele keenly caught this keyword. It is said that someone had an accident while observing the cosmos, and then things turned out like this. Chow Chow placed her hands on the steering wheel, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know what happened either. Now this goddamn world refreshes my understanding of its low limit every single day." Chow Chow slammed the steering wheel hard, causing the car horn to blare a sharp noise. "I didn't want to come out, but if I didn't, I'd have to stay at the call center. People all over the island are reporting crimes, dismembered bodies are scattered everywhere, and faces are shot into a bloody mess by automatic weapons. I really can't stay in the office 24 hours a day listening to news like that." Chow Chow laughed loudly. At this moment, the police car they were driving was traveling on the Mountain Loop Road. Adele and another police officer sat in the back. The latter wore a fully obscuring helmet and had not spoken a word since getting into the car. "What is your name, citizen?" Chow Chow asked. "Where do you live? According to the manual, I can only send you home or directly to the Hilton Hotel." Wendy, my name is Wendy Paramanthea. Adele hesitated for a moment before giving a false name. I just arrived here recently and have no fixed residence. It seems I'll have to take you to the hotel. Chow Chow muttered. Prepare yourself mentally, that's not a good place. But given the urgency, you have to understand our work. I understand. Adele nodded in agreement. By the way, have you heard of the Fountain of Youth? A tourist. Chow Chow glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Of course I know. There is a tributary near the Hilton Hotel, but you cannot drink the water there. Someone will distribute supplies to you when you get to the hotel. Why? Just as Adele was about to ask something, the other police officer next to Chow Chow impatiently interrupted her. You ask too many questions. According to regulations, we cannot disclose too much information to you. Ms. Chow Chow, Adele did not stop, but continued to press the question, her face pale. How many people were accompanying you on this trip? Only me and my colleague Lucia. Before Chow Chow finished speaking, she realized why Adele had asked that question. Lucia was sitting next to Chow Chow, so who was sitting next to Adele? Adele sprang to the other corner of the police car as if electrocuted, quickly turning her gaze to the waist of the officer beside her. She had instinctively wanted to observe the other party's next move by looking at their shoulder, but she almost simultaneously remembered a rule from the garden community. If you see the obscured face of the other party, you must stop thinking about it and obey the arrangements of the personnel on duty. In other words, seeing the faces of those whose faces were obscured was dangerous. In an emergency, Adele had no choice but to look at the other party's waist. In her line of sight, the person's two legs were shockingly severely deformed, exhibiting weird reverse joints, one long and one short, covered with barbs and tumors. With almost no thought, Adele unhesitatingly twisted her waist and thrust her hip in the confined space, using the momentum of her body to deliver a fierce hook punch. Her muscles instantly tensed, and the sleeve blade tied below her wrist shot out like lightning. The blade penetrated the body of the suddenly appearing police officer beside her with almost no resistance. The opponent let out a mournful, inhuman roar. Adele felt a strong gust of wind rush toward her and quickly created a large amount of silk threads in front of her, tightly wrapping the incoming weapon. Black flames spread along the threads, burning the opponent into a black fireball. Subsequently, Adele leaned against the car door and violently kicked the opponent's gas mask. Her intention was to make the opponent's body lean backward, shatter the car window, and fall out, since the distance between them was too close. Even if she killed the opponent, she was highly likely to be contaminated. However, what Adele didn't expect was that the car window was unusually sturdy. It didn't shatter even after receiving her full force kick. Instead, the person's head hit the window and broke directly with no resistance. The hardness is wrong. Adele knew clearly that her kick just now definitely didn't have that much power, the opponent's body must have mutated. Seeing the opponent's lower body twitch for a moment before stopping, Adele used her hand to brace against the railing behind her and lightly pulled her foot back. She saw that her boot was covered with a layer of grayish-white solid liquid mixture, like sticky mud, slowly moving up the boot. It was the creature's brain. Adele felt a wave of nausea and nearly threw up. An abnormal sense of dizziness appeared in her mind, and she felt watched by some mysterious existence. She quickly stripped off her boots, threw them next to the creature's broken body, and burned them to ashes with black fire. After doing all this, Adele looked forward anxiously, considering how to explain her Beyonder power to the others. However, neither Chow Chow nor the female police officer next to her paid her any attention. They immediately slowed the car down the moment the mutation occurred, whispering something under their breath. Humans are creatures slightly taller than vehicles and extremely similar to the photos on the title page. Human eyes are never monochromatic. Human eyes can only see humans. Human heads will not have superfluous organs. I should not feel any discomfort. My fingers can be crossed, and the number on both sides is equal. My fingernails will not be longer than my fingers. Chow Chow's voice was trembling. She didn't look ahead, but lowered her head to look at her steering wheel, where a manual lay flat. At the same time, her recitation gradually grew louder, eventually becoming almost a shout. Humans are precious, lovely, loyal, brave, respectable, united, peaceful, and friendly. Humans will not always smile, nor will they always cry. Humans may be afraid, but they will never give up easily. Of course, her teammate was also reciting the same words, while quickly opening the car window and throwing out a flashbang. The powerful glare and shockwave swept through the surrounding air. Adele was astonished to find that her dizziness and nausea had disappeared, and she was no longer being spied upon by a mysterious existence. After doing all this, the officer turned her gaze back to the front window and subconsciously began to recite. My body will not have any parts that bulge or break my clothes. The human mouth can be used to eat, but only to eat humans. Before Adele could react, Chow Chow had unhesitatingly drawn the pistol from her waist and fired a shot into the officer beside her, splattering blood all over the car windows. Chow Chow seemed oblivious, staring intently at her manual while flooring the gas pedal. The police car sped forward, flashing red and blue lights. The human mouth is used for eating, but never to eat humans, and there is nothing longer than a forearm inside the mouth. Chow Chow continued reciting the text after the officer's last words, while simultaneously shouting at Adele, if you don't want to end up like them, hurry up and recite with me. Adele briefly hesitated, but decided to follow suit. Chow Chow's voice also returned to a normal volume, and the two recited the contents of the last page of the manual one after the other. The sky is a color that brings me peace. There will be no eyes in the sky, nor will it make me feel uneasy. I will stay away from darkness. I like red and blue lights. I will protect red and blue lights. I am protecting red and blue lights. Red and blue lights will not be extinguished in my hands. I do not believe in things I have not seen. Angels and devils are non-existent, evil, and weak. I only believe in reality. Faith is despised, backward, and ignorant. Adele hesitated when reciting this part, but Chow Chow did not notice. She fumbled on the blood-stained cabinet door with a trembling hand for a while before opening it. She took out a small object from the cabinet, divided in the middle by a plastic fluorescent panel, and threw it into the back row through the gap in the iron window between the front and back seats, instructing Adele. Press the side to make it flash red and blue. Turn it on and then come to the front seat. Remember to close the back door. No matter what happens in the middle, never put down the light in your hand. Okay. Adele nodded, turned on the light, making it flash red and blue. She then imitated the movements of the previous creature, opened the car door, got out, closed the rear door securely, and finally came to the front seat. Find a small yellow hardcover booklet from Lane's pocket and hold it along with the police light. Chow Chow continued to command, then move him out, and you sit next to me. Adele did as told, and incidentally stripped off the person's shoes and put them on herself. If you encounter anything you cannot understand, immediately open the last page and recite the contents. Remember, recite, not memorize. If you recite it incorrectly, you are wrong, just like Lucia. Understand? Chow Chow instructed, now get in the car, and then turn off the light in your hand to save some power. That is an identifier. Open black lens bracket. They close black lens bracket are afraid of red and blue light and will absolutely not approach it. Only when you are standing within the range of red and blue light are you trustworthy. Besides that, no matter what you see, even if it's your own mother not holding a red and blue flashing light, you have to pump a clip into her. Adele nodded. Now it seemed that no wonder the other party had just asked her to get closer to the red and blue lights above the police car, that was the reason. She opened the manual. It was a booklet made of hard orange-yellow fiber. The first page contained a group photo of 12 soldiers, and the second page contained 2 photos of soldiers, just like the female officer just killed. Chow Chow took the radio communicator from the driver's seat and began contacting headquarters. This is Officer Chow Chow on duty. I just saved a citizen during the mission, and she passed the strobe light test. But Lucia showed signs of mutation just now and was killed by me. I am now urgently requesting that this citizen be made my co-pilot. Please arrange the test for her as soon as possible. During this time, the police car will proceed along Route C. Understood. Please wait a moment, we will connect you immediately. The voice paused, then quickly transferred Chow Chow to the interface she had selected. Next, the person on the phone will ask you some questions. You must answer truthfully. If any abnormality occurs during the questioning, I will have the right to shoot you. Chow Chow's expression was grave, not joking. This is decided according to the archipelago government's temporary requisition regulations. It is compliant with the procedure. When officers are conducting exploration, they must ensure there is at least one open black lens bracket normal person close black lens bracket beside them. What happens if I pass the test? Adele asked after a moment of silence. You will become my new colleague, Ms. Wendy, Chow Chow replied. Our destination is the Hilton Hotel. We need to go there to meet someone. Adele quickly assessed the situation and soon agreed to Chow Chow's request. Based on her observation, this kind-hearted officer was not a Beander. People at that time seemed to have no concept of Beander power, could not systematically master this power, and could only kill the corrupted and roughly determine whether the other party had been contaminated by the cosmos through certain rules. But you don't need to be nervous. This questionnaire is actually derived from the questionnaires used for those troublesome protesters, with most of it deleted. They have a way to determine your identity through this set of questions. Chow Chow offered a few words of comfort. Just then, a voice came through the communicator, and Chow Chow quickly handed it to Adele. Just answer truthfully. Chow Chow whispered, don't lie. They have a way to verify. Hello, esteemed citizen. You are now answering a questionnaire regarding the Celestial Procession movement. Those who pass the test can formally join our police force. Before that, please tell me your name and gender. The cold mechanical voice sounded. A strange feeling arose in Adele's mind, and she subconsciously wanted to do as the voice said. However, this thought was not strong, appearing exceptionally pale and weak in the face of the blessing set up by Audrey. My name is Wendy Paromanthea, and my gender is female, Adele replied. All right, then, please answer the first question. Do you believe that the excessive behavior of the Celestial Procession participants is affecting the city's appearance? Please answer, yes or no. For subsequent questions, you only need to answer, yes or no. Adele looked at the mess outside the window and replied, yes. Do you approve of the military and police force's strong resistance to the Celestial Procession? Yes. Do you support the police's actions? Yes. Do you support the police killing murderous rioters? Yes. After receiving 4 yes answers, the person on the other end fell into an uncanny silence. Do you believe I am a participant in the celestial movement? Adele glanced at Chow Chow in surprise, finding that the latter seemed not to have heard. Is this part of the test too? Adele countered, confused. You only need to answer, yes or no. If not, please select yes. Then I choose yes. Adele glanced at Chow Chow again. But this question makes me feel uneasy. Do you oppose the police executing rioters in front of children? Yes. Adele hesitated slightly but continued to answer. Do you believe I will not kill you? If you believe I will not kill you, please select yes. Adele looked at Chow Chow for the third time. However, the voice seemed only audible to her. Chow Chow was completely unaware of the anomaly of the broadcast sound. Yes. Adele was starting to feel afraid. Although she was confident that the other party would not kill her, the questions, one after another, sounded to Adele like a tightening noose. The other party continued diligently tightening the noose. He was asking another question. Do you like police lights? Yes. Would you sacrifice yourself for peace? Even if the price is the lives of others? I don't know. Adele replied somewhat painfully. You can only answer, yes or no. It was still the cold, mechanical voice, the pressure contained within it nearly crushing Adele. Yes. Do you approve of sacrifice? Yes. After Adele finished answering these, the voice on the other end of the line paused, then suddenly started asking some ordinary questions. Do you believe that food being eaten is a form of sacrifice? Yes. Do you enjoy a happy life? Yes. Do you hope that everyone can live happily? Yes. Wait, why has this taken so long? Chow Chow suddenly asked Adele, then shouted to the person on the other side of the control tower, which set of standards are you following? Although she had not heard the questions asked by the person on the other end of the line, she realized based on her experience that the reliability test procedure was definitely not this long. However, the other party did not answer, but instead sped up his speech and quickly asked Adele. Do you feel happy when you eat food? Yes. Adele answered more and more smoothly. She felt these few questions were relatively acceptable. Wait, don't answer. Chow Chow suddenly lunged at Adele, snatching at the walkie-talkie in her hand. In her haste, Adele dropped the walkie-talkie onto the car seat. The device emitted a sharp sound, and the final question came through, distorted by the malfunctioning walkie-talkie into a shrill, bizarre, and piercing noise. Will you bring me happiness? Silence fell inside the car. Neither Adele, Chow Chow, nor the person asking the questions on the other end of the line spoke, leaving only the sound of the engine roaring. Why aren't you answering? Just answer, yes. Say, yes quickly. The voice of the person on the other end of the radio gradually distorted, roaring into the receiver. Following this, Adele heard the sound of gunfire like popping beans, shrill screams, and angry curses coming through the radio, lasting nearly 5 minutes. Briefly, everything returned to calm. The radio terminal seemed to have dropped to the ground. A breathless person approached the terminal and took more than 10 seconds to steady his breathing before responding with difficulty to Adele's side. Long live humanity. A deafening explosion sounded behind Adele. The formerly magnificent duty center was sliced in half just like that, erupting into a brilliant fireball. Something spread out from the fracture, fixing that half of the building in the air, like a bird drowned in the wind. One indistinct figure after another walked out from the fracture, leaping down around the half-building, using their own weight to hang themselves on the barbs growing from the unnamable thing. Relying on the eyesight Adele possessed after becoming a Beander, she saw that many of those people were wearing grayish-black uniforms similar to Chow Chow's. The radio emitted one last piercing buzz, declaring itself useless. Adele tossed the radio onto the back seat. Chow Chow did not stop her. It looks like they won this battle. After a moment, Chow Chow sighed softly, but humanity has not lost yet. We need to move toward the Hilton Hotel. There are other guards there, and other unpolluted civilians. We must defend that place and not let it fall as well. Chow Chow became busy again. In the meantime, you should read the Duty Personnel Handbook. When you encounter a problem, follow the rules. Of course, the most important thing is that we remind each other to read the content on the last page every hour. All right. Adele stopped wasting words, quickly took the manual, and started flipping through it. Strangely enough, ever since she arrived in this peculiar world, she could immediately communicate freely with the people here and understand any form of writing in this world. The content of the handbook seemed to have been revised multiple times. Adele saw strange symbols and numbers marked on it, indicating that this handbook was already the 13th revised version. This handbook must not be mixed with any version lower than this one. All other lower version handbooks must be destroyed. Please only use your own code name to avoid confusion and unnecessary misunderstandings. 2. The last page is red and blue. Red and blue are acceptable colors for you. If you encounter danger, please shine a light on the last page. The paper of the last page is reflective and fluorescent. However, do not use this as a last resort. 3. The use of any item concealing the head is prohibited, as is wrapping personal belongings and confiscated items. If personnel violate this, they must be arrested and transferred to the interrogation room. Music headphones, hearing aids for the deaf, and medical stethoscopes are exceptions. Night vision goggles can only be authorized for use at night depending on the situation, otherwise, please store them in the junk pile. IV. When going out, please ensure you carry at least 4 military flash grenades and 2 defensive grenades. Magnetic thermite grenades may be carried depending on the situation. B. At least 4 military high-luminosity signal flares. Officers have the right to designate that field teams carry more. C. At least 2 medical tranquilizers. Try not to use painkillers and addictive drugs. Military doctors must carry at least 10. D. At least 1 portable high-frequency red and blue strobe light and 2 spare batteries. E. Compass, military mechanical watch, dark graffiti spray cans, military soundproof earplugs, radio, signal gun, and ammunition. If there is a shortage, you must seek help from the quartermaster and military doctor. V. Destroy any object that contains only Arabic numerals. After destruction, please silently recite the content of the last page at least once. If you cannot destroy it, keep as far away as possible and do not look directly at it. Record the coordinates and call for air support. Such objects include but are not limited to A. Graffiti, signs, clothing, banners, or warning signs. B. Paper written with numbers. C. Lights, corpses, vehicles, flying birds, clouds, drone formations, or other items featuring numerical characteristics. Adele subconsciously tried to explain all this based on her knowledge of mysticism, yet she found it also bizarre. This manual never mentioned the existence of Beyonder abilities or Beyonder creatures. This means that the timeline of this underground ruin is even earlier than I imagined. Did the original creator not even appear back then? Adele frowned deeply. The characteristics of dangerous existence mentioned in the manual were very similar to high-sequence existences and cosmos contamination. For example, the dangerous numbers possessed extremely obvious numerology characteristics, similar to the Moses ascetic order. The observatory does not exist. The observatory is not a building in this city. The tall building you see is merely a mirage. You must stay away from the observatory. In case of danger, you must silently recite this rule. The last page may only be disregarded when executing this specific clause. 7. You may get lost when traveling at night. Please stay away from any building featuring cosmos characteristics. The observatory does not exist. Please review Rule V and repeat. 8. When performing duties at night, personnel or limbs are prohibited from remaining outside the vehicle for any reason, helicopters being the exception. If you encounter a creature or entity, please handle the situation as appropriate. Next was the red and blue final page, which recorded the content Chow Chow had just read aloud. Adele quickly glanced at it, then put the manual into her pocket. I noticed that thing on your hand a while ago. Is it Assassin's Creed merchandise? Seeing Adele finish reading, Chow Chow pressed curiously. It looks a bit like Altair's hidden blade. You're not going to cut off your ring finger, are you? Hearing her name before transformation suddenly mentioned, Adele choked on her saliva and started coughing violently. Ah, of course not. Adele replied awkwardly, I wear mine on the back of my hand. Your clothes are strange too. Are you cosplaying? What kind of play is this? A gender-bent Altair. I didn't realize you were into such elaborate stuff. Chow Chow glanced at Adele again. The white cape with red stripes she was wearing gave off such a strong sense of déjà vu that it was hard not to think along those lines. Adele didn't respond. Although she knew this world should be one before the revival of mysticism, lacking extraordinary power and the potion system, Chow Chow's words always made her suspect that her identity as a demoness had been exposed. We are almost at the Hilton Hotel. To ease the awkwardness, Adele pulled out the translation guidelines Wendy had given her from her pocket. HMPH, what era is this? A hand-drawn map. Chow Chow glanced over. I didn't realize your handwriting is quite similar to mine. Really? Adele was quite surprised. After all, almost all the notes in this notebook were written by Wendy, and the Savant pathway seemed to have increased her transcription efficiency. Yes, look at the way this Z is written. I always thought I was the only one who wrote it like that. Chow Chow pointed to the Loan script notation on the map. But what is the bottom part? Is it some kind of ancient script? You might not believe me if I told you, it's the writing of the future. Adele muttered silently in her heart, but she went along with what Chow Chow said. I didn't realize, Wendy, you're a scholar. We're practically colleagues. Chow Chow sighed. I just never expected that we were colleagues when I was a scholar, and now we've become co-workers in the duty team. Fate truly plays tricks on people. Adele also felt a wave of emotion, thinking of the real Miss Wendy. Perhaps she and Chow Chow would hit it off. Adele thought to herself. Meanwhile, the real Miss Wendy was sitting blankly on the sand outside the air barrier, staring at the observatory that had suddenly appeared. Although she was very curious about the observatory, considering that its existence was directly denied by the people of her era, and the community rules repeatedly emphasized that the observatory did not exist, even though she had become a Beyonder, she lacked active Beyonder abilities. Even if she had 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare propose exploring such a potentially contaminated place alone. Tracy stood beside her, looking at her with slight distraction and a hint of disappointment. Is something the matter? Wendy was originally immersed in the melancholy of being unable to explore the ruins of her hometown. However, being stared at by a Sequence 5 demoness of afflictions, it was difficult for the person involved not to notice. Facing the notorious pirate general, Wendy acted much more reserved than she did in front of Adele. Although Adele acted a billion times more scummy in front of her, compared to a pirate general like Tracy, who was rumored to kill without batting an eye, Adele was practically a moral paragon. After all, compared to other pirate generals, when, sickly maiden, Tracy first started roaming the 5 seas, her reputation spread across the entire continent due to her main business of human trafficking. In Intis, parents often scared children by saying that if they were disobedient, Tracy would capture them and sell them to the southern continent. Although 22-year-old Wendy hadn't necessarily grown up listening to Tracy's stories, she was greatly frightened by her deeds during the sensitive age of 11 or 12. Even though she later understood that Tracy wouldn't sell laborers from the northern continent to the southern continent because it wasn't profitable, she still felt an instinctive fear toward this pirate general. "Ah, it's nothing." Tracy smiled somewhat sadly, a smile that could make listeners grieve and onlookers weep. "You really look a lot like Irene. I got distracted for a moment. I apologize." Wendy, who had sailed the seas for years, naturally knew the gossip about Tracy and Irene. She had almost been captured by pirates and taken aboard the Black Death while on a business trip to the Rorstad archipelago, so naturally, she didn't dare respond, acting as if she feared Tracy would deal with her on the spot. However, Wendy's anxiety didn't last long, because soon, a black-clad figure flew out from the Honeysuckle Queen, generating a black hurricane that sliced even the waves in half. Behind him was Katerina, flying equally fast. The two quickly collided twice in the air. The man then plunged toward the observatory without a word, while Katerina looked around and landed beside Wendy and Tracy. "Mother, what happened? Who was that man?" Tracy immediately asked. Katerina didn't seem injured, but she appeared somewhat flustered, likely having been ambushed. Hearing Tracy's question, she said hatefully, "I don't know, but judging by his attire, he seems to be a demigod from the Night Church." Chapter 277, Sealing the Sun. Why would a demigod from the Night Church come here? Tracy was startled. As a pirate, she was extremely wary of these official beyonders belonging to the Orthodox god churches. Even Keelangos, previously, only dared to target Sequence 7 Nighthawks in small cities. So far, no pirate general had a record of killing a demigod. Was that truly a demigod from the Night Church? Katerina did not reply, only muttering to herself. The brief exchange just now had allowed Katerina to realize that the opponent seemed to be a demigod of the Sleepless Pathway, but since she hadn't used many of her abilities, she couldn't judge accurately. "Are you suggesting that was Gegran in disguise?" Tracy asked. "No, I can't be sure yet. I am very familiar with Gegran's aura. Even if she rose from the dead, it would be impossible for me to mistake her." Katerina stated definitively, "Unless a spectator saint and a fate saint, both of a sequence no lower than mine, collaborated to disguise her, it would be impossible to fool the detection of me and the sect-sealed artifact. Furthermore, he did not use any abilities from the Death Pathway or the Demoness Pathway. Demigods of darkness are experts at hiding, so it's not strange that he was able to hide on the ship until now. But what is he after? If he was targeting those demonesses, there would have been no need for him to wait until now. Even if he wanted to play the long game, upon seeing me, he should have known he couldn't succeed. Reporting back quickly would be the right course of action, so why follow us through the abyss whirlpool?" Katerina pondered suspiciously. Spectator saints and fate saints were extremely rare compared to saints of other pathways. The possibility of Gegran gathering help from both types of people was minuscule. Moreover, even if that possibility were slightly higher, she still had to consider the worst-case scenario, that this darkness saint had another objective, and Gegran was still hiding in the dark. Let me think. Katerina quickly paced back and forth on the beach a few times, her expression gradually becoming ferocious. "We can ignore the demigod who entered the observatory for now. The obstruction of the air wall won't disappear anyway, and no one can touch the demoness of catastrophe's characteristic. The sealed artifact I brought can only be used to seal other sealed artifacts, it won't be useful in high-sequence warfare." Katerina's expression shifted from confusion to ruthlessness, and she finally slammed her fist into her palm. "Mother." Tracy was frightened by Katerina's expression and asked cautiously. "I'm fine." Katerina immediately reverted to her usual demeanor as the Saintess of White. Her terrifying expression moments ago seemed as if it belonged to someone else. "Mother, what should we do next?" Tracy composed herself. "It seems we won't be able to retrieve that demoness characteristic anytime soon. Do you have confidence in dealing with that darkness demigod and the potentially appearing Gegran? Who said I intend to deal with Gegran and that demigod? Katerina's smile was still elegant, yet her voice carried a chilling coldness that made one shudder. We brought the sealed artifact, Embrace of the Demoness, this time, so we should focus only on sealing the characteristic. There is no need for us to personally handle either Gegran or that demigod. But the clues to the Fountain of Youth are inside the air wall. Trasis' words were cut short by Katerina, who said I intend to seal the Fountain of Youth. Then you mean? Tracy asked, puzzled. Katerina pointed above her head with a beaming smile. High up in the distant sky, the eternal sun tirelessly emitted light and heat, purifying the contamination in this sea area. I am going to seal the sun here. Seal the sun. Wendy and Tracy exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. Bimini Island had sunk underground over the past few millennia. The sunlight here, which purified contamination within a certain range, was also created by a sealed artifact. As long as the sun was sealed, the entire island would be swallowed by the contamination of the surrounding ocean. In that case, if Gegran still tried to advance, she would lose control at best, or die instantly without a trace remaining at worst. Then, what about Adele? Wendy asked almost subconsciously. Then we can only pray that this air wall can block the contamination as well. Katerina continued to say with a smile, sometimes, sacrifices must be made. Although this sacrifice is too heavy for us, the current situation is starting to exceed the sect's control. But what about your industries in Indo-Port, and your cooperation with the nobles? Those things can only be handled by Adele. Wendy tried to plead for Adele. Also, the attitude of the Church of the God of War is hard to gauge. You seem to know a lot about these matters. Katerina swept a meaningful glance over Wendy. Then how about I force feed you a demoness potion and have you take Adele's place? But I am already a Beander. Taking another potion would definitely lead to losing control. Wendy answered subconsciously. Immediately afterward, Katerina leaned onto her shoulder, and the icy breath exhaled from her mouth made Wendy shiver. If you don't want that, then shut your mouth, Katerina said fiercely. All you need to do is focus on sailing the ship. The courage Wendy had painstakingly gathered was instantly blown away, and she stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Of course, she is not entirely without a chance. Katerina returned to her gentle appearance and added, my mystical item needs at least 12 hours of preparation if I want to seal a characteristic of sequence 2 or above. If she can open the seal and let us in during this time, then that would be for the best. Wendy dared not speak and could only follow Tracy toward the ship, occasionally looking back toward the air barrier where Katerina was drawing a massive magic array. Don't look over there. What happens later is not something people at our level can look at directly with their naked eyes. Tracy pulled Wendy back and warned her sternly. I hope Miss Adele can return soon. Wendy prayed internally. On the road outside the Hilton Hotel, Adele and Chow Chow's police car was speeding along. It felt like we just ran over something. Adele stabilized herself amidst the bumps and said to Chow Chow, who was driving. Who knows, maybe it was a rat. Chow Chow continued to look straight ahead, seemingly unconcerned about the object that clearly felt like flesh and blood. Fine, if you say so. In the past 20 minutes, Adele had grown accustomed to the abnormalities occurring in the city. They had shot and killed humanoid creatures refusing to expose their heads, eliminated colleagues who had mutated and no longer wore strobe lights, used rocket launchers to destroy sudden roadblocks and checkpoints, and thrown flashbangs at the large patches of darkness that appeared abruptly. Now, they had reached the highest point of the entire island. They only needed to advance a little further up a slope to reach Adele's destination, the Hilton Hotel, where information about the Fountain of Youth might be hidden. It looks like we're almost there. Just as Adele was about to speak, Chow Chow covered her mouth. It's nothing, it's just that talking at this moment is very much like raising a flag, so let's wait until we enter the hotel to speak. Chow Chow was only halfway through her sentence when Adele's spirituality intuition suddenly gave a frantic warning, followed by a violent impact that slammed hard into the side of the police car. Caught off guard, the small armored car slid sideways across an entire lane before stopping. Even the guardrail on the edge of the mountain road was smashed to pieces, and they nearly plunged into the deep ravine. Flashbang, quick! Chow Chow roared, then slammed on the accelerator while turning the steering wheel sharply, trying to swing the car back around. According to the regulations for on-duty officers, when the vehicle is struck, a flashbang should be thrown outside, one is enough. Adele quickly pulled out a flashbang, pulled the pin, and threw it out the window. However, the second impact had already arrived. The car spun and rushed toward the cliff face, barely managing to get stuck on the edge. Fortunately, the description in the manual was correct. After the intense flash, the collision did stop, but the police car was stuck precariously on the cliff edge and clearly couldn't carry the two of them forward anymore. It looks like we have no choice but to get out. Adele sighed, carefully removed the police light from her seat, grabbed her equipment, and then jumped out of the car door with Chow Chow. After the two of them jumped out, the police car, lacking weight in the front, swayed and groaned twice before finally plunging into the dark ravine. We lost a police light, that's truly a shame. Chow Chow sighed. Stay behind me. After all, I've undergone some training and am slightly more capable in a fight than the average scholar. Whatever makes you happy. Adele couldn't be bothered to explain to the other party. After all, for a demoness with quite comprehensive methods, standing behind the other person made it easier to grasp the overall situation. The two walked along the nearly deserted street toward the mountaintop, each holding a police light flashing red and blue. The gloomy city was unusually quiet. Beneath the traffic light poles were quietly burning cars, and hanging from the poles were dripping, bloody body parts. Occasionally, unknown liquid dropped into the fire, making crackling sounds. Only the stubbornly flashing red light indicated that the residual soul of order still roamed this wasteland. Adele realized she was gradually getting used to all this, feeling indifferent toward it. She only wanted to reach the hotel as quickly as possible and make all this end. As for what she should do after reaching the hotel, she didn't know herself. She simply felt that once they reached the hotel, this chaotic period of history would surely end. Was this the attraction of the Fountain of Youth's characteristic? Adele pondered, but she always felt that something was wrong. What's wrong, Wendy? You look a bit off. I suggest you quickly read the last page of the manual. Chow Chow didn't turn her head, shouting loudly to Adele behind her. Nothing, I'm just a little curious why those things mutated. Adele shook her head, indicating she did not need to read the manual. If I could figure it out, I wouldn't be stuck doing this dirty work on the front lines now, Chow Chow sighed. In the beginning, all the scientists who understood the truth turned into monsters. Only biologists like me, whose research topics had nothing to do with the cosmos, survived, but we are only allowed to do low-level work, and all research activities have been banned. You are also a scholar. You really don't know that the government banned research activities? Chow Chow asked somewhat suspiciously. I don't know much about electronic devices, I only focus on ancient text research. By the time I realized something was wrong, the world had already gone completely wrong. Adele quickly found an excuse and smoothly dealt with the question. Not knowing anything really is a kind of happiness. In short, research activities are very likely to attract contamination. This contamination appears in all walks of life, potentially manifesting whenever a new discovery is made. Now, similar research is completely forbidden, and we can only summarize the patterns of abnormal behavior and formulate responses through the manual. Chow Chow threw a piece of burning tinder onto a pile of corpses, allowing the flames to spread slowly and illuminate her face. Anyway, we are about to enter a new area, and there is a new rule I need to inform you of. Chow Chow said seriously, the hotel district used to be a safe zone, but now it is likely no longer safe. To be safe, I need to read this regulation to you again. Quote. It is forbidden to observe alone any mirrored object that reflects your image outside of the safe zone, including water sources and mirrored effects formed by various metals. Scopes must use holographic sights. If someone observes their own reflection for more than 1 minute and cannot be stopped by warning, please stand inside the other party's reflection and execute the content on the last page. If your own reflection observes an anomaly, execute the content on the last page. Reflections in the safe zone will be protected by the Internal Affairs Squad, and entry into the safe zone requires accepting the orders of the Internal Affairs Squad protecting the mirrors. If any other mirrored objects are found, please destroy them by graffiti. Chow Chow finished reciting skillfully, then instructed Adele, if either of us shows similar signs, the other must strictly follow the manual's procedure, or it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Although the mobile unit dealt with most of the mirrors in the area, It is, after all, a resort hotel, and there are too many things that can act as mirrors. It's hard to guarantee that everything was cleaned up. It is said that the people there used an entire box of marker pens just to deal with the mirrors. Chow Chow complained briefly, then asked worriedly, "Is everything clear?" "Don't worry." Adele nodded. "I am already clear on the dangers of mirrors. Even in the world of Beyonders, mirrored surfaces are quite powerful casting mediums." Adele herself could use methods like mirror substitute and mirror curse, so naturally, she wouldn't underestimate similar materials. Being clear on it isn't enough. Chow Chow gave a wry smile. "You'll understand when you see the mirrors over there. Sometimes, the more dangerous humans know something is, the more they want to take a look and see what exactly makes it so dangerous." Chapter 278, Hotel Horror. Unlike the other buildings, the area surrounding the hotel was devoid of any landscaping trees, utility poles, concrete pavement, vehicles, or anything similar. All debris within a certain radius had been cleared out. The hotel's golden door was tightly shut. Peering inside through the brown, transparent glass panels on the door, one could vaguely see the dust-free marble floor and the extinguished crystal chandelier. The front desk, where staff should have been sitting, was empty, with no one in sight. Adele retracted her searching gaze and pushed the hotel's main door, finding that the door itself was made of sturdy glass and secured on the inside by a heavy padlock attached to a chain. Considering the rule, "Do not stare at mirrors," Adele quickly averted her eyes from the door. "This doesn't look like a stronghold." Adele cast an inquiring look at Chow Chow. Chow Chow noticed and whispered in response, "It wasn't like this before. We only cleared the surrounding buildings and cover, and we definitely didn't lock the main door. Furthermore, the front desk would never be empty. Something must have gone wrong here." Chow Chow pinned a red and blue police light to her chest, then pulled a submachine pistol and a flashbang out of her pocket. "Let's go, we'll try somewhere else." "Wait." Adele grabbed Chow Chow. "You just said that humans would absolutely not lock this door or evacuate the front desk." "Correct. This is the last sanctuary for normal humans. It would absolutely not be locked from the inside or left unattended." Chow Chow stated with certainty. "Since it's locked now, that means the entity that did this is definitely not a normal human, but some kind of creature possessing human intelligence. They don't want subsequent people to enter, and based on the information they possess, this lock serves a certain deterrent purpose, which is why they locked the door." Adele analyzed. "In other words, whatever locked the door does not want us to enter through this door." "That seems reasonable." Chow Chow hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "We only obey human rules. There is no need to obey the prohibitions set by the monster." Adele took 2 steps back, spun around abruptly, and kicked the sturdy door. The strength granted by the potion directly shook the hinges, causing the originally bronze and iron cast fiberglass door to rattle violently. Subsequently, Adele continued to kick the door fiercely. Finally, on the third kick, the door shaft gave way, and the glass door panel crashed onto the floor with a boom, raising dust inside. The moment she kicked open the door, Adele tossed a flashbang inside, then pulled Chow Chow and flashed to the outside of the doorway. A sharp blast sounded. Adele only felt her hair being stirred by something indescribable, and without looking up, she fiercely thrust her hidden blade forward. A sharp shriek faded from near to far. When Adele retracted her hidden blade, she saw it was covered in sticky black blood, exactly like the monsters contaminated by the underground in the Darkness Sea region. Once the interior of the lobby quieted down, Adele and Chow Chow exchanged a glance and cautiously stepped through the door into the hotel. According to Chow Chow's description, the original Fountain of Youth was a major attraction on Bimini Island. However, after the contamination outbreak, people discovered that only the spring water of Bimini was unaffected by the underground contamination. To ensure supply, the government simply built a water tower on top of the Hilton Hotel and transferred the Bimini spring water here. The water tower is made from a type of marrow substance found near the spring source, aiming to replicate the spring water's environment. After all, the government doesn't know why that spring water is fine, so they can only try their best to replicate the natural environment where the spring water originates. Chow Chow explained to Adele. "Let's go upstairs first and check room by room to confirm if there are still normal guests inside. We can put the matter of the spring water aside for now." Adele naturally had no objection. Since the hotel only had 4 floors, they could finish quickly. The two stood in the hallway covered with dark red carpet, looking around. A circular clock hung on the wall at the end of the corridor, showing the time as 11:32 p.m. Of course, this time had no reference value for Adele, as the time in the two locations was clearly different. The walls were covered with light red wallpaper, concealing the originally smooth, mirror-like marble walls. This seemed to be an effort to avoid staring at reflections, but it was plastered on haphazardly, making the blood vessels on the head of the mildly obsessive-compulsive Adele twitch. Through the gaps in the wallpaper, 2 flower-shaped, orange-yellow lampshades shone every so often, emitting a warm light. The outer door frame of the elevator shaft was lined with a circle of cyan marble tiles, above which was a 1/3 clock face copper indicator that seemed to move as the elevator moved. Those guys seemed to interfere with electronic equipment, so most of the facilities were urgently replaced with mechanical ones. Chow Chow explained to Adele while knocking on the nearest room door. Unsurprisingly, there was no answer. Adele was about to step forward and kick the door, but Chow Chow held her back. They are just following the regulations here. We cannot smash their door. According to the rules, no one is allowed to leave their rooms after 11:30 p.m. There are rules like that? Adele asked, puzzled. Indeed, but I can't find a copy of the staff handbook right now, so you just need to follow my lead. Never act rashly, or you might end up harming many people. Chow Chow said seriously, no response means they don't require service, or that they don't require service. In any case, it's best not to disturb them. All right then. Adele nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded to check the guest rooms one by one. Diagonally opposite the elevator shaft was the stairwell, marked with a green exit safety sign, which provided access to the upper and lower floors. Like the rooms, the stairwell had excellent sound absorption. Even if she detonated a flashbang directly inside the stairwell, it would be difficult for those upstairs to hear it. However, Adele currently had no mind for investigation and simply followed faithfully behind Chow Chow, listening to her knock on doors one by one and asking if anyone needed assistance. 1008 no answer, 1009 no answer. Chow Chow muttered to herself while slowly walking forward. Watching Chow Chow's figure, Adele felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't immediately pinpoint what the problem was. Stop! Chow Chow suddenly yelled in a low voice, immediately stopping in her tracks and rapidly retreating. Adele, relying on her assassin's control over her body, easily halted her forward momentum. The guest room in front of them, room 1010, was unlocked. Chow Chow's light knock opened it, and the visible portion from the outside looked exactly like a normal hotel room, with no abnormalities. A difficult choice was now laid before Adele and Chow Chow, to enter or not to enter. I'll go in and check. You guard the outside. Chow Chow quickly made her decision. Although separating in this situation was dangerous, her sense of responsibility made her realize that she absolutely could not retreat in a situation like this. Adele wanted to speak up and stop her, but she restrained the thought because she couldn't immediately find a better alternative. Wait. Just as Chow Chow was about to step into the room, Adele had a sudden flash of insight and understood the source of her feeling of anomaly. The previous orange-yellow handbook stated that when encountering anything consisting only of numbers, one must destroy it immediately without hesitation. A room door bearing only a number plate was undoubtedly one of the things that needed to be destroyed. Chow Chow, during her previous patrol duties, had grown accustomed to treating the Hilton Hotel as a safe zone, so she momentarily failed to consider that the outside rules must also be followed here. Instead, she was operating according to the hotel rules she remembered, which is why she hadn't noticed the anomaly. It was clearly too late to pull Chow Chow back now. In desperation, Adele immediately used her Beyander ability. Countless white threads surged out from around her body, wrapping Chow Chow tightly, while pale blue frost rapidly grew in front of her, forming an impenetrable high wall of ice. Her timely reaction saved Chow Chow's life. Almost simultaneously, a pitch-black, corrupted figure burst out of the room, pouncing with lightning speed toward Chow Chow, who was standing closest. The black liquid on its body emitted an ominous aura. Even with just a fleeting glance, Adele immediately felt the undigested potion within her body stirring restlessly. If she continued to look, it was highly likely to lead to losing control or collapse, frightening her into quickly averting her gaze. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, ordinary people wouldn't be able to react at all. However, this time it encountered Adele, who had already reached the middle sequence and far exceeded the scope of ordinary humans. Based on the judgment made from her quick glance, Adele took advantage of the moment the monster was blocked by the ice wall, creating black flames out of thin air to engulf the monster that was frantically scratching at the ice wall. The monster let out a miserable shriek, and the black mucus on its body rapidly evaporated. However, just when Adele thought she was out of danger, a new change occurred. After mixing with the black fire, the black mucus quickly underwent a transformation. It was no longer human-shaped, it disintegrated from its tattered humanoid form and turned into a spreading black fireball. In the blink of an eye, it climbed up the massive ice wall Adele had created and lunged toward Adele and Chow Chow, who had just been released. It can copy the characteristics of objects it touches. Adele was horrified, but she couldn't afford to think too much now. She quickly made the high wall rise again, sealing the climbing black fire inside. The replicated black fire had even learned to devour spirituality. The spirituality required to maintain the ice wall skyrocketed exponentially, and cold sweat quickly appeared on Adele's face. Run! She didn't actually need the command. Although Chow Chow still hadn't figured out what Adele's abilities were or where she came from, she at least knew that the other party was helping her, and the wall in front of them was already crumbling. Chow Chow and Adele quickly sprinted toward the upper floors, running until they reached the elevator on the far side before stopping. If that thing learned the characteristics of black fire, it shouldn't be able to spread this far. After all, without enough spirituality for it to consume, black fire absolutely could not spread over such a large area. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't seem to have the ability to judge what it should or shouldn't learn. It just learned the black fire, so now it should be learning the characteristics of the ice wall. Sure enough, after the black flames devoured the ice wall, they stopped moving and remained frozen in place, unable to budge. Naturally, the path to the other side of the hotel was also blocked. In any case, Adele wouldn't risk letting that thing learn new skills by tempting fate. The elevator had been stuck on the first floor. As Adele pressed the switch, the long-sealed elevator door roared open. "Let's go, we're heading upstairs." Just as Adele was about to step toward the upper floor, Chow Chow's slightly trembling voice came from behind her. "Who, exactly are you?" Adele sighed heavily. She knew the most troublesome part was coming. In this world, trust between people was nearly non-existent. Explaining how to make Chow Chow, a normal person from that era, trust an obvious anomaly like herself was certainly not something that could be clarified in a few words. After careful consideration, Adele put away the revolver and hidden blade in her hand, took out the orange-yellow booklet from her pocket, and waved it at Chow Chow. Then, under Chow Chow's suspicious gaze, she began to recite the contents of the orange-yellow handbook word for word. Humans are creatures slightly taller than vehicles and highly similar to the photograph on the title page. Human eyes are never a single solid color. Human eyes can only see humans. Human heads do not have superfluous organs. I should not feel any discomfort. My fingers can be crossed, and the number on both sides is equal. My fingernails will not be longer than my fingers. Humans are precious, lovely, loyal, brave, respectable, united, peaceful, and friendly. Humans do not smile constantly, nor do they cry constantly. Humans may feel fear, but they will never give up easily. Adele finished reading the final page of the handbook. During this time, Chow Chow kept her submachine pistol leveled at Adele's heart until she finished the entire text. What is the meaning of this? Chow Chow's voice was hesitant, as if she were still struggling with something. Think about the astronomer. Adele handed the orange-yellow handbook toward Chow Chow. My origins are more complicated than you imagine, and I am not from your world. We don't know if understanding each other will itself bring contamination to the other party. Even so, do you still want to pry? Chow Chow froze, remaining silent, and the arm holding the submachine pistol lowered slightly. Let's put aside questions like, where am I from? And, what am I? For now, you just need to know that I am a living person, just like you. Adele tucked the orange-yellow handbook into her hand. We still have some time. You can slowly deduce the rules for interacting with me. But right now, you should read the final page. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 279, Human Prison. The elevator creaked as it moved upward, the two people standing in the middle of it remaining silent. Although Cao Cao had temporarily set aside her suspicion toward Adele, it was clearly impossible for her to fully trust Adele. In fact, in a world where being different meant danger, it was a blessing that she hadn't opened fire immediately. Adele still needed Cao Cao's knowledge and experience, otherwise, summarizing the survival rules for the next 3 floors on her own would likely be a difficult task. Should we continue confirming? Adele suddenly asked when the elevator stopped on the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, the situation on the 2nd floor looked horrific. The walls were covered everywhere with black liquid splattered like ink, as if a massive creature had squeezed through the corridor, leaving viscous blood on the damaged passageway. The wallpaper originally pasted on the walls to cover the mirrors had been scraped away, revealing block after block of semi-transparent brown glass, forming countless mirror surfaces that could be eroded. Before even stepping into the corridor, Adele and Cao Cao felt a familiar sense of dizziness, that feeling of being watched by something strange. Judging by the situation on the 1st floor, the original inhabitants of this hotel are likely doomed. If we continue confirming, we might even sacrifice ourselves. Cao Cao fell silent, knowing Adele was speaking the truth. Although this unfamiliar woman had displayed special abilities that ordinary people lacked, she had still been at a disadvantage during their brief encounter just now, let alone Cao Cao herself. As a selected duty personnel, although she did not lack the sense of responsibility to sacrifice herself for others, she could not ask others to take the same risks, especially since she was not the main force in the current team. After thinking it over repeatedly, Cao Cao sighed. "All right, let's head straight to the roof." Saying this, she pressed the button on the elevator. The numbers on the buttons had been changed to Roman numerals, destroying their significance as spiritual numbers. The elevator continued to ascend, followed by another suffocating silence. 3 or 5 seconds later, the elevator stopped, and the glass door slowly opened. "I didn't press the stop button on the 3rd floor, did I?" Cao Cao looked out suspiciously, but what she saw startled her. What appeared before them was the corridor they had seen once before, covered in sticky black liquid, with mirrors everywhere, and damaged wallpaper, like peeling dead skin. A shriveled corpse lay at the stairwell entrance at the end of the corridor, leaning against the iron door of the stairwell. Beside him was a mashed pile of dark red residue, bleeding out onto the carpet, forming a shocking mass. This is still the 2nd floor. Adele quickly glanced at the elevator buttons. Originally, the 4 buttons were I, 2, 3, and IV. Now, however, they had all changed to 2, 2, 2, and 2. Let's leave the elevator, and use the staircase at the other end of the corridor. Adele thought for a moment and discussed it with Cao Cao, who readily agreed. To be safe, Cao Cao followed regulations and threw a flashbang into the corridor, which caused dizziness and nausea. Only after the blast sound dissipated did the two step out of the elevator. Holding red and blue warning lights, the two carefully walked through the corridor, constantly reminding each other not to touch the black viscous liquid or look at anything around them that reflected an image. Let me ask first, what happens if someone stares directly into a mirror continuously and doesn't receive rescue? To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Adele had no choice but to find a way to ask. You might see things you shouldn't see, and then you'll turn into the reflection in the mirror. Cao Cao replied, before, when we were covering the mirrors, a curious young man once pasted a poster of Alain Delon onto a mirror. It happened to be stuck on rather loosely. One time, while he was brushing his teeth, he stared at that photo for about 5 minutes, only to realize that the poster was under his feet and there was nothing stuck on the mirror. That's unlucky. What happened to him? Adele shrugged and asked curiously. Before I left, he and that poster were pasted together on the wall of our Basie's lounge. Of course, if the recent explosion didn't blast him away, he should still be there now. Cao Cao answered, but he was lucky. What he turned into wasn't too postmodern, so we could still keep him in the lounge to appreciate. Some people simply turned into sources of contamination, and others looked into fragmented mirrors, and that fragmentation appeared on their bodies as well. Alright, then we better be careful. Adele quickly shifted her gaze, not allowing her eyes to linger on a single point for too long. Unlike on the first floor, Adele and Chow Chow did not knock on the nearby room doors this time. Instead, they carefully traversed the corridor and headed straight for the staircase at the other end of the room. As a result, no other accidents occurred along the way, and they successfully reached the stairwell entrance. The corpse lay quietly beside them. From the stringy substances emerging from his mouth, it was clear that he had seemingly been stared at by that strange gaze for too long, causing him to vomit out his entire set of internal organs under the effect of the grotesque nausea. Adele wrapped a layer of threads around her hand, grasped the large doorknob, and pulled open the safety door. Fortunately, the traps she worried about did not appear. The stairwell was simply a stairwell. A green light sign flickered in the darkness, making the stairwell look somewhat eerie. The two exchanged a glance. Chow Chow entered the stairwell first, followed closely by Adele. They quickly climbed 2 flights of stairs and arrived at the stairwell entrance on the 4th floor. However, after they pushed open the door, they found that they had returned once again to the 2nd floor corridor. The scenery inside the narrow passage seemed utterly unchanged. What is going on? Chow Chow panicked slightly. Are we trapped here? Not only that, Adele said with a heavy tone, pointing to the damaged wallpaper in the distant corridor, the mirrors have increased again. Indeed, every time Adele and Chow Chow passed through the corridor, the damaged marks would increase, creating new mirror surfaces on the walls. If this continues, after a while, neither of us will be able to intentionally avoid staring directly into the mirrors, and we currently have no means to correct the symptoms mentioned in the manual. Chow Chow quickly thought about it. The manual required teammates to stand within the reflection of the other person and execute the contents of the final page, but the subsequent treatment was the responsibility of professionals among the duty personnel. Neither Adele nor Chow Chow knew anything about it. Wait, a new figure seems to have appeared in the mirror. Adele suddenly murmured. Her eyesight was better than Chow Chow's, allowing her to see clearly what was happening even in the mirror at the end of the corridor. Staring at the mirror surface for a short time would not lead to loss of control, so she was able to notice the movement of those things before Chow Chow. Is it flat, like a photo? Chow Chow asked nervously. Also, do not stare continuously at the mirror surface for more than 10 seconds. Adele quickly averted her gaze and answered based on her memory. No, they look no different from normal people, but I can confirm they are definitely not our reflections. Where did they pop out from? Did they appear suddenly? Chow Chow also looked at the distant mirror for a few seconds, then closed her eyes, lowered her head, and only opened her eyes after confirming she would absolutely not see the mirror surface again. 10 seconds was a critical lifeline validated by the lives of duty personnel. After continuously staring at a mirror surface for more than 10 seconds, note, continuously staring at any mirror surface for more than 10 seconds, not the same mirror surface, the observer would exhibit obvious abnormalities. Although this abnormality might take a long time to cause an accident, in a situation where they were isolated and helpless, nobody wanted themselves or their companion to take that risk. I don't think so. They seem to be walking from a distance in the mirror world. Adele silently counted 10 seconds, then looked up again to observe the distant mirrors. They moved. This time, before Chow Chow could even ask, Adele exclaimed first, they are much closer than they were just now. Although I can't see their faces clearly yet, I can confirm they are moving toward us. Chow Chow also looked up and saw that those things had indeed appeared in the surrounding mirrors, just as Adele had said. Moreover, it wasn't just one mirror, those black figures appeared in all the mirrors. Initially, the figures were connected, forming a black line. As their distance from the mirror surface continuously closed, they gradually gained width, surging toward the two like a tide. However, no matter how fast they moved, the black figures in all the mirrors would stop moving whenever Adele or Chow Chow cast their gaze upon any single mirror surface. If this continued, those black figures would likely gradually close the distance, eventually passing directly through the mirror surface into the real world, and nobody knew what would happen then. However, preventing them from entering the real world required someone to constantly stare at the mirrors, which posed an extreme danger to the observer. We'll take turns watching the mirrors first. Adele reacted immediately. Judging by the current situation, those things should reach the mirror surface in about 10 minutes. It might take longer for them to break through the surface, but we must prepare for the worst. During this time, we need to figure out a way to leave here or stop them, Adele said rapidly. Let's think. Before we arrived, those things weren't being watched, nor were they moving. Why? What change did we bring that activated them? There are two possibilities. One is based on our presence itself, meaning that as long as we remain on the second floor, this change will continue to be activated. The second is that some action of ours caused the change in the mirror creatures. Might turn to watch. Chow Chow lifted her head and pressed Adele's head down. Even if the first hypothesis is true, we can't solve it right now, so let's test the second hypothesis. What did we do that might have caused a change? Adele and Chow Chow only thought for a moment before they both exclaimed almost simultaneously. It was the flashbang. Combining this with the feeling of being observed and spied upon that we felt earlier, there must be a certain creature recorded in the manual present in the second floor corridor, and its characteristic of observing all creatures happened to suppress the appearance of the mirror monsters. The flashbang startled that creature. Although we can't see it, it was indeed frightened by the sound of the flashbang or the sound of the door opening, causing it to flee to the other end of the corridor, scraping against the walls along the way, thereby creating more mirrors. Chow Chow concluded with a heavy expression, the constantly repeating second floor is likely an environment created by the creatures in the mirror, which unintentionally trapped that observer on the second floor. This achieved a balance, causing them to seal each other. As for how this seal was formed, the two tacitly left it unsaid. The corpse of the duty officer lying at the stairwell entrance, wearing the same uniform as Chow Chow, explained everything. The escape route on this floor was designed to be pulled inward, not pushed outward, and now it seemed this was no architectural mistake. The corridor itself was a prison built by humans for the anomalies, but every time a new prisoner was introduced, the cost was painful. May he rest in peace. Adele sighed and lowered her hands dejectedly. She had intended to say, may the goddess bless him, but she remembered that these people did not believe in gods, and such a prayer would be an insult to them. Since she knew the method of handling it, Adele knew exactly what to do. Since the creatures inside the mirror had started moving, the observing eyes must have hidden in a place without mirrors, which was the elevator still parked on the second floor. Adele raised both hands slightly upward. Black flames suddenly erupted with a whoosh from the elevator at the end of the corridor, simultaneously forming a black wall of fire in front of her. Following this, a sharp, inhuman shriek sounded from the end of the corridor. A transparent creature burning with black flames rushed out of the elevator, stopped before the wall of fire in front of Adele, and let out a miserable cry somewhere between anger and pain. Adele immediately extinguished the flames on its body and raised the same wall of fire behind it, trapping it in the middle of the corridor. The monsters in the mirror aren't moving anymore. Chow Chow cried out in surprise, we can leave now. Wait a moment. Adele stopped Chow Chow. She then squatted down, covered her hand with threads, and took the duty personnel manual out of the pocket of the shriveled corpse. Opening the manual, the photo of a handsome male soldier was prominently displayed on the flyleaf, with his name written in the bottom left corner. Thank you for your sacrifice for humanity. Mr. John Joyce. Adele bowed slightly, then walked with Chow Chow into the escape route leading directly to the rooftop. Behind them, the anomalies remained locked in a stalemate in the corridor, a situation that might not end even thousands of years later. Chapter 280, The Very Beginning. The recent scenarios have been difficult to write, so updates might be late, possibly delaying until the afternoon. Adele and her companion went straight up the stairs to the fourth floor. Along the way, the phenomenon of suddenly returning to the second floor, which they had experienced before, did not reappear. They stopped at the stairwell, preparing to rest for a bit. Before we proceed, I think it's necessary to examine that officer's notebook again. Adele suggested, although he was stared at by those things for too long and eventually went mad, it's highly possible he left behind some information before completely losing his mind. The reason Adele proposed this was that she had already realized that the mysticism of this world was abnormally weak. Even if John Joyce, who was originally just an ordinary person, truly went mad from being watched by an indescribable existence, the records he left behind wouldn't be enough to drive a mid-sequence Beander like Adele insane. At most, they would only make her feel slightly uncomfortable. Paying such a small price to gain important information was clearly a worthwhile trade. And Chow Chow had no reason for rejection, especially since the latest version of the manual they held was compiled based on information recorded by countless patrol members before their deaths. The two sat down on the stairs and opened the notebook left by John Joyce. Unlike Chow Chow's manual, this was just a notebook, and all the information inside was recorded by Joyce himself. The front page of the notebook had a full-body family photo pasted on it, and the second page was a group photo of several soldiers. It looks like he sacrificed himself earlier than I thought. At that time, they hadn't even compiled a universal manual yet. The survival of the soldiers depended entirely on luck, and he must have been one of the unlucky ones sent out to summarize the rules. Chow Chow sighed and began to read the information in the notebook carefully. 1. Humans are creatures exactly like those in the photos, but they will not be 4 times taller than your rifle. They have exactly 5 fingers, and fingers will have at most 3 joints. Nails will not be longer than the fingers. 2. A person's tongue cannot lick their elbow, armpit, or butt. 3. Teammates are precious. Remember to watch the strobe light. 4. I do not have a gas mask, and I never will. Helmets are evil, masks are evil, goggles are evil. My head cannot be covered. 5. Humans do not smile constantly like in the photos. 6. Do not drink tap water. Water that cannot be drunk is completely transparent. Bottled water is also forbidden. The water in the canteen is permitted, conserve it. It seems he truly went through many cruel things. Chow Chow sighed. By the time he decided to write these down, his consciousness was already becoming unclear. Keep reading. Adele patted Chow Chow's shoulder and turned the page. 7. Stay in places with architecture. Do not enter the darkness. Smash all glass. By this point, he couldn't even bother to check for typos, showing that his mental state was extremely poor. Adele continued to move her gaze downward, seeing more similar information. The further down she read, the more scattered the handwriting became and the crazier the content. The numbering had lost all meaning by the end, with digits randomly mixed with text. 31. Teammates are precious, teammates can survive. Teammates cannot be eaten. I can survive. Someone will come to save us. We must be alive. 32. Corpses are dangerous and evil. A child's corpse is fatal. Corpses do not move. Living things move. 48. I never had any teammates. 21. I will not leave here. Kill anyone who tries to make me leave. 2. Need morphine. Need light. Need pen. I don't have a name. I need a name. 13. I am the human in the photo. Hungry. I am the human in the photo. Humans are precious. 666. Eyes. The last words stopped abruptly here, followed only by chaotic and insane lines that made one feel sick just by looking at them. After a long silence, Chow Chow seemed unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere and spoke first. Did you notice? Joyce's notes repeatedly emphasized that he is human, constantly defining himself. That's easy to understand. Adele nodded. Perhaps due to the demands of your work and the requirements of your code, you firmly believe in atheism. In reality, that seems to be the status quo of your world. However, in our world, gods truly exist. Although the technology in our world is not as advanced as yours, gods exist and possess beyonder powers. Thousands of years ago, gods still walked the earth, leaving behind a wealth of historical facts and legends. Therefore, the development of mysticism is quite mature. Adele paused. Only when she saw that Chow Chow was merely surprised and showed no hostility did she relax and continue her explanation. In mysticism, maintaining self-awareness is the first lesson in studying it. Practicing meditation and controlling dreams are ways to maintain this awareness. Mysticism is the study of using mysterious, supernatural means to fulfill wishes. Maintaining self-awareness helps you clearly understand what your wish truly is. The things you consider contamination actually have a bidirectional effect on you, and they are not as unreasonable as the contamination in our world. As long as you firmly maintain your self-awareness, you should be able to avoid contamination or reduce its severity. You should have noticed that the manual contains many descriptions targeting humans, especially on the final page, constantly instilling the concept of humanity in you. This should help reduce the degree of contamination. Perhaps it's difficult to understand given your previous atheistic worldview, but you just need to remember it. Adele analyzed based on the mysticism knowledge she possessed. Chow Chow fell silent once again after listening. This time, neither of them actively broke the silence, just sitting there motionlessly in the stairwell, their red and blue police lights flashing on and off. Chow Chow's silence was because she couldn't process such a large amount of information all at once, while Adele's sudden silence was because she felt she had guessed something incredible. She didn't tell Chow Chow that their world was very likely the past of her own world, and this catastrophe destroyed their technological heritage, resulting in many techniques not being passed down to Adele's era. But why, by Adele's era, were there Beyonder abilities and transcendent races? In the Night Church's Apocalypse of Night, it was mentioned that the Creator awoke from the chaos, shattered the gloom, and created the first ray of light, while he himself completely merged into the universe, transforming into all things. His body became the earth and the stars, one of his eyes became the sun and the other the red moon, part of his blood surged into the seas and rivers, nourishing and nurturing life. His lungs became elves, his heart became giants, his liver evolved into treants, his head became dragons, his kidneys evolved into feathered serpents, his hair transformed into phoenixes, his ears became the demonic wolf, and his mouth and teeth evolved into aberrants. His remaining bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence being nagas. His stomach, large intestine, and small intestine evolved into specters, devils, and various unknown evil existences. The three gods, God of knowledge and wisdom, Lord of storms, and eternal blazing sun, were born from his spirit. In other words, before the beginning awoke, the universe did not exist. There was only the end, the void, the destruction of everything. Only after the beginning awoke did the world and the various races come into being. However, the history of this world told her that this world had no beginning, no gods, and existed even before the beginning awoke. A supremely blasphemous thought involuntarily surged into Adele's mind. She wanted to forget it, but the thought only became more deeply rooted. Could it be that the beginning didn't create this world, but our world? Thinking of this possibility, Adele found herself trembling uncontrollably, as if she had contracted an acute fever. In this era, the original creator is an independent existence, unlike in Adele's world where he is contained within Beyonder characteristics and divine pathways. And the beginning slumber led to the complete destruction of this world, followed by the beginning awakening and creating the Beyonder world. What might be a world-destroying catastrophe for us was merely a normal sleep and awakening for him, completing the changing of the world. Adele stared blankly at the safety door flashing with green light, only reacting after several minutes. All right, we've rested enough. Adele tried hard to make her voice sound less strange. It's time to go. There was no need to think about the previous matters. After all, she had experienced being born in a world with deities and being treated as a pawn by great figures. Being manipulated by a saint or an ancient god made little difference. In fact, the latter might even be considered more prestigious. Adele tried hard to comfort herself. Yet, she clearly perceived that after learning about John Joyce's experience and reading his manual, something inside her had changed. Although she couldn't articulate exactly what it was, she knew that after leaving this place, she would likely need to seek psychological treatment from Miss Justice to maintain her composure. Chow Chow glanced at her with a complex expression, stood up, organized her equipment, and then pushed open the safety door. The scene on the fourth floor was vastly different from the previous floors. Originally, this area operated as the restaurant with the best view in the entire hotel. Now that all personnel had evacuated, it no longer had its former liveliness. Adele and her companion stepped into the spacious hall, carefully avoiding the overturned tables, chairs, and benches, and walked toward the spiral staircase on the other side of the hall. Only from there could they reach the top floor. Just before entering the hotel, Adele had tested the structural integrity of this hotel and concluded that the protective measures here involved not just reinforced concrete, but also some kind of mystical power interfering with the area, making the building itself difficult to destroy by brute force. This made Adele abandon the idea of using spider silk to pull herself directly to the rooftop. Wendy, you said just now that you are not from our world, right? Chow Chow suddenly asked Adele, so, you want to look for the water from the Fountain of Youth because you think clues are hidden there? I suppose so. Adele hesitated for a moment but nodded, confirming the other party's judgment. Chow Chow thought for a while, then decided to speak plainly. Then, are you looking for clues to return to your world, or clues to save this world? Adele's movement paused, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She couldn't possibly tell her directly that she came from the future, that their world had sunk into the ground, wrapped in contamination deep within the subterranean sea, and that even the ruins of their civilization had completely vanished, right? Actually, I don't know what I'm looking for. Adele sighed. Originally, I was sent by my superior to find the Fountain of Youth, but due to the arrangement of the gods in our world, I was inexplicably thrown in here. I don't even know how I was thrown in, so naturally, I can't know what the clues are or how to return. As for searching for the Fountain of Youth, doing something is better than doing nothing, right? Is that so? Well, I wish you good luck. Chow Chow patted Adele's shoulder and walked toward the spiral staircase. Up from here is the rooftop. The water tower is right in the center of the rooftop. You'll see it as soon as you get up. Adele nodded, saying nothing more. After all, from this point, their goals diverged. Furthermore, what she was about to face might involve high-sequence Beander characteristics, and even she wasn't guaranteed to escape unscathed. Bringing Chow Chow, an ordinary person, would be unrealistic. Then, where are you going next? Adele walked up 2 steps along the staircase, then suddenly stopped and asked Chow Chow at the bottom of the stairs. The patrol unit is gone, and this hotel seems to have become a place for sealing the bazaar. Have you thought about what you'll do next? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Chow Chow sat down on the steps, smiling quietly. Every anomaly needs someone to watch over it. That's the rule for patrol officers. At least, compared to the other things, you are relatively easy to get along with. To recreate the environment of the Fountain of Youth, the entire rooftop is sealed off, and this is the only exit. I am just an ordinary person, and it's unlikely I could find a more reliable containment location than this now. All right, if that is your choice. Adele nodded. Then she suddenly remembered something, fumbled in her pocket for a while, and pulled out a silver amulet. This was the last batch of sleep charms she had made, kept tucked inside her inner pocket. Adele placed the amulet into Chow Chow's hand and told her, when you use it, chant the word, Crimson. It can let you have a good dream. In a world like this, that truly is a luxury. Chow Chow took the amulet and put it in her pocket. Thank you, but I don't have anything to give you in return. She scratched her head, looking troubled. Then, stealing her resolve, she pulled out her orange-yellow manual from her pocket, scribbled on the last page for a while, and handed it to Adele. Give me Lucia's manual, only the back page is useful anyway. Chow Chow said, slightly embarrassed. This manual contains some things I recorded during this time. If you can return to your world, I hope you can remember this place. Although this place is terrible, for me, only here is home. Chapter 281, Cosmos Reflection. It feels quite nice to have someone who looks so much like me to talk to in these final moments. I haven't had this feeling since I was forbidden from looking into mirrors. Chow Chow sighed. But now, it's time for you to leave. Adele nodded heavily, taking the orange-yellow notebook from her hand and returning her colleague's manual to Chow Chow. Then, she walked up the stairs and pulled open the aluminum alloy door. As Adele pulled open the door, she was surprised to find that the content of the notebook was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Her ability to understand the language was gradually disappearing, just as suddenly as it had appeared. If this script existed before the destruction of the universe, what means did Wendy use to figure out how to translate it? This question suddenly popped into Adele's mind, but she couldn't dwell on it. Inside the door ahead, she once again felt that hidden connection to the spirit world. She knew this meant she could return to her own world simply by stepping through it. Like a suffocating person craving air, Adele subconsciously stepped through the door. However, by the time she realized she hadn't said goodbye to Chow Chow, the door was already slowly closing behind her. She could only see Chow Chow shouting something to her through the nearly closed opening, but Adele could no longer understand it. Adele stared blankly at the door for a while before snapping back to reality, letting out a soft sigh, and focusing her attention on the rooftop. However, Adele only needed one glance to be so stunned by the sight before her that she was nearly speechless. Completely different from the shape of the hotel, the tower at the top looked like a bowl-shaped dome inverted over the roof, encompassing nearly 3/4 of the rooftop space within the dome. Of course, this was only Adele's inference based on previous observation, because looking from inside the dome, It was impossible to gauge the extent of the space, it was simply boundless, the internal and external occupied spaces being entirely different. The ground here resembled a pool of unfathomably deep stagnant water. Every step Adele took on it created a large circle of ripples that spread outward until they were out of sight. The bowl-shaped cosmos was inverted above the stagnant water, emitting mysterious and vast light. Whether the cosmos above or below her feet, they were sometimes so far away from Adele that they became tiny, glowing dust motes, yet sometimes they seemed so close that Adele took them for granted. In this deep, dark cosmos, there was a rift, seemingly carved out by a knife and axe, filled with a large mass of transparent substance existing between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. This marvelous aggregation effect made Adele realize that this was the true form of the Fountain of Youth. The powerful sealed artifact, originally of the angel level, now quietly floated in the boundless cosmos. The faint starlight from the true cosmos shone upon the spring water, dyeing the transparent water the color of the cosmos, and then separating into water spheres, mists, and ice crystals carrying mottled rust, which merged into the cosmos inside the tower. Although those water drop-like substances continuously peeled away from the meander characteristic, the characteristic itself showed no damage whatsoever. Every time a water sphere detached, a new piece immediately filled the missing portion. Even without a signpost, Adele knew where she had arrived. Observatory. This place and the hotel's top floor were stitched together by some kind of law, spanning tens of thousands of years and tens of thousands of meters, forming a strange connection. You seem surprised. A male voice familiar to Adele rang out directly beneath the massive water sphere, appearing particularly abrupt beneath the cosmos. Adele quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a gentleman in black formal tails, carrying a matching violin case. Adele had seen that face nearly 100 times, or more, in the East Borough. Britain, why are you here? Adele showed an expression of utter astonishment. She had considered who might be waiting next to the Fountain of Youth, Katerina, Gegran, Miss Justice, or Miss Hall, but Britain was the one person she hadn't expected. He originally boarded the ship pursuing those children of mine. With your sequence back then, you couldn't have discovered him in hiding. Britain's tone suddenly changed, switching to the third person, as if another person hidden inside his body was speaking. That tone. Are you Gegran? Adele realized something and quickly confirmed. That's impolite. According to the rules of the demoness sect, you should call me mother. Gegran frowned using Britain's body. However, considering I am currently using this body, these formalities aren't necessary. But if you make that mistake again the next time we meet, I might not be so lenient. How did you manage that? Do demonesses have similar abilities? Adele watched blankly as Gegran walked toward her, her every movement carrying a slightly strange sense of delay. Is Britain still alive? Of course, I am just borrowing his body. Gegran replied. As for the ability, this is a perk for Essence Faction demonesses. When advancing to Sequence 5, demonesses who advance through a ritual can specialize one aspect of their abilities, gaining different enhancement directions based on the main ingredients chosen. Among the main ingredients for the Essence Faction's Sequence 5 potion, besides the fixed ingredient of the lion-headed serpent's blood crystal, the remaining main ingredient can be chosen from the venom fangs of the Arctic snow viper, the entire blood of an adult Indian silkworm fish, the silk glands of the spotted web widow, or the eyes of the black feathered owl. Gegran explained, the venom fangs of the Arctic snow viper enhance frost abilities, the entire blood of an adult Indian silkworm fish enhances black fire, the silk glands of the spotted web widow enhance threat abilities, and the eyes of the black feathered owl enhance black magic and ritual magic. I am a demoness who specialized in silk glands, and later, to resist the erosion of the Saphira, I consumed a second potion containing the eyes of the black feathered owl, gaining 2 enhancements simultaneously. This control is also achieved through threads. Achieved through threads. Adele couldn't help but think of a string puppet, yet she saw no threads on Britain's body. Exactly. It's somewhat similar to a marionettist's spirit body threads, except that a marionettist's ability is to manipulate the invisible spirit body threads that already exist, while my ability is to directly grow physical threads in the spirit world near the target's body, connecting directly to the target's flesh and blood, controlling them by pulling the physical body. Because of this, the person I control does not die after the control ends, although the process is slightly painful. Gegran sighed and said, if he had been willing to risk it, he actually could have broken free. If he had broken free and caused a disturbance on the ship, my sister might very well have noticed and perhaps even killed me. But he seems to have recognized you, so he stayed quiet. Adele remained silent. If Katerina had discovered Gegran on the ship, Adele's guilt would have been confirmed. Regardless of whether Gegran could escape, Adele certainly wouldn't have avoided the demoness sect's reckoning. Britain knew this, so even though he had a chance to retaliate against Gegran, he took no action. You telling me all this means you are indeed part of the Essence faction, right? Adele still couldn't continue the topic about Britain, because even though she was touched by his actions, she couldn't accept those feelings herself. Of course, more surprising to me is that Pride didn't tell you this. She insisted that keeping this information from you was the best security measure. Gegran nodded. Perhaps she thought it better that she control your advancement speed. And judging by the current situation, she did a good job. You just consumed your sequence 6 potion, right? Then you should have about 1.5 to 2 years to prepare for advancement to sequence 5. So, what exactly do your plan and hers require me to do? Adele paused, then asked Gegran. Her plan is just to obtain first-hand information about the primordial demoness, so you only need to continue doing what Theosophy Order requires. You don't need to think too much, she doesn't want you to think too much. Gegran sneered, in a world where deities truly exist, if a deity wants to gain believers, what could be faster than organizing a real divine descent to display a miracle? Primordial demoness divine descent. Just for specific information about her. Adele's voice rose slightly. Having experienced the Backland Great Smog and the Angel Descent event, she was sensitive to matters like divine descent, especially since this was the descent of an evil god. The resulting damage would likely be no less than that caused by the angel descent. First, I must correct you, what is gained from a divine descent is not just a little information. Gegran said sternly. Don't tell me you're carrying that divinely bestowed pendulum and still don't know which pathways your deity corresponds to. Divinely bestowed. Adele was shocked. She had always thought it belonged to Mr. World, merely handed over by Miss Audrey. You really didn't know. Well, I can't blame that lady, she probably doesn't know either. If the divine elective, Calamity, wasn't exceptionally sensitive to the aura of other Sephiroth, I probably wouldn't have guessed that something he might have worn would be held by a sequence 6. Gegran showed a rather embarrassed expression for a moment, but quickly controlled it. He is in existence at the pinnacle of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. If he uses this divine descent to perform divination, he could probably pinpoint the exact location of the primordial demoness's divine kingdom in the astral world. A rare sense of awe appeared in Gegran's eyes, a feeling she hadn't displayed even when discussing the primordial demoness. Even if he is currently in a state of slumber and cannot act personally, he must have given you enough information to complete this task, or a way to resolve the effects of the divine descent. In their eyes, our small degree of specialty is insignificant. Even the best person and the worst person are no different to him. But his will is absolute. If he needs us to fulfill his will, he will certainly bestow us with the corresponding abilities. Gegran concluded. Do you know what those words remind me of? Adele sighed. The Earth Mother, Lilith. Her projection said something similar to me in the Twilight Divine Kingdom. They don't care about specialty, they themselves bestow specialty upon others. Of course, he and the Fool are currently in a position of parity to some extent. You had better get used to this feeling. Gegran said matter-of-factly. Why do you know so much? Adele suddenly felt something was wrong. Based on my recent experience, knowing this much about true gods and even higher levels is not a good thing. Do you think I wanted to know? Gegran gave a wry laugh. How many believers do you think the City of Calamity has had in the northern continent from the 4th epoch until now? How many? Adele was curious. You are the third. Gegran sighed. I was the second. It seems your missionary work has been very successful. Adele opened her mouth, but ultimately spoke the sentence. Well, this matter certainly wasn't as simple for me as you learning provocation from Vianata. Gegran looked slightly embarrassed and spoke unnaturally. After all, he only accepts male demonesses as believers of Calamity, which was quite troublesome for me, I am not like the first believer of Calamity who enjoyed putting themselves in others' shoes. Then, who was the first believer of Calamity? Adele noticed the implication in her words and quickly pressed for an answer. No, he sounds very awful. You still used the wrong pronoun. Gegran sighed. You should use he. Adele gasped. Are you saying? Exactly. The primordial demoness, Cheek, was the first believer of Calamity. Gegran said. Otherwise, why do you think the demoness sect is so keen on recruiting men, and why are even originally female members severely affected? Hatred alone is not enough for a true deity to persist in doing something for thousands of years. Wait, what you're saying is hard to understand. Why does the city of Calamity choose male demonesses as its believers, and why does the primordial demoness do the same? Adele had originally thought she had gathered enough information in the world she had traversed, but Gegran just dropped another bombshell on her. Actually, it's not just male demonesses. Gegran explained. The pathway corresponding to the city of Calamity includes the feminine demoness and the masculine hunter, so female hunters are also an option. It's just that hunters in Intis are official beyonders and hold significant power, making it inconvenient for us to operate. Why can female hunters also? Wait. Adele suddenly formed a guess, her voice trembling slightly. Can I interpret your words to mean that female beyonders of the hunter pathway will also undergo a sex change in the future, just like those on the demoness pathway? Gegran nodded pityingly. Chapter 282. Don't cry, they don't care. Adele suddenly felt a dizzy spell, stumbling back 2 or 3 steps before regaining her balance. You're not joking, are you? She forced a stiff smile, but Gegran's pitying gaze already conveyed everything. Damn it. Adele didn't know what to say. In fact, after hearing the news, her heart was a mix of emotions, enough to write a small essay. But when all the shock, loss, anger, and resentment could be expressed with a single, damn it, she truly had no energy or desire to say anything else. Look on the bright side, choosing the assassin pathway might not be a bad thing. At least, even after she changes gender, it will still be within your acceptable range. Gegran saw Adele's dispirited look and offered words of comfort. Right, I remember you said the demoness pathway is a feminine pathway, and can switch with the hunter pathway at high sequences. Adele suddenly remembered something. Then, can I switch to the hunter pathway and turn back into a male? If not, I can try to persuade Vianata to switch to the demoness pathway. Theoretically, yes. Gegran nodded first, then poured cold water on her idea. However, there's one thing you need to understand, switching pathways is not a fun matter. Beyonders of the hunter pathway change gender at sequence 4. The success rate for advancing to a demigod is already not guaranteed, and unless absolutely necessary, no one would jump to another pathway. Even for strictly adjacent pathways, the success rate will decrease. And don't forget, you are a demoness of the Essence faction. If your potion is fully digested and you haven't advanced, your consciousness will be directly erased by the City of Calamity. At a time like this, are you still going to give up your demigod Beander characteristic to your girlfriend for your sexual preference? Don't be so naive. Then, if she can't switch to the demoness pathway, can't I just switch to the hunter pathway? She can remain at sequence 5 and not continue to advance. Adele wanted to make one last effort, but Gegran ruthlessly extinguished the idea. First, I must remind you that although the demoness and hunter pathways are yin and yang, not every stage leads to a gender change. In the demoness potion formula, only sequence 7, which includes a description of gender, and the demoness in later sequence names were added afterward. The hunter pathway is similar, only sequence 4 iron-blooded knight causes a gender change, and later sequences do not. Your opportunities are not many. Finally, and most importantly, believers of the City of Calamity generally do not make adjacent pathway jumps. Gegran pulled out a pipe from somewhere, lit the spiritual ointment inside with black fire, and took a puff. Why? Adele asked anxiously. Because frequent switching of yin and yang attributes will accelerate the awakening of the City of Calamity's will. Originally, there were a full 100 years to advance from sequence 4 to sequence 3. Jumping to the hunter pathway not only won't reset this process but will also shorten the already not so ample time to less than 10 years. Gegran exhaled a light gray smoke ring. You know, the ritual preparation alone for the demoness of undying takes at least 80 years. If no deity helps you shorten the ritual time, you won't even be able to complete the ritual preparation after jumping. In such a situation, trying to advance is courting death, but not advancing is also courting death. We generally don't do such things. Then, why can you switch pathways? Adele felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. I switched to undying, which is not within the control of the City of Calamity and can reset the process. However, the time for resetting is almost used up now. Gegran explained, moreover, I can sense that its activation level is intensifying. Whether delaying time by switching pathways will succeed in the future is a question mark. Adele wanted to ask something else, but Gegran roughly interrupted her. All right, Gegran waved her hand. We are currently in the cracks of an ancient ruin, and my sister is outside. That's why I'm eager to tell you this knowledge to help you deal with those people from the Full Church, but you keep pestering me with these trivial matters about gender change. Adele could only lower her head with a wry smile, waiting for Gegran to continue imparting knowledge. Where were we before the gender change topic? Oh right, the first believer of the City of Calamity. Seeing Adele dared not speak, Gegran continued the previous topic. In terms of influence, the primordial demoness cannot compare to the City of Calamity. However, it ultimately possesses sentience and is not on the same level as the City of Calamity, which has only been active for a short time. The demoness sect it founded controlled most of the high-sequence Beander characteristics, so the believers of the City of Calamity couldn't advance and could only be eroded one by the City of Calamity. You've been talking about the City of Calamity, but I entered this barrier with a relic from the Earth Mother. Do you know why? Adele quickly seized the opportunity to ask after Gegran finished speaking. When the original creator awakened, it tore a part of the Sephiroth into this world, including the City of Calamity, and of course, the Brood Mother, corresponding to the Earth and Moon pathways. Gegran's tone became serious. And the place you just came from is where the Brood Mother was once torn down. The Brood Mother on Earth and the Brood Mother in the cosmos are currently vying for dominance, and its body has become the battlefield. Your arrival here is also to expose the observatory. This observatory was originally enveloped by those flowing colors, forming what you thought was a dormant volcano. When you, carrying its relic, arrived at the center of the ruins, it would be exposed, forming a brief connection. Is this really something I should be hearing? Adele was too exhausted to show her surprise, so she simply sat down on the surface of the water. Since it only looked like water, she didn't get wet. Of course not. If you weren't here, you'd either be dead or have become a monster corrupted by an outer deity. Gegran shrugged. The world is so big, why was the Brood Mother torn precisely to this place? The problem lies with this observatory. When people of that era looked at the cosmos also saw them. When the Sephira was torn down, the Brood Mother fell here based on that connection. In the fourth epoch, the Church's angels pursuing the remnants of death and the demoness families of that time intercepted them near this sea area. A fierce divine war raged from the sky to the ocean, and then from the ocean to the abyss. At least 4 angels fell in this sea area. The Lightseeker, an angel of the sun pathway who created purifying light. The Duke of Entropy, an angel of the Black Emperor pathway who caused spatial distortion and chaotic order. The Balancer, an angel of the Justiciar pathway who created invisible high walls. Gegran's expression was solemn as she walked under the giant sphere of water shimmering with starlight. The rest, my target this time, is the demoness of catastrophe. Her shattered body absorbed the corruption of the cosmos, encompassing calamity within itself, forming this isolated observatory environment. Once I absorb her Beander characteristic, this place should be destroyed, and you can return to the real world, to the other side of the high wall. You're going to directly impact an angel. Adele opened her mouth but couldn't speak. After Beyonders reach demigod and above, every advancement cannot completely avoid the risk of losing control. Because of this, they must wait until the potion is fully digested and mental influences are mostly cleared before consuming a new potion to advance. However, believers of the City of Calamity have no such worries. Even without digestion, they can advance smoothly. As long as the ritual is completed and the potions are ready, the theoretical possibility of directly advancing to sequence 0 even exists. The price is that if they cannot continue to advance, they cannot escape the fate of death. Of course. Gegran nodded, her tone as casual as if she were brushing dust from her clothes. My sister won't give me another chance. She's probably already figuring out how to destroy this small island. But, the ritual of the demoness of catastrophe. Adele was a little confused. We have already completed it, Gegran replied calmly. And not just the demoness of catastrophe's ritual, for both you and me, the rituals of the demoness of catastrophe and the demoness of apocalypse have already been completed ahead of time. Could it be, that great fire on the sea outside? After hearing Gegran's words, Adele suddenly understood. Yes, that was the calamity brought to the corruptors, triggered by your arrival, and I secretly amplified its effect. Now those poor corrupted souls can finally rest in peace. Gegran nodded, her aura gradually becoming eerie, unlike that of a living person. Adele's intuition told her that this was the influence brought by the ritual, which she had been controlling but was now fully released. Then, is the apocalypse also the apocalypse for the corruptors? Adele quickly pressed. No, Gegran smiled, it's the apocalypse for everyone. As Adele was shocked by the meaning of that statement, Gegran's body gradually rose, flying towards the clear spring water. The prophecy of the 7 lights was too optimistic. If the seal disappears at a constant rate, then there are indeed more than 10 years until the apocalypse. However, with their activation, the seal will be destroyed faster and faster, giving us less and less time. We need more outer deities. If no new outer deities appear, more time is useless. Gegran said with a smile, Cheek betrayed the city of calamity. She doesn't want to become an outer deity. If she devours the true god of the hunter pathway, she can maintain her current state for a long time, and the city of calamity's sanctions cannot affect her. She doesn't fear the outer deities of the cosmos, because even if they come, calamity will not disappear, but will become more frequent, and her power will become stronger. Gegran's beautiful face gradually aged, covered with wrinkles. Briden's body had been separated from her, wrapped in silk threads to form a cocoon. He cannot be discovered by my sister. If I successfully become an angel and remain rational, I will take him out of here. If I fail, you must return here and use my remains to become the new demoness of catastrophe. As she spoke, Gegran's body also began to hunch, her teeth gradually loosened, and her eyes became cloudy and dull. The water of the fountain of youth began to deform, and an umbilical cord-like stream of water extended towards her body. But, this is too. Adele felt her eyes moisten for the first time in a long while. The fool hopes for the emergence of new outer deities to resist the invasion of outer deities. The activated part of the brood mother hopes to gain liberation and further solidify its control over the 2 pathways, thereby confronting the cosmos. The activated city of calamity hopes its chosen one can replace Cheek and eventually merge with it, becoming a new outer deity. Only their goals are absolute. For this, whether it's Audrey arranging for Adele to enter the Twilight Country, the gods chosen concealing the truth from Audrey, Katerina leading the demonesses into the underground, or Adele returning to the pre-apocalypse world, everything is merely a means. Even without Adele, someone would enter the Twilight Country and make a deal with the activated brood mother. Even without Gegran, someone would take her place at that time, passing down the will of the City of Calamity from the 4th epoch to the present. Whether it's old Lynch the foreman, the Rand family, Artisan Smith, or Briden and Lolota. Even without them, some would escape, some would be killed, some would kill, and some would save. The dead and the living only differ in the eyes of their acquaintances. To the gods, they are all the same. Born without knowing why, died without knowing for what. Don't cry, child. This is their plan, the choice of 3 Sephira holders. Even if I am unwilling or unable to complete it, they will find a way. Don't cry over such small matters. Gegran's smile remained gentle, the aging of her body seemed to leave no trace in her heart. The umbilical cord extending from the fountain of youth pierced her abdomen, making her body suddenly stiffen. The angel's remains seeped into her body through the umbilical cord, causing her outline to gradually blur in Adele's eyes, leaving only chaotic patterns and strange light spots. The surrounding cosmos and the deep pool beneath her feet were gradually collapsing due to the disappearance of the Beander characteristic acting as a vessel, turning into fragments of the cosmos falling downwards. Colorful oil films floated on the dark fragments, splashing dark water around Adele. As the water surface beneath Adele's feet completely collapsed, and her body, along with the flowing broken water chunks, plummeted into an unknown place. She heard Gegran's sigh-like whisper. Because they don't care. A daily, light-hearted, humorous, and healing original beast-taming novel, no system, no female lead. The author of the new book, Sanjong, will cross-dress. Chapter 283, The Extinguished Sun and Rain. Adele did not know how long she had been falling, she only saw everything around her collapsing. She wanted to use silk threads to hook onto something to slow down, but everywhere she looked, there was nothing fixed or stationary she could cling to. The spider silk flew to its maximum range against the deep, dark background, then fell limply. Just as Adele pessimistically thought she would be smashed to pieces on the rocks, the darkness around her suddenly vanished, and the kinetic energy accumulated in the darkness disappeared just as abruptly. Her body paused in midair for an instant, then began to fall again. This time, Adele did not miss the opportunity, quickly manipulating ice crystals behind her to form the framework of wings, which she then filled with silk threads, allowing herself to glide slowly down the mountain. However, she quickly discovered that the rainforest had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before she was sucked in. The trees inside the rainforest had turned grayish-white, as if all their color had faded overnight. The branches of the trees began moving toward the sky, and an indescribable light erupted from the cracked earth, shooting straight up into the firmament, heading toward the sun in the sky that was about to be extinguished. The sun here is going out. Adele was greatly alarmed and quickly adjusted her wings, flying toward Wendy's original position. During her flight, Adele saw from above that a black tide was rising on the distant sea, and that black horizon line was approaching Bimini Island at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the surface of the sun in the sky now showed thin streaks of markings, like a swarm of twisted snakes. Poisonous saliva seeped from their mouths, causing the sun formed by the angel-level Beander characteristic to dim and irreversibly fall into slumber. Is that Katerina, the Saintess of White? Adele was secretly shocked, never expecting that she would go to such lengths to completely extinguish the influence of the Essence faction. Clearly, she had been at it for a long time, and at that point, Adele showed no sign of getting out. If she hadn't escaped in time, she would likely have been abandoned along with the entire island. The immediate priority now was to quickly return to the Honeysuckle Queen and prepare for escape. Adele's mind stirred briefly, and she quickly made up her mind, manipulating her wings to land on the beach. She retracted her silk threads before entering the line of sight of the ironclad ship's crew and sprinted toward the shore. Her potion was obtained from the Tarot Club, which she couldn't explain to Katerina and the others, so she could only temporarily pretend she hadn't been promoted yet. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Honeysuckle Queen, Wendy and the demonesses under Gegran were anxiously awaiting Adele's return. As the only saint here, Katerina's will could not be defied by the demonesses. So even though they were quite dissatisfied with Katerina's actions, no one dared to openly raise objections. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Natalie was the first to spot Adele running out from the other end of the beach and cried out in surprise. "Hurry over here, Adele." At her call, the demonesses immediately gathered, and Natalie, a sequence 6, released silk threads to wrap around Adele's waist and hoist her aboard. What is Madame Pili planning to do? After being questioned and verified, Adele quickly asked the demonesses for confirmation. A new demigod has arrived on the island. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos, she plans to destroy the island directly and take that high-sequence sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway back to report on the mission. Tracy answered quickly, but this is also a good thing. We won't have to stay underground for so long. In this short time, my pirates shouldn't cause trouble. How long was I gone? Adele thought for a moment, then asked Wendy. Exactly 12 hours, no more, no less. Wendy checked her pocket watch and told Adele. Judging by Madame Pili's progress, there should be a result soon. There won't be time to recover the supplies moved onto the island. After understanding the current situation, Adele quickly made a judgment. Everyone return to your positions. Once Madame Pili finishes the sealing, we will leave here. Natalie, you and Layla go notify the sailors to be ready to set sail at any moment. Afra, go guard the port side. Lisette, go to the starboard side. Sister Tracy, wait for me in the captain's cabin. Wendy and I will go check on the engine room. Adele arranged things rapidly. The demonesses clearly had no objections and took their respective positions. Only a hint of confusion appeared on Wendy's face, but she quickly suppressed it and headed to the engine room with Adele. Upon reaching the engine room, Adele turned around, locked the hatch, and casually set up a wall of spirituality. "You found something again." Seeing Adele's setup, Wendy immediately understood. Others might not know how much Adele understood about this ironclad ship, but Wendy knew perfectly well. At most, Adele had only learned how to read the instruments in the captain's cabin, and her steering skills were mediocre. She couldn't handle the work in the engine room at all. Suggesting they go to the engine room together clearly meant she wanted to discuss something private. "I don't know how to say this." Adele hesitated. "A lot of things happened. I don't know what I can tell you." She pulled out the notebook with the orange cover from her pocket and handed it to Wendy. "In short, I met someone there, perhaps the last normal human. I spent about 8 hours with her using your name, and this is what she gave me." Adele stared at Wendy's face and said slowly, "She said that your handwriting looks very similar to hers." "Ah, what a coincidence." Wendy tried to make an excuse, but found herself tongue-tied, unable to utter a single word. "Although I can't understand the main text on it now, I absolutely won't mistake the annotations on this notebook," Adele stated confidently. "These are the strange symbols from the notes left by Emperor Rosal. Thinking about it now, you know a little too much about that ancient history, as if you personally experienced that era. Both you and Emperor Rosal." Wendy stared blankly at the notebook in her hand. The familiar handwriting confirmed that these were the annotations she had written. The object from the past that she had failed to find while searching for the inscribed stone now appeared before her, making it impossible for her to remain calm. She quickly picked up the pamphlet and flipped through it. Although she had absolutely no memory of that final period, the owner of the pamphlet seemed to have treated it as a diary, writing many annotations in it. The earlier records were fragmented, so Wendy didn't examine them closely, flipping straight to the last page of the notebook. That section was noted down by Chow Chow in her spare moments starting from when she went on the mission, seemingly beginning when she met Adele using the name Wendy Paromanthea, until the end, when the notes were given as a gift to Adele by her past self. Because they were noted down secretly, the content was sparse, just a few lines. "Met Miss Wendy while on duty. God, I bet she's the prettiest lady I've ever seen. Lucia had a problem and was killed by me. I was a little scared, but Miss Wendy acted very calmly. Miss Wendy's handwriting looks like mine. I was a little surprised, but thankfully she acted normally. She actually has superpowers, she looks so cool. If I could have this kind of ability too, would I be able to? Forget it, there are no ifs. She is not from this world, but I always feel she is a bit like me. Of course, it's not just the handwriting. I hope I can be like her too." Following this were long sections of blank space. The writer flipped a page, luxuriously using an entire sheet to write a parting message. "Wendy, live well in your world. ... Wendy suddenly felt a stinging in her eyes. Wiping her face haphazardly with her sleeve, Wendy looked up and stared directly into Adele's eyes. Adele opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask what was going on with all this, but seeing Wendy's appearance, she held back the question. "You handle your business. I should go discuss setting sail soon with Tracy. You can rest assured that I won't tell the sect about today's events." Adele summoned black fire, burned away the wall of spirituality, and then unlocked the door. "However, when we return to the surface, I hope you can tell me your story, and I'll also need you to translate the hidden information in the pamphlet. I think, by then, you should be ready, right? If you see similar writing in the future, you can always ask me." Wendy nodded gently and handed the pamphlet back to Adele. But Adele didn't take it, instead, she pushed it back. This was her parting message to Wendy Paromanthea, and I am Adele Cersei. Adele smiled faintly. Besides, something like a parting message is better kept by the person who can understand it. All right, I understand." Wendy paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, hugging the pamphlet to her chest. "Oh, by the way, one last question." Before leaving the cabin, Adele turned back and asked, what did the last sentence she wrote mean? Wendy laughed, tears streaming down her face. "It's a secret," she said. "Only that is a secret." Meanwhile, on Bimini Island, at the edge of the sun. Katerina was manipulating the sealed artifact in her hand, slowly swallowing the blazing fireball. Shadows symbolizing feminine power continuously flew out of the small box in her hand. Giant sea serpents with 8 heads, harpies with human heads and bird bodies, and mermaids with sharp teeth. They charged straight toward the sun with boundless malice, drawing it into the box. This was Anisadora's jewelry box, a powerful sealed artifact used by the demoness sect to seal high-sequence items, a relic left by a saint of the demoness pathway. It can continuously release pure sealing energy, causing mystical items and Beyonder creatures to fall into a semi-permanent slumber, akin to petrification, with relatively minor side effects. Although most of the shadows were burned away by the characteristic left behind by the Angel of the Sun pathway, as the shadows accumulated, the light of the sun grew dimmer and dimmer. Initially, Katerina could only stay nearly 1,000 meters away from the sun to use the sealed artifact, but as time passed, Katerina was now less than 10 meters away from the golden fireball. Dense black shadows were still tirelessly pouring out of the box, forming a shell-like hemisphere around the sun, obscuring most of its light. It's finally about to be completed. As long as I destroy this place, reporting back to His Holiness the Pope will be almost done. Katerina reached up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. A saint's ability to adapt to external environments is quite strong, and they generally don't need to rely on sweating to lower their body temperature. However, she was still too close to this Beyonder characteristic, so close that she was affected by it to some degree. Just a little harder, Katerina thought, then increased her spirituality output into Anisadora's jewelry box. At the same time, she released various abilities like petrification and freezing, trying to cool down the fireball. Under her efforts, the entire Bimini Island grew dim, and the scene before her was no longer a mix of crimson and pitch black. The surrounding sky also cleared up. Due to the severe climate change caused by the sun extinguishing, it seemed to be raining on Bimini Island, forming shining thin lines under the sun's afterglow. The light is too blinding, it's making it hard for me to see. Katerina frowned, annoyed, and flung out silk threads, intending to hook onto the corresponding position in the spirit world and pull herself up a little, avoiding those long, narrow rain lines. She moved up slightly, and the clouds beneath her seemed a little farther away. Wait, clouds beneath her feet. Katerina suddenly felt something was wrong. If the cumulonimbus clouds were beneath her feet, how could raindrops be falling on her? She quickly rubbed her eyes, concentrating her spirituality onto them. The effects of the direct strong light were instantly swept away, and her vision cleared. In that instant, she clearly saw that the fine rain lines were not falling from the clouds but were tearing straight through the clouds, flying upward from the surface, twisting into strange angles and flashing with colorful light. Those weren't rain lines at all, they were the bizarre colors flowing away from the observatory. Their true forms were small, twisted, embryonic objects, visible only in spirit vision state. When they touched the skin, they only made a person feel as if they had been sprayed by hot, humid exhaust. Originally, fearing the sunlight, they quietly hid inside the shadows of the forest and within the flowing mystical spring water. But now, the sunlight suppressing them had vanished, and it was time for them to return to where they belonged. They twisted and tangled together, shaking violently as if struck by a strong wind. Before Katerina could react, the whirlwind, formed purely from twisted colors, tore open the clouds beneath her feet and sucked her into the center of the storm. Chapter 284, Help, Mr. Hanged Man. Fear. Katerina hadn't experienced that emotion in a long time. Thanks to the wartime, after advancing to Sequence 4, she quickly completed the acting of the Demoness of Despair. Including the ritual, it only took her less than 200 years to advance to Sequence 3, which was a remarkably fast record in the history of the Demoness sect. Compared to other saints, the Demoness of Undying possessed a longer lifespan and a more resilient body. Moreover, the position of Pope was already filled, so she didn't need to continue striving for the angel rank. Thus, she remained at Sequence 3 from the 4th epoch until now. As one of the oldest saints on the continent, Katerina's long experience taught her many things, making her understand what to do and what not to do. Even if her strength was inferior to others, she could find ways to solve problems through negotiation. Even when facing that annoying red heretic and falling into his trap, she only pretended to be scared, eventually reaching a cooperation. However, the flowing colors currently brought her a sensation she hadn't experienced in hundreds of years. Fear instantly gripped the saint's entire body, making her limbs temporarily stiff. Her spiritual intuition told her that those seemingly inconspicuous color blocks were hundreds of times more terrifying than the sealed artifact she was currently dealing with. If she hadn't flown up a little just now, and most of the color blocks had chosen to bypass the sun, she would have been completely corrupted, or even lost control and died. The bizarre mass of colors coiled and twisted, enveloping Katerina and the sealed artifact in the middle, along with Anisadora's jewelry box, completely isolating them from the outside world. Everywhere Katerina looked, there were only those strange colors, unlike any known to human beings. Fortunately, I'm next to this sun. It seems the primordial one hasn't abandoned me yet. Katerina's spirits lifted, and she continued to activate the mystical item in her hand. While weakening the intense sunlight, she intentionally allowed some sunlight to pass through, maintaining the sun's deterrent effect on those creatures. It took less than 5 minutes for all those color blocks to flow to the other end of the island. Once they had all flown away, she could avoid these contaminating, bizarre creatures and return to the ironclad ship with the sealed mystical item to rendezvous with Tracy. After her recent attempt, Katerina discovered that her abilities could not pass through these strange, non-fully material creatures. They seemed to only fear the sun and strong light, so she didn't waste any more spirituality on them, but quietly waited for the moment the torrent would cease. However, 5 minutes quickly passed, and within Katerina's sight, mysterious colors were still everywhere, their concentration not having changed even slightly. How can this be? Katerina was somewhat perplexed. After careful consideration, she decided to risk connecting to the spirit world with a thread again to confirm her corresponding position in reality. The spirit world and reality correspond perfectly in some unknown way. Different sequences have different ways of entering the spirit world. For example, a demoness, who uses threads to attach to corresponding positions in the spirit world and pulls her body in the real world with spirit world threads, requires the user to have powerful dynamic spirit world vision. Katerina activated her spirit world vision and looked around. However, in less than a second, she let out an uncontrollable scream. It wasn't due to the effects of corruption, but the impact of reality. In her spirit world vision, the invisible color blocks symbolizing the real world around her were rapidly shifting and gradually becoming stained with that indescribable mysterious color. The color blocks corresponded to the scenes in the real world, and their movement meant that she was moving at an extremely high speed in the real world. Those colors indeed dared not approach the sun, but they lifted the entire sun and flew towards the true surface, and even the true cosmos. Katerina groaned. Although she tried to force herself to calm down, the color blocks that constantly appeared in her vision, even with her eyes closed, made it almost impossible for her to think calmly. As a saint, she could indeed go without food for long periods and withstand extreme environments. She had made quite a few preparations, and it was far from the time when she would be completely helpless. However, the malicious information contained within the colors, and the knowledge not belonging to humans, were subtly and gradually transforming Katerina, causing her body and mind to undergo a slow but steady regression. Although the sealed artifact could help her resist this regression, it wasn't permanently effective. The cloud of colors enveloped the sun at its center, erupting like a geyser towards the true surface. Mother. On the Honeysuckle Queen, Tracy had noticed Katerina being swept up by the color blocks much earlier, but she was helpless. Even a saint could only be carried towards the cosmos without resistance. What could a Sequence 5 do? In the ruins left by beings beyond gods, safety wasn't due to sufficient strength, but rather being lucky enough not to violate the rules they left behind. Saints are, after all, merely human concepts, and the gap between them and true gods is even greater than the gap between a saint and an ordinary person. What do we do now? Without Miss Katerina, how can we make the Honeysuckle Queen fly out of the underground? Wendy rushed out of the engine room and urgently shouted to Adele, "That dividing line is closing in on us. It's estimated to spread across the entire sea in another hour or two." Adele frowned and said to Wendy, "First, find the river mouth and sail the ship into the island. Miss Katerina is a saint, perhaps she has other methods. We'll try to buy as much time as possible. Although the pollution in the outside ocean was deadly enough for humans, its effect on inanimate objects was not as strong. As long as Adele and the others stayed on the ship, their situation wasn't as dangerous as Katerina's. However, this so-called, less dangerous, was only temporary. This was originally an island that sealed pollution. Now that the seal was broken, with the pollution inside and out working in concert, no one could tell what might happen. In fact, after parting ways with Chow Chow and returning to the underground space beneath the raging sea, Adele felt her connection with the gray fog restore. Even the moment she fell out of the observatory, Adele received a message from Miss Audrey, asking if anything unexpected had happened. Therefore, she wasn't too worried about her own safety, because Mr. Hanged Man, who had also advanced to Sequence 3 and overcome the Sea King's disadvantage in fighting away from home, was now her backing. He had sufficient ability to return the Honeysuckle Queen to the surface in its original state. However, Adele couldn't be sure if Katerina had truly encountered an accident, fearing she might fall into her trap again. What if this was another trap she set to lure Gegran out? Her going to seal the sun was originally to force Gegran to come out and fight her. It was unlikely she wouldn't have a backup plan. The minds of demonesses who had lived for thousands of years were all very complex. Even if she was currently entangled by those bizarre creatures, Adele dared not relax and request aid from other factions. Not only Katerina, but Trasis' attitude also worried Adele. Because of Gegran, Trasis' attitude towards Adele was also very complicated. Clearly, Aunt Gegran, subconsciously, was more trusted by Tracy than her biological mother, Katerina. If the situation is urgent and Katerina truly dies or goes missing because of this, I can indeed pray to Mr. Fool, as Mr. Hanged Man said, and then directly call for his rescue through the gray fog. But how to deal with Tracy afterward is still a big problem. Adele outwardly looked very worried, but inwardly, she had already begun to weigh the pros and cons. Because the ocean he controls possesses certain characteristics of the gray fog, the Hanged Man can indeed transmit his abilities directly to almost any corner of the world through the gray fog, but this convenience is not unlimited. He cannot perform overly precise operations and control. He could accurately drop lightning next to a supplicant, across thousands of meters of deep rock layers and thousands of kilometers of horizontal distance, and he could also create a waterspout to lift an ironclad ship with a displacement of tens of thousands of tons to 1,000 meters in the air. But asking him to control who to strike and who not to strike, or only stun and not kill, from such a distance was simply too difficult for him. In fact, for a saint skilled in large-scale destruction, even if the target was standing not far from him, it would be impossible for him to control all his area of effect attacks to only hit the target, without accidentally harming any plants or animals. Although Adele considered herself a bit sturdier than ordinary plants and animals, that slight difference was no difference at all under the Sea King's lightning. I can only do my best not to strike you dead. When Adele asked about the relevant details before, Mr. Hanged Man had said quite frankly, so you'd best make sure your subordinates aren't by your side, or pray when they would die anyway even if I don't act. Thinking of this, Adele couldn't help but shiver and shook her head vigorously. In reality, Katerina did have a backup plan, but she had prepared in the wrong direction. The sealed artifact Anisadora's jewelry box was recorded within the demoness sect as a continuous use type, meaning that during use, the user could barely move and needed to continuously input spirituality, with only minor adjustments allowed in between. Otherwise, they would be seen as an attack target by the shadow and their soul would be directly dragged into the jewelry box. However, only after actual use once was it possible to learn all the information about this sealed artifact from the Pope of the demoness sect. Anisadora's jewelry box actually had a temporary interruption incantation. As long as the correct incantation was recited, the jewelry box could be activated and deactivated at any time. As for Gegran, due to her marriage to someone from the Death sect, she hadn't spent much time in the sect, so she naturally couldn't know the secret of the jewelry box. Katerina deliberately went up to seal it with great fanfare, also to see if Gegran would seize this opening. Once Gegran fell for it, Katerina's head-on strike awaited her. However, despite her thorough preparations, the current situation didn't require the incantation to close the jewelry box. If she, wrapped in the middle of the sun and the color blocks, closed the jewelry box, she would be burned to a crisp due to being too close to the Lightseeker Beander characteristic. Even if she wanted to run, she couldn't cross the nearly 1,000-meter thick light stream surrounding her. Finally, as Adele and her companions waited anxiously, the mass of colors enveloping Katerina finally crashed into the top of the dark rock wall. Because the sun, originally within this underground space, was enveloped by those creatures, Adele and the others couldn't clearly see what was happening at the top of the cave. They could only feel the ship swaying slightly beneath their feet, and an unsettling roar coming from all around. Adele didn't initially realize what that meant until dozens of seconds later, when an even louder sound swept through the entire cavern. It sounded like a mixture of a tsunami, a landslide, and the prolonged sound of a meteor falling, or like the result of a frantic symphony orchestra playing with all their might, amplified 1,000-fold. Yet, the sense of oppression that echoed in everyone's hearts, and the accompanying changes in airflow, were something no band in the northern continent could ever achieve. The immense sound made the crew almost lose their hearing for a moment. However, from Trass's pale face and her opening and closing mouth, it was clear that she and Adele had made the same judgment. The distorted color blocks, somewhere between inanimate and living, were far sturdier than they appeared. After all, being able to carry an angel-level sealed artifact upward meant their own strength shouldn't be low. And now, they should have already broken through the strata and flown towards the depths of the stars. In fact, the location this color mass chose to breach the surface was not on land, not in the bustling urban areas of the southern continent, but at the bottom of the raging sea near the southern continent's coast. For the residents of the southern continent, this location was clearly fortunate. Even if new whirlpools formed in the sea, it would make no difference to them, as they hardly ever crossed the raging sea's storms to go to the northern continent. However, for the expeditionary forces dispatched by the churches of the northern continent, this was clearly bad news. Originally, the raging sea's storms were a difficult obstacle for the Night Church's allied forces, who had not yet fully equipped ironclad ships. Thanks to the cooperation of ironclad ships and demigods, the army was barely sent over. But now, the Night Church's colonial supply fleet suffered heavy losses because of this, greatly impacting subsequent offensives. Of course, these were all later developments. In fact, when it came to bad luck, both the Night Church and the southern continent residents had to step aside, as one was north of the undersea cavern and the other south, while Adele and her companions were right below this cavern. The distance here from the surface was simply too far. Sound, seawater, and fragments of rock fell almost simultaneously from above. If not for the lingering bizarre order that slowed the acceleration of the fall, the seawater and rocks would have smashed onto Adele and the others before they even noticed anything amiss. In such a situation, Adele no longer cared that Tracy was right beside her. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's hearing had not yet recovered, she turned her back and quickly began to pray. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore the help of your favored one, hoping you will convey my request to the hanged man. This was the standard format for internal information transmission within the Tarot Club. Only prayers in this format could be answered by the automatically operating gray fog, directly relaying the subsequent third sentence and the scene witnessed by the supplicant to the corresponding member. Looking at the terrifying torrent of water pouring down like an inverted celestial river, Adele took a deep breath and, disregarding her image, shouted loudly. Help, Mr. Hanged Man. Chapter 285, Winding River Channel. The Hanged Man's support arrived quickly, the time difference between it and Adele's completed prayer being less than 3 seconds. Yet, these 3 seconds felt incredibly long to Adele, because the seawater and rocks were already plummeting from an altitude of over 10 kilometers due to gravity. Fortunately, the Honeysuckle Empress had not yet sailed into the island at this time, still navigating along the coast, searching for an angle. Because of this, it temporarily escaped disaster and became the first witness to the catastrophe. During the war, the Backland Bridge of the Tower, as a landmark building, had once been blown up for a period, but repairs were quickly completed under the guidance of rehired Steam Church technical personnel. And at that time, Adele, who was still Altair, had once infiltrated the ranks of the workers and was fortunate enough to witness the bridge repair process. The bottom of the Tassoc River consisted of hard silt, making reed piling quite difficult. Moreover, the upstream dam had been destroyed by the Fosak people, and it was the spring flood season at the time. Almost every day, People drowned during the repairs, and the lower reaches were filled with floating corpses. To this end, the steam church engineers came up with a new method. They used airships to lift a large amount of water level with the tower, then released it all at once, instantly scouring a hole in the riverbed suitable for piling. Altair, standing nearly 50 meters from the impact point at the time, was almost pierced through the palm by the splashing sand and rocks. And now, Adele was seeing a scene similar to that time, except the biggest difference was that the seawater was higher, the volume was greater, and it was mixed with falling rocks. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater plummeted through a massive, kilometer-wide hole, striking Bimini Island with an unstoppable momentum. The highest point of the island, the two conical volcanoes, immediately collapsed under the immense water pressure, sinking downwards like pouring hot water into a white porcelain cup filled with coffee grounds. Relying on the vision granted by a meander, Adele could even see how the towering trees on the island split and broke from the middle under the current, revealing their pale cores. Although the surrounding areas were lower in elevation, this only delayed the catastrophe for a moment. Less than a second later, destruction arrived. The original location of the island was scoured into a depression by the water flow, and fragments of the island, along with giant waves tens to hundreds of meters high, each wave higher than the last, scattered outwards. The hanged man's rescue had not yet arrived, but now, no one aboard the Honeysuckle Queen could withstand these overwhelming giant waves mixed with earth and rock fragments. Wait, if it's just for an instant. Adele, standing at the bow, didn't even have time to think much, instinctively raising her right hand. Her sleeve had long been torn during the adventure, revealing the sleeve's sword, Survivor, hidden beneath her clothes. Perhaps their own meander abilities were insufficient to save them, but this power originated directly from destiny. The power of this calamity was indeed astonishing. This tsunami alone was no less powerful than a demigod's attack. However, this was ultimately just a natural phenomenon and did not contain meander factors. The luck required to survive such a disaster until the hanged man's rescue arrived could be achieved even by a Sequence 6 sealed artifact. Adele leapt onto the bow without hesitation, extending her seemingly delicate right hand forward. Facing such a calamity, she unhesitatingly released all the luck she had previously accumulated. Although this would make her exceptionally unlucky for the next month, she had no other choice at the moment. At first, nothing seemed to happen. However, in that instant, Adele clearly perceived that something had changed. First, a rock changed its trajectory and struck another rock it shouldn't have hit, subsequently triggering a marvelous chain reaction that spread throughout the entire torrent within a second. With Adele's outstretched right hand as the dividing line, the mighty mudslide split into two streams, flowing along the bow of the Honeysuckle Empress to both sides, making it look as if she had cut the mudslide in half. Although she was immediately thrown back onto the deck by the subsequent waves, her goal had been achieved. After Adele's luck was exhausted, the separated torrent did not converge back towards the center. Instead, it briefly paused, then rapidly spun upward, forming a towering waterspout that lifted the Honeysuckle Queen. Since the Lightseeker's meander characteristic had been swept up and flown toward the cosmos, the underground cavern instantly reverted to its original deep darkness. Especially in this sea area, because it was originally illuminated by sunlight, there were no glowing algae floating above the black liquid, making the lights on the Honeysuckle Queen the only illumination within a radius of dozens of nautical miles. Inside the mudslide, an indescribable vortex rapidly formed, tearing at the whole mass and causing the terrifying waves to collapse thunderously at high speed. The sudden violent winds carried the waterspout, lifting the ironclad ship, allowing it to narrowly pass the torrent. Amidst the mountain collapsing roar, secondary waves spread out, slapping against the bottom of the Honeysuckle Queen and emitting a grating sound of colliding steel. The waterspout then vanished, and the fierce hurricane continued to lift the Honeysuckle Queen, making it spiral upward around the column of water pouring down above, as if climbing a steep winding mountain road. What is going on? As her hearing gradually returned, Adele heard Tracis' voice, filled with shock and fear. Having sailed the seas for so long, how could she not know that this was the ability of a demigod of the storm pathway? However, many factions collaborate with the Demoness sect, and none of them possess a demigod of the storm pathway, so this clearly couldn't be reinforcements brought by the sect. Let's get out first, Adele replied without answering. In reality, she still hadn't figured out how to deal with Tracy. Now, Tracy was intimidated by the demigod and needed to rely on the honeysuckle queen to leave. However, it was truly uncertain how the situation would unfold once they were outside. The best outcome would naturally be to bring her over to my side. Unfortunately, Miss Justice is too far away. If she were here, asking her to give Tracy a psychological suggestion would solve everything. Adele mused silently in her heart. Just then, a thick gray fog appeared before her, and she heard the voice of Mr. Hanged Man. Have your people hide in the cabins and close the watertight doors. We are about to rush into the water column and navigate underwater for at least 5 minutes. Having said this, the Hanged Man paused slightly. You don't need to worry about Vice Admiral of Disease, just keep her steady. Your current location is near Baron's Port in West Balam's northern state, and Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club will meet you there. This chapter is 2,000 characters, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 286, Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon. While Adele organized the sailors to hide in the cabins and seal the watertight doors, she searched her memories for information about the other party. In the Tarot Club, although Mr. Moon did not speak much and rarely participated in others' decisions, he always carried a unique sense of pride, seemingly believing he bore an extraordinary mission. Adele found Mr. Moon's pride baffling. Everyone was working for Mr. Fool to prevent the apocalypse, yet no one else had his excessive sense of mission. Speaking of Mr. Moon, the being I met in the Twilight Country, who was suspected to be Lilith, told me that I could gain some benefits by cooperating with Mr. Moon, using the bloodletter that she had modified. Now the bloodletter has merged into my body, I wonder if that still counts. She ran quickly into the cabin while habitually letting her mind wander. During the time the Honeysuckle Empress was docked, the sailors were not idle. They used spare parts in the cabin that were not completely damaged to repair the broken portholes. Where glass was insufficient, they simply sealed the openings completely with iron plates, making the ironclad ship look like a tattered doll. Of course, repairs of this level could never withstand the water pressure at the bottom of the sea, so the Hanged Man applied other spells. A large film of water, big enough to cover the entire hull, appeared out of thin air, enveloping the ship and increasing its speed somewhat. The ship then began to cut into the interior of the water column, slicing through the cascading water curtain little by little, spiraling upward at the center of the column. On the sole remaining large porthole in the captain's cabin, Adele saw the scene at the edge of the void. Some of the surviving colorful creatures remained at the bottom of the tunnel, flickering with eerie light. However, before she could clearly see the surrounding situation, the Honeysuckle Empress rushed out of the void under the influence of Mr. Hanged Man's ability, speeding toward the sea surface. Baron's Port, northern East Balam. This was one of the springboards for the Loan Kingdom's expedition to the southern continent, where continuous fleets crossed the raging sea daily, delivering all necessary supplies to the front lines. Originally, the Loan Kingdom's colonial policy in the southern continent was relatively lenient, allowing some colonial princes and nobles to retain their rule over their subjects. The Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate provided mysticism assistance to these traditional princes and nobles to secure their dominant positions. Instigated by the first wave of colonists, they drove their slaves to build railway systems and port cities, establishing contact with various countries on the northern continent. They purchased advanced weaponry, mercenaries, and even beyonders and mystical items, using them to suppress competitors and other royal nobles. These ports were also channels for selling stolen goods. The indigenous nobles sold slaves to the northern continent, then pushed all the blame onto the northern continent people and pirates, represented by the Vice Admiral of Disease, thus maintaining control over the plantations and wineries within their territories. However, after the Night Church fully withdrew its energy from the previous war and focused on striking the forces of the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate, these ports instantly became bridgeheads for the Orthodox God Church's expedition. 7 out of the 12 active ironclad ships of the Loan Kingdom were deployed on this front line. For them, the storms of the raging sea were no longer an obstruction. The geographical advantage, which was once considered a natural barrier, had been brutally negated. Because of this, the Loan Kingdom dared to deploy large numbers of troops to the colonial front, without worrying about their supply lines being cut off. Admiral Emilius Levitt, who had volunteered to take charge of the crucial task of suppressing the Rose School of Thought, once proudly stated, the raging sea has now become the Kingdom Fleet's backyard. However, the backyard was now on fire. Lord White, regular communication with the support fleet has been lost. The liaison officer responsible for reporting the news looked panicked, his voice even trembling slightly. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. Although he wanted to believe in the capabilities of their fleet, the scene that had just occurred was simply too bizarre. Even people far away in Baron's Port could observe the abnormal sight with the naked eye. First, the ironclad ship, the Hawa, from the support fleet sent an emergency communication reporting that intense colored light suddenly shot out from the sea surface, and large numbers of marine creatures frantically approached a certain spot. Subsequently, 4 ironclad ships, the East Chester, the Winter, and the Severus, all reported similar situations. Then, the people of Baron's Port saw a second sun rise from the sea, wrapped in brilliant starlight. The seawater evaporated into vapor, drifting upward to form clouds, causing heavy rain hundreds of nautical miles away in Baron's Port. After that, the tides in Baron's Port stopped surging back, and the waterline retreated toward the deep ocean, forming a massive whirlpool hundreds of nautical miles in diameter directly beneath where the second sun had risen. All fleets anchored in Baron's Port had to weigh anchor and set sail, or they would be stranded in the harbor. The commotion caused by the Empress and the demoness sect is too great. Emmeline White frowned. The Hanged Man had indeed told him previously that if the Empress had to return to the surface near the raging sea, she would need his support, but he never expected a situation like this. As for the Star, unlike Emmeline the sanguine demigod stationed at the logistics base, he was a member of the Night Church and had already advanced with the other Nighthawks to the central southern continent, unable to return immediately. Emmeline was originally hesitant about what excuse to use to leave the camp for the rendezvous if the Empress truly sent word. After all, as a demigod, his presence at the base served as a deterrent, and leaving arbitrarily could easily lead to unforeseen incidents. But now, he realized he seemed to have a reason. Continue maintaining contact, organize the fleet for search and rescue. No, never mind, I will go myself. Emmeline quickly dressed, bringing the exclusive sealed artifact provided to him by the Sanguine. The situation was urgent, he didn't even bother to quibble about the officer calling him Lord White instead of Count. Tell the Druids of the church, and the Sanguine members stationed at the port, Emmeline commanded the liaison officer. All leave is cancelled. They're going to be busy. Furthermore, immediately send a telegram to the front line informing them that the logistics fleet has encountered problems. Tell them to slow their advance and wait until the church's production-type Beyonders have re-established supply stations before making further plans. After giving his orders, a thick mass of black gas spread out behind Emmeline, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. He then opened the window, leapt out, and flew toward the center of the whirlpool under the cover of the night. Chapter 287, Recruitment. Under the protection of Mr. Hanged Man's deep-sea water membrane, the Honeysuckle Queen finally emerged safely from the seabed. When the steel hull reappeared above the water, the sailors on board couldn't help but cheer excitedly. For these sailors, this journey was simply too thrilling. The sights they witnessed along the way, and the experience of being lifted by strong winds into the deep sea and then back out, were things they had never seen in their lives. It was no exaggeration to say they had escaped death. However, while the sailors relaxed, the atmosphere in the captain's cabin was not as lively as outside. On the contrary, Adele, Wendy, and 4 bar demonesses stood on one side of the room, facing Tracy on the other side, creating a tense, almost confrontational atmosphere. The one who made a move just now doesn't look like a demigod from the Storm Church. Although Tracis' words didn't betray much tension, her subtle body movements indicated that she was already on edge, ready to enter combat at any moment. I cannot reveal information about that organization, but you guessed correctly. Burning black flames floated around Adele and the others. The flames beside Wendy were maintained by Adele. Tracy, after all, was a pirate general famous throughout the 5 seas, and a powerful Beyonder known for spreading diseases. Originally, even with Adele's advancement to Sequence 6, plus the 3 Sequence 7s beside her and Natalie, who was also Sequence 6, their superficial strength was only comparable to hers. As for the ordinary sailors on the ship, they wouldn't last half a minute against an indiscriminate plague. However, by a stroke of luck, although Adele's faction of Beyonders on the ship lacked a diverse range of professions, preventing their combined combat power from being maximized. The Demonis's black flames also had a strong suppressive effect on Trasis' most potent diseases. Trasis Plague might be irresistible to other Beyonders of the same sequence 5 for more than 3 minutes, but no matter how strong it was ultimately a spiritual plague, and as long as there was spirituality, black fire could burn it. Even the terrifying plague created by a demigod-level Demoness of Despair could be burned away by a sequence 5 Demoness's black fire. Even Frank's mushrooms could be burned by black fire, let alone the virulent infectious diseases simulated by Tracy. In truth, if Tracy truly wanted to escape, the Demonesses wouldn't have much confidence in pursuing her. But the problem was that they were at sea, with the nearest shore hundreds of nautical miles away, a 5-hour journey for the Honeysuckle Queen. As a pirate general, Tracy would certainly have prepared mystical items for underwater breathing. However, if swimming alone could shake off the fastest ironclad ship in the kingdom to date, then what would the Navy use to justify their funding? Tracy was certain that if she jumped into the sea to escape, she would definitely be pursued by this ironclad ship and bombarded until her death, becoming the first pirate general to be directly killed by an ironclad ship's cannon. Ironically, this feeling of being trapped at sea, unable to escape, was something I, as a pirate general, usually inflicted on others. Tracy sighed, feeling unaccustomed to the reversal of the situation for a moment. But seeing Adele's cautious demeanor, at least she doesn't want to directly deal with me. After all, they have the absolute advantage now, she shouldn't have any reason to be hesitant, right? Just as Tracy was hesitating, Adele's expression momentarily flickered, then relaxed. She said to Tracy, "The organization's demigod is only a few dozen nautical miles from here and will arrive soon. From what he said, the authorities have other arrangements for you now." Authorities? Trasis' eyelids twitched slightly. "Didn't you just say you weren't from the Storm Church?" "Indeed not." Adele nodded. "So, these authorities don't refer to the church, but rather the Southern Theater Command of the Loan Kingdom." Tracy found herself increasingly unable to grasp the identity of this nominal younger sister. Could she be a military mole placed within the Demoness sect? But how long had she been with the Demoness sect? Wait, Tracy suddenly realized she had overlooked something. How could a lone Demoness have the strength and qualifications to take over a trial production warship, even one retired halfway through its construction? She had vaguely realized this when they first met, but at the time, she was completely shocked by the sudden appearance of the angel Hermes, and this suspicion was quickly dismissed. Now that she thought about it, being able to cooperate with the Church of the God of Combat, having close ties with established nobles, being escorted by a demigod from the Storm Church, specifically greeted by a military demigod, commanding the kingdom's most advanced warship, and being responsible for post-war trade recovery and material liaison with Fosak and Intis. It was practically written all over her face, "I am with the military." Tracy eyed Adele with suspicion, her mind racing to consider possible outcomes. If the military wanted to infiltrate the Demoness sect for intelligence, they wouldn't do it so conspicuously. Those old foxes in the military wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Could it be? Tracy recalled the Demonesses the sect had previously sent to infiltrate the upper echelons of various countries. When the Demoness sect collaborated with George III, they seized the opportunity to enter Lowen's aristocratic circles, securing benefits for the sect. However, after George III's assassination, most of them were not killed or imprisoned by official Beyonders. Their social status wasn't even revoked, they merely gradually faded from public view under the intentional oversight of official Beyonders. Could it be that, just as the sect did in the kingdom's high society, the kingdom's military is also preparing to insert an informant within the sect to maintain balance? Trasis' mind reeled, feeling that she had grasped the crux of the matter. The sect sent Demonesses to infiltrate the kingdom's high society, so even if it was just for appearances, the military had to make up for it. Inserting such an obvious informant wasn't to actually gain much intelligence, but to show others that they were actively trying. Presumably, the higher-ups of the sect have already reached some consensus with the military. It's just a pity that Mother doesn't know this and still thought Adele was Gegran's subordinate, putting on an act in front of her for a long time, and ultimately getting herself caught. Trasis' mouth twitched slightly. The factional struggles within the Demoness sect were no less intense than those within the kingdom. Everyone was once an instigator, and expecting such a group of people to obediently unite was clearly a pipe dream. Moreover, in the fourth epoch, the demoness sect was passed down in family units, and even now, small groups formed within the sect based on blood relations or guidance are commonplace. Among them, saints, due to their longer lifespans, naturally have many more direct subordinates. Aside from the possible essence faction, Katerina and her biological or adopted daughters form a faction themselves, and there are also the factions of the confirmed dead demoness of despair Penetia, and so on. Almost every saint has their own small sphere of influence. These small factions clashed with each other, with absolutely no information transparency, which was why Katerina was confident in deceiving Gegran with the secret of the sealed artifact. Only when it came to the primordial demoness's oracle would these factions reluctantly cooperate. It seems Adele was most likely sent by the military's dovish faction to silence those forces that initially disagreed with cooperation. Currently, neither the Knight Church nor the kingdom's military has the resources to deal with the demoness sect, but they can't just stand by and watch. In this situation, it's not impossible for the military and the demoness sect's higher-ups to reach some compromises. Trasis' eyes narrowed slightly, her guarded aura slowly receding, and she raised a hand to indicate that she wouldn't resist. The internal factional strife of the demoness sect was also brutal. Although Trasis' sadness after losing Katerina as her backer was inevitable, she showed no sign of it. This was because finding a new backer and ensuring the faction's survival took precedence over revenge or remembrance. This was one of the reasons why the demoness families managed to preserve themselves during the chaotic Pale disaster. No, I haven't said anything yet. Why do you seem to understand everything? Seeing Tracy suddenly relax her guard, Adele was momentarily stunned. She had prepared for a lengthy discussion, but the other party suddenly adjusted her mindset, which left Adele feeling a bit awkward. I didn't accidentally blurt out information about the Tarot Club, did I? Adele muttered to herself, but she knew it was impossible. If a spectator saint's psychological suggestion was that simple, then Miss Justice wouldn't be in charge of the Tarot Club right now. However, Trasis' understanding saved her a lot of trouble. Now, she just needed to wait for Mr. Moon to arrive. So, in a somewhat awkward atmosphere, the demonesses and Tracy spent a short, rather uncomfortable period. Then, amidst the sailors' exclamations, a dense swarm of bats flew from all directions, landing on the ironclad ship's deck. Accompanied by a phantom black mist, the bats quickly merged, forming a humanoid figure dressed in a black evening gown. I am Emmeline White, Bishop of the Earth Mother Church stationed in Baron's Port, and a sanguine count. Emmeline White, dressed in a black suit with a slightly pale complexion, bowed slightly and asked the sailors on the deck, "Is this Captain Adele Cersei's ship?" Upon seeing the other party's crimson eyes, the eyes of the crew members on the deck also showed an eerie red glow. They bowed respectfully with submissive expressions, making way for the newcomer. Emmeline didn't deliberately hide his aura, so Adele sensed his arrival even in the captain's cabin. She quickly led the demonesses down the gangway to greet him. Tracy walked at the very end. Although her guess about Adele's identity wasn't entirely accurate, she felt she was at least close. However, upon hearing Emmeline's self-introduction, she realized she had been too conservative in her estimations. Initially, she thought it was a demigod from the Knight Church, but it turned out to be a demigod from the Church of the Earth Mother. Tracy had originally thought that, as fellow members of the demoness sect, she might be able to mediate slightly. However, the demoness sect had almost no connection with the Church of the Earth Mother, whose original sphere of influence was Feniport. Now, she could only hope for the other party's decision. As Tracy felt uneasy, Adele had already stepped forward to greet Emmeline with a bow. "Good evening, Your Excellency the Count. Honestly, I never expected to see you here." Adele had intended to perform a traditional standing noble's curtsy, but realizing she wasn't wearing a long skirt, she simply clasped her hands in front of her and gave a brief bow. "I'd rather you hadn't appeared," Emmeline said sharply. "However, this is good news for that pirate lady. If that nebula hadn't appeared and caused significant losses to the Navy, she would have already become a Beander characteristic." "What does this mean?" Adele was somewhat confused, but seeing Emmeline's expression, she wisely didn't ask. "Report what you witnessed this time at the next regular meeting. You have other matters to attend to next." Emmeline walked past Adele and stood before the demonesses, scanning them briefly, then said in a somewhat high-pitched voice, "Which one of you is Tracy?" "That would be me." Tracy took a step forward. It was night, and the sea breeze gently billowed her black long dress, making her figure appear somewhat slender. Even though Emmeline already knew she was a demoness, he was still slightly amazed upon seeing her. A different kind of beauty from that demigod of the temperance faction, but without being quite as doll-like. Does it feel like something's missing? Emmeline shook his head, clearing the useless thoughts from his mind. He cleared his throat and said to Tracy and Adele, because of the nebula that rose from the seabed earlier, the kingdom's fleet suffered severe losses. To maintain the kingdom's pressure on the Rose School of Thought, I am now requisitioning this ironclad ship in my capacity as commander of the Southern Army's logistics unit. At this point, Emmeline paused slightly and turned to Tracy. As for you, normally, as an official Beander, I should execute you, a pirate, directly. However, these are extraordinary times, and I have been granted the authority to act at my discretion. Your name should also serve as a good deterrent against the indigenous colonial natives of the southern continent and the hidden Rose School of Thought members among them. What does this mean? Tracy was somewhat confused, not knowing what this demigod wanted her to do. Emmeline rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a golden scroll. This is a contract created by an arbiter pathway demigod. Sign your name here. A hint of playful amusement appeared in Emmeline's crimson eyes. I, on behalf of the kingdom, hire you as an officially sanctioned privateer captain. Chapter 288, The Age of Great Exploration 2.0. Privateer captain. While Adele and Tracy were still pondering the meaning of the term, Wendy, beside them, had already realized who had coined it. Needless to say, it must be Rosal again. Wendy rubbed her forehead, feeling a sense of disorientation. In the 16th century, European powers, in their struggle for maritime hegemony, resorted to all means, including encouraging pirates to attack ships of other nations. While all nations publicly and righteously declared themselves irreconcilable with pirates, they secretly recruited them extensively for their own use. Rosal, having learned the essence of this, not only initiated the Age of Great Exploration but even personally intervened, using his identity as the son of Steam to heavily manufacture weapons to arm pirates, directing them to strike at his opponents. Simply put, the Church has now approved you to form a new squad based on this ironclad ship, specifically to plunder along the East Balam coast, attack port cities, and control maritime power. As Emmeline spoke these words, he frowned slightly, sighing inwardly at how awkward these neologisms invented by Rosal were. Form a new squad. Tracy raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly realizing there was a hidden meaning in his words. Are you wondering why you can't bring over your original pirate crew? Emmeline glanced at Tracy and said unhurriedly, "You've been at sea for too long, your information is a bit cut off." With that, he pulled out the Maritime News he had just been reading in the office from his pocket, flipped to the front page, and handed it to Tracy. Tracy took it doubtfully, but after just one glance, her expression twisted. Dozens of seconds later, she slammed the newspaper to the ground, screaming hysterically. How dare that Limonu guy? Adele's eyes flickered, scanning the Maritime News on the floor, where several lines of startling bold characters were written. Shocking. Bloody infighting in the far northern sea. A new pirate general is born. Adele looked at Wendy, finding her equally stunned. No way. Similar thoughts arose in both their minds. I've only been away from my ship for less than a week, and he dares to rebel and claim he's killed me. Tracy exclaimed in disbelief. Has his brain been addled by the true creator? Adele knew who Tracy was referring to, but it surprised her almost as much as Tracy. Limonu King, the first mate of the Black Death, and the brother of the deceased second mate of the Black Death, Silver-Tongued, Miser King. Both brothers inherited some special traits from the Black Emperor pathway, being naturally half Sequence 9 Beyonders, and both were at the Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption level. However, Limonu possessed a mystical item corresponding to a Rose Bishop, making him significantly stronger than Miser. Adele had met Limonu King the last time she boarded the Black Death. He didn't have the powerful presence inherent to Black Emperor pathway Beyonders. He was more like a Rose Bishop than a Baron of Corruption, always lurking in the shadows. According to Annie's description, he and Miser were almost polar opposites. The side effect of his sealed artifact from the true creator is that he occasionally hears sounds he shouldn't, like a true listener, which makes him very strange, even uninterested in the captain's beauty. Annie described him to Adele at the time. If there's anyone among the crew from Keelangos who wouldn't kick the captain when she's down, it's him. In fact, I don't know what could excite that guy. Maybe he masturbates every night listening to the true creator's voice. He should know that the demonist sect is behind you, right? Adele asked. A pirate general isn't a lone wolf. Without backing, even if he seizes a fleet, it would be easily taken back by a demigod from a church, wouldn't it? He doesn't seem like a brainless guy, so why would he do something so suicidal? At this point, Adele suddenly seemed to understand something and turned to Emlyn, asking. Don't tell me that the terrorist organization, Aurora Order, has jumped out again to claim responsibility for this incident. Exaggerating, a pirate general without backing is like livestock waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of other pirate generals. Originally, everyone had demigods backing them. If you called a demigod, I would too, and those at lower sequences would truly suffer. But if someone without a demigod suddenly appeared, you couldn't expect pirates to suddenly have chivalry, could you? Limonu didn't seem like a brainless fool, at least not one who would do something suicidal, so something must have given him courage. Considering the impression he gave, Adele's first thought was the Aurora Order. Not only did they all believe in the true creator, but they also seem very eager to take responsibility for similar matters. This time, it's not the Aurora Order. Unexpectedly, Emlyn smiled and then shook his head. However, someone else is responsible. Who is it? Tracy asked through gritted teeth. The Iron and Blood Cross Order. You demonist sect members should be familiar with that name. Emlyn said with a half smile, half sigh. Do those who believe in the fallen creator all enjoy jumping out to take responsibility for such things? Iron and Blood Cross Order. Iron and Blood Cross Order. Tracy's expression instantly turned solemn. She repeated the name, seemingly deep in thought. All right, what you do specifically is your business. Now, quickly sign this contract and come with me to where you came up to see if there are any other survivors. Of course, I estimate there aren't any. Emlyn urged impatiently. Tracy quickly took the contract from his hand, but after just one glance, her face was filled with astonishment. Your Excellency the Count, this contract has no main body of text. Aside from a small mark where Tracy was to sign for confirmation, the contract was almost entirely blank, with no requirements, no Emlyn's signature, only. Oh, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea, so I haven't had time to write it yet. Just sign it, and I'll fill it in later. Emlyn said casually, this is something I got from a colleague earlier. I didn't expect to use it in this situation, so I naturally didn't write down the clauses in advance. But, this. Tracy hesitated. In the mystical world, the mystical connection between a true name and one's true self is one of the mediums for many spells. Signing blindly without seeing the main text is almost as dangerous as casually dripping one's blood on something of unknown origin. This contract cannot force someone to do something suicidal that doesn't align with the spirit of the contract. Seeing Tracy hesitate, Emlyn snorted lightly. I guarantee, in the name of the sanguine Count Emlyn White, that what I just said is true. Does not showing others the main text of a contract conform to the spirit of the contract? Adele silently grumbled in her heart. Besides, what difference does it make to you whether you see the main text or not? Emlyn walked over to Tracy and whispered in her ear, you wouldn't not sign it, would you? Of course not, Your Excellency the Count. Tracy's body trembled violently, and her tone immediately softened. Wendy quickly took out the pen from her chest pocket and handed it to her. Tracy then signed her name on the blank contract. Very well, then, everyone else can disperse. Miss Cersei, let's go to the captain's cabin and discuss what you've seen during this period. When speaking to Adele, who was also a member of the Tarot Club, Emlyn's tone softened slightly. Originally, he believed that not only was he chosen by Mr. Fool, but also a divine chosen by the ancestor, which had always given him a strange sense of mission and honor. But now, Adele was also endowed with some peculiarity by an entity suspected to be Lilith, and had received a response from Mr. Fool during the Angel's Fall, which suddenly gave Emlyn a sense of urgency. The women dispersed. Tracy temporarily went to the room Katerina had vacated, while Adele and Emlyn went to the captain's cabin, where Adele briefly recounted her recent experiences to Emlyn. Of course, Adele only gave a general overview, many details were not directly stated. Emlyn, also a member of the Tarot Club, understood implicitly, these things could not be discussed in the real world, it would only be safe to speak of them above the grey fog. I must say, your experience is truly bizarre. Emlyn finished listening to Adele's narration, shaken by the scene of the underground world, but it was somewhat unaccustomed for him, who considered himself most special, to praise others. Of course, this was also one of the main reasons he bickered with Leonard. Actually, it has nothing to do with me personally. If it were someone else, they would still have ways to achieve their goals. Adele replied, which made her think of Gegran again, and her mood became a little low. Arrogant thinking. You're not them, so why would you make assumptions for them? Emlyn scoffed, if they had chosen someone else, they might have done better than me. This thought itself is questioning their decisions. In other words, before being chosen by them, you weren't special, but they don't need you to be special to bestow peculiarity upon you. After being chosen by them, others seeking your cooperation do need to screen based on your circumstances, but you, having been chosen by them, are already special enough. If there's any questioning to be done, it should be them questioning their own decisions. For yourself or other humans, being chosen by a god is the answer to all questions. Emlyn replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Adele nodded, no longer dwelling on the topic, but at this moment, she was thinking of something else. Why do I feel melancholy when similar reasoning comes from Gegran, who is also a divine chosen, but when it comes from Mr. Moon, I only feel like he's showing off. Of course, she only dared to ask this question secretly in her heart. Clearing the useless thoughts from her mind, Adele turned the conversation back to recent events. You mentioned earlier that your commission was just a blank template you acquired. Will the kingdom's military recognize the legality of this commission then? Don't worry, this will be included in the Loan Kingdom's special treatment of the Church of the Earth Mother. Emlyn pointed to the Earth Mother Church emblem on his chest. Even though the Steam Church has withdrawn to Intis, their influence cannot be quickly erased. The Church of the Earth Mother still has a long way to go to completely occupy the Steam Church's position in Loan and possess an equivalent scale of armed forces. During this period, we have to resort to some extraordinary means to get through this difficult transitional period. You should have seen my kin in Backland. They are the Beyonders used by the Mother Goddess Church for this transition, originally Sanguine residing in Backland. I see, then I'm relieved. Adele nodded, leaning back slightly against the chair to ease her fatigue. After a few seconds, she suddenly remembered something and asked Emlyn, by the way, we are currently in the southern continent. Is there any means of communication to reach the Intersea area? I need to let my, fiancé, know I'm safe. Fiancé. Emlyn raised an eyebrow, then, remembering she was a Beyander of the Demoness pathway, he immediately understood. However, to become the Sanguine Savior, he couldn't escape this hurdle either. As Emlyn thought of the Sequence 1 beauty goddess of his pathway and the Sequence 2 desolate matriarch of the adjacent pathway, a feeling of empathy for a fellow sufferer welled up in his heart. But soon, he reined in his wandering thoughts and replied based on his memory. There used to be, but now there isn't. There used to be, but now there isn't. Adele was a bit puzzled and quickly pressed, why? Emlyn snorted with some dissatisfaction and said, originally, when the kingdom colonized the southern continent, they built an underwater telegraph line between the northern and southern continents. But after the war to encircle and suppress the Rose School of Thought broke out, they destroyed this line. Because most of the Steam Church's Beyonders have withdrawn, and the Night Church's intention is also not to involve those guys and let them profit, they haven't been able to wait for technicians to repair the line. As for battle command, apart from using high-speed clipper ships to travel between the northern and southern continents, the only way to communicate is by using ironclad ships anchored at sea as transit points for wireless telegraphy. Originally, this method was very safe. An ironclad ship itself is a mobile fortress. Even when anchored, it's not afraid to stand and exchange fire with enemy fleets during a sneak attack. But who could have imagined that star cluster would rise from the seabed? The star cluster that just rose has destroyed the transit station. If you want to report your safety, you'll have to wait until the next Tarot Club meeting and ask those who are still in the Intersea area to pass on a message for you. Emlyn then changed the subject, however, they should have mostly left the Intersea area by now. This time, there was a problem on Miss Judgment's side. Chapter 289, Unlucky Anderson. Miss Judgment has run into trouble again. Adele was slightly surprised. She recalled that at the last meeting, Although the other party was relatively weak, she had basically escaped their blockade. What kind of problem could she have run into now? Could it be related to the recent abnormal actions of the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Adele asked tentatively. That's right. They acted unusually tough. Even the demigod-level creature sent by mysticism to assist misjudgment was killed by them. In the end, it took Queen Mystic personally appearing to force them to retreat. Emlyn said incredulously, have those guys gone mad? Can you believe it? The Iron and Blood Cross Order actually mobilized an angel for misjudgment. An angel? Adele was greatly shocked. Mobilizing an angel just to pursue a demigod. That was simply unheard of. Even when the Night Church was hunting in Zangwil, the one responsible for pursuing him was merely, Eye of the Goddess, Ilya. What intelligence did she gather that warranted such a massive mobilization? Adele quickly pressed. Emlyn spread his hands. I don't know, and that's the strangest part. All Judgment learned was that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom might be cooperating with the Iron and Blood Cross Order, but when two major churches cooperate, the leakage of such clues is inevitable. Even if misjudgment hadn't discovered that information, other churches would eventually deduce it from the movements of both sides. Furthermore, misjudgment was only able to confirm their cooperation after a demigod from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom attacked her. If they truly wanted to hide the news, they wouldn't have done something so foolish. Emlyn sighed. In short, let's discuss these matters at the Tarot Club tomorrow. I have a feeling that a new alliance might be forming behind this, and that result is definitely not what we want to see. An alliance similar to Fosak and Intis in the last war. Adele felt her stomach churning. The scope might even be larger. Emlyn's expression was grave. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, behind them might be Intis, Lindbergh, Masik, Seeger. However, the last war already had a huge impact on the faith in the gods. The possibility of another large-scale war is low. The war has already reduced people's faith in the gods to its lowest point. Continuing to wage war benefits no one. They couldn't possibly fail to understand this principle. Emlyn sighed, but there's no use in the two of us discussing this now. All decisions must wait until the tarot gathering tomorrow. I hope Miss Justice and the others can find a solution. Adele nodded. Although she really wanted to do something, she knew very well that there was a significant gap between herself and the other Tarot Club members, both in terms of strength and influence. Only when my influence in the Intersea area is fully developed, and Theosophy Order takes root in Fosak, can I truly be equal to the others in the Tarot Club. Adele briefly organized her future development path in her mind, deciding to focus primarily on expanding her sphere of influence for now. She also wanted to prioritize improving her own strength, but for things like Beander potions, even though her current channels were far superior to those of a wild Beander, they were still insufficient to prevent the process of gathering potions from delaying her progress. In reality, Adele was already one of the fastest improvers among Beyonders. One must remember, it was still January 1354, only a little over 3 months since Adele fully digested Instigator, yet she had already advanced 2 sequences and was even beginning preparations to advance to sequence 5. This speed would make even Britain, famous among the Nighthawks for his rapid advancement, weep. The benefits brought by the Essence faction Demoness diluted the necessity of digesting the potion, replacing the residual mental pollution inside the potion with the erosion of the Saphira. Originally, Vianata had advanced to sequence 7 one step earlier than Adele, but now there was a subtle trend of her being left behind. Adele suspected that by the time she advanced to sequence 5, Vianata would probably still be struggling at sequence 6. Next would be the long process of building up her foundation. Although she knew that with her current mission, it would be difficult to return, Adele was still worried, not just about her businesses but more so about Vianata and Sophie. If I'm not around, I don't know what kind of person Vianata will raise Sophie to be. Also, the acting progress of the demon pathway, and the ritual of emotion removal that must be held at sequence 8. Adele took a deep breath and started to feel a headache coming on. Seriously, this family can't function without me. Afterwards, the 2 Tarot Club members, each preoccupied with their thoughts, searched the nearby sea area according to the established procedure, but found nothing except shattered ship wreckage. Meanwhile, on a small island in the center of the raging sea, a young man wearing a soaked white shirt and black vest was wading out of the water. His golden hair, hearted 30/70ths, was plastered wetly against his forehead, and he looked utterly dejected. He was dragging a riddled corpse with one hand and covering a wound on his abdomen with the other, where the flesh was slowly healing. Damn it, my bad luck should have been eliminated ages ago. Why am I still so unlucky? Anderson Hood threw the demigod's corpse onto the beach while complaining incessantly. He had originally just been taking a normal sea voyage for adventure, although there weren't many things that could put him, already a demigod, in danger. He couldn't change the lifestyle he had maintained for so long. Who would have thought he'd run into an attack by another demigod? The opponent was wearing a mysticism mask to conceal his identity, and Anderson's seed of harvest had opened dozens of holes in his body from the inside out. The wounds, slightly swollen from soaking in seawater, were still oozing bloody water. Why did you have to do this, buddy? Anderson ignited flames around his body, drying his clothes directly on himself, while speaking to the corpse. I'm not a pirate, and I don't have a bounty on my head. If you really need money, killing the Undying King is a better target than killing me. Anderson reached up and adjusted his hairstyle. And you tried to ambush a hunter with a trap. I almost pity you. See, now you're dead. After speaking, he looked around to confirm that the beach wasn't a tourist spot and that no one else would see them. All right, let me see who you really are. He muttered to himself as he walked over to the man and removed the mask from his face. The next second, his expression suddenly became complicated. Because he actually knew the demigod who had come to kill him, a key member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order named Sven Young, known among his colleagues as the Narcissus Knight. Of course, he wasn't called the Narcissus Knight because of his handsome appearance or because he used to be a woman, but because, even within the Iron and Blood Cross Order, where almost everyone was prideful, he belonged to the self-centered type who rarely tolerated opposition to his opinions. And he certainly had the capital to be proud. Before Anderson, he was the fastest demigod to advance within the Iron and Blood Cross Order. It was just unknown why he would suddenly attack Anderson. Looking at the face that had once annoyed even Anderson, the former strongest hunter opened his mouth, seemed to consider what to say for a moment, then patted Sven Young's cheek and chuckled twice. Oh, isn't this Sven Young? Haven't seen you in a few days, why are you so weak? Naturally, the dead Sven couldn't answer him. Anderson laughed for a moment, found it somewhat boring, and prepared to wait for the opponent's Beander characteristic to precipitate, then wait here for a lucky passing ship to hitch a ride elsewhere. An iron-blooded knight can indeed transform into flame and fly long distances, but they cannot stay airborne indefinitely. This is because this flying ability differs from the sanguine's ability to transform into bats. The latter only consumes spirituality during the transformation, with subsequent consumption being stamina, whereas flame sprint requires continuous maintenance and consumes a significant amount of spirituality. If he flew all the way from mid-range island to the southern continent or the northern continent, Anderson's spirituality would likely be depleted. For a Beander of the hunter pathway, the former strongest hunter, this was a situation to be avoided at all costs. Besides, if I can comfortably take a boat, why should I fly thousands of meters in the air? While waiting for the opponent's Beander characteristic to precipitate, Anderson gazed out at the sea, looking for any passing ships in the vicinity. He believed that after a friendly chat with the captain would be very willing to lend him the ship. However, just then, Sven Young's body suddenly disintegrated before Anderson's eyes, turning into tiny specks of light that flew straight up into the sky, startling Anderson. A ghost. Anderson, who had the experience of being chased by ghosts in the ruins of the southern continent and performing a grand night run, cried out in alarm. But he quickly reacted, covering his hands with brilliant white flames and reaching straight for the cluster of light. Although Anderson's reaction wasn't slow, and the flames of a sequence 4 iron-blooded knight could indeed burn spirit bodies, the ball of light still passed right through his hand without any obstruction. The moment it passed through his body, Anderson felt a segment of memory rush into his mind, appearing to be the original owner's experiences within the Iron and Blood Cross Order, as well as some understanding of the iron-blooded knight's abilities, which caused Anderson to slow down slightly. Yet, in that brief moment, Sven Young's body completely disintegrated and vanished, leaving not a single trace, and even taking the Beander characteristic with it. Anderson remained frozen in place with his hand outstretched, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Wait, my large piece of demigod characteristic just flew away like that. Anderson stared blankly at his empty palm, suddenly feeling the urge to curse. I've lived this long, and I've always been the one to piss people off, never the one to be pissed off. Anderson angrily kicked the patch of sand where the corpse had been, pondering what exactly had happened. What the opponent turned into wasn't a wraith or a spirit body, and an iron-blooded knight doesn't have that ability. It looks more like a stream of pure knowledge created by those people from the Knowledge Church. Anderson pondered for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Crap." Regardless of how he transformed, since he turned into an information stream and returned, doesn't that mean my location is exposed? The thought of those vengeful lunatics from the Iron and Blood Cross Order made Anderson feel a bit scared. Since he had delayed for so long, those people were probably already looking for mystical items capable of spirit world traversal. He wasn't actually much stronger than Sven, he had only managed to kill the opponent by exploiting a flaw and trading injuries for a life. If a few more came. No, forget a few, he couldn't handle even one more. If 2 more came, he'd have to find a geomantically favorable spot on this island and bury himself early. But they were all hunters, and on the open sea, there was no cover. He couldn't win a fight, nor could he run away. I can't rely just on myself now. Anderson gave a wry smile. However, his cheap teammates had already been wiped out by Sven Young during the shipwreck just now. And based on his relationship with that group, Anderson would be thanking heaven if they didn't kick him while he was down when facing a powerful enemy. His demigod-level intuition was warning him that enemies were getting closer, yet Anderson still didn't know who to ask for help. Edwina. Leaving aside whether she was nearby or could even make it, their only connection besides their acquaintance in Grossel's travels was that Anderson had pulled Edwina's hair when they were children. Besides, she probably hasn't reached demigod status yet. She wouldn't be much help. Danitz. He's supposedly the divine messenger of the Church of the Sea God now, but given his sequence, what use would he be in a demigod battle? Would he offer moral support by cursing, "Dog shit," from the back? Gehrman Sparrow. That lunatic hasn't appeared in a long time, and I don't know if I can contact him. After thinking it over, Anderson decided to seek help from Gehrman Sparrow. After all, both he and his messenger had guaranteed strength. At worst, he could ask the messenger, who could traverse the spirit world, to take him away. Having made up his mind, Anderson quickly made a decision, smeared a handful of blood from the wound on his waist, and swiftly drew several Hermes glyphs for summoning a messenger on the ground. A demigod's blood is rich in spirituality, and even without spiritual materials, it is sufficient to set up a ritual of this magnitude. I, in my name, summon the spirit wandering in the void, the friendly creature I can command, the messenger belonging exclusively to Gehrman Sparrow. Anderson hurriedly finished reciting the incantation. Before he could react, a rift opened in the space before him, and 2 streaks of crimson flame shot out, heading straight for Anderson. Just as Anderson was about to be struck by the flames, the summoning ritual array on the sand in front of him suddenly lit up. Accompanied by the familiar sound of turbulent wind, the beautiful lady wearing a gloomy and intricate black dress emerged from the sand before him, shielding Anderson from the 2 streaks of flame. Chapter 290, Undercurrents, End. Excellent timing. Anderson was overjoyed. Now, even the 4 pale heads Renique Tinekere held in her hand seemed pleasing to his eyes. 2 of Renique Tinekere's heads looked at Anderson, while the other 2 turned towards the 2 Iron and Blood Cross Order demigods who had flashed over using spirit world traversal. Both demigods shivered simultaneously. Before the 2 demigods could react, Renique Tinekere's 2 heads opened their mouths and let out a silent shriek. The heads of the 2 Iron and Blood Cross Order members buzzed, and blood flowed from their nostrils, ears, and even eyes. The 2 no longer dared to stay, unhesitatingly attempting to transform into flames and escape. However, their figures swayed, and they found that they couldn't turn into flames. Not only that, but they had also basically lost their Beyonder abilities. Renique Tinekere's golden red eyes reflected the shadows of the 2, gradually deforming them into 2 palm-sized rats. There's a terrifying beauty to it. Anderson had originally wanted to cheer, but he quickly remembered having a similar reaction the first time he saw Gehrman Sparrow summon his messenger. At that time, this messenger had almost made him strangle himself with just a glance. Forget it, forget it. Being turned into a zombie isn't worth it. Anderson rationally gave up on speaking out. Rini Tinakere opened her mouth, stirring up a biting cold wind that tore the spiritual bodies of the two demigods, who had been turned into rats, from their mismatched flesh, and drew them towards the mouths of the four severed heads she held. However, just as the spiritual bodies of the two demigods flew halfway, they immediately transformed into a vast and chaotic stream of information, which, along with the stream of information from their bodies, flew towards the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Again, the first one could be called a mystical item, but what about these two? Since when could such high-level mystical items be mass-produced? Anderson glanced at the distant sky with some annoyance, then noticed that the messenger lady's remaining two heads turned around and focused their gaze on him. "I didn't see a letter." Rini Tinakere's four heads spoke in sequence. "Ahem, it's a verbal message, Anderson said awkwardly. "I originally wanted to write a letter, but then they suddenly jumped out to attack me, and I didn't have time to write it." As soon as Anderson spoke, he felt something was off. After thinking it over carefully, he wished he could slap himself. Who calls a messenger over before writing a letter? I don't have as much face as that German Sparrow fellow, daring to make the messenger wait for him to write a letter. Anderson was still feeling fearful, but Rini Tinakere fell silent. Even the four heads she held in her hand seemed to deflate at that moment. After a long while, the four heads spoke in turn. "He, currently, does not receive verbal messages." "Ah, why?" Anderson asked, a bit puzzled. "Because he is still asleep." Rini Tinakere's tone still showed no change, but her answer made Anderson feel an inexplicable sense of unease. "Asleep? Why?" Anderson was somewhat puzzled but didn't dare to directly ask for details. He could only awkwardly say, "All right then, I don't really have anything urgent, so I won't disturb his sleep." This action requires compensation. Rini Tinakere did not disappear, but instead shook the four heads she held, continuing to speak word by word. "I knew it." Anderson was a little dejected. He had known before that German Sparrow's messenger had a unique fondness for gold coins, charging 1 gold coin for each delivery. This time, summoning her to save his life, Anderson was prepared for a significant expenditure. "So, how many gold coins do you want? Can I pay in installments?" Anderson asked Rini Tinakere with a pained expression. Although his hunting income was always considerable, as a hunter who spent money lavishly, his entire net worth was only 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, with most of the remaining money having been converted into Beander potions for his team members. Before the attack, he had actually sensed the presence of Xian Yang, but didn't make a sound, secretly coveting the other party's Beander characteristic. But who would have thought that after the other party died, they would directly turn into a knowledge stream and disappear, almost wiping out his entire team. If she truly demands an exorbitant price, I'm afraid I'll have to dive to the bottom of the sea to see if I can retrieve the bodies of my teammates. Hopefully, the Beander characteristics are fine. Anderson prayed in his heart. This time, no gold coins. As if finding it difficult to speak this way, Rini Tinakere raised a hand to her shoulder and gave a slight shake. One of the heads she was carrying reattached itself to her neck. To Anderson's stunned expression, Rini Tinakere tilted her head left and right, then opened her mouth and made a few sounds, confirming that her speech function was normal. Then, she spoke fluently with the head reattached to her neck. "My student recently sent news that a large number of hunting bounties have suddenly appeared at Beander gatherings in various kingdoms, targeting Beanders of the hunter pathway at mid-sequence and above. The price offered is very high, even accepting premiums. Driven by profit, many people are already stirring. And the other party's collection seems to have no bottom line. They take whatever is offered, even the favored ones of the Church of the Earth Mother, the long-famous Reaper, Mother Goddess's Scythe, Hector, were not spared. These lunatics." Anderson couldn't help but smack his lips. "They don't even care about their lives for money. Not to mention the Church of the Earth Mother's inevitable retaliation, the combat power of a favored one definitely far exceeds that of ordinary wild Beanders. The abilities of a favored one are certainly no less than a 7-person Beander team of the same sequence, yet some people still dare to fight against a favored one, truly not knowing their own limits. It can now be basically confirmed that the client is the Iron and Blood Cross Order from Intis. They have been expanding almost at full force recently, demonstrating financial resources no less than the Orthodox God churches or even a small kingdom, and completely disregarding the consequences. Rini Tinakere spoke very slowly, as if she was adapting to the discomfort of having her head reattached to her neck. Playing such a big game. Even Anderson was surprised now. He had originally thought he had somehow provoked the Iron and Blood Cross Order, but now it seemed they intended to completely wipe out all mid-sequence hunters. But how did you know? Anderson asked curiously. In his opinion, such a big matter should have been kept secret better. How could it be so easily discovered that it was the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Because the matter is too big to conceal. Even if it were concealed now, some clues could still be seen in the flow of funds. Moreover, their objective is to bring the extraordinary into the world, gain dominance, and make Beyonders a new privileged class. They wouldn't do something so secretive. Rini Tinakere explained. That's certainly the style of those arrogant fools. Anderson rubbed his forehead. So, what do you want me to do? Go to the Intersea area immediately. As the border region of the Three Kingdoms, it is the most likely place for trouble to arise. Collect as much relevant information as possible there, and act a bit more flamboyantly. After Rini Tinakere finished speaking, she removed the head from her neck and held it in her hand again. I will take my leave. Wait a moment. Anderson quickly called out to Rini Tinakere. When the four heads all turned to him again, he rubbed his hands and chuckled. You see, I'm stuck on this small island now. I don't know when I'll reach the Intersea by myself. How about, you see, can you send me directly there? The four heads of Miss Messenger exchanged whispers for a while, then continued to speak calmly and expressionlessly. Yes, 100 gold coins. Anderson's smile froze on his face. In Isar, the capital of Lindbergh, stood the Tower of Quest, the holy land of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This was a peculiar spindle-shaped building, with its above-ground and underground sections perfectly symmetrical in external shape. The entire colossal spindle-shaped tower was constructed entirely of white marble, fitted together solely by superb architectural skill, without a single bag of cement or rivet used in its construction. Both the above-ground and underground sections were built according to perfect golden ratios. The four staircases corresponding to the giant tower's main entrance spiraled up and down, arranged according to the Fibonacci sequence. This colossal tower, filled with an atmosphere of knowledge, along with Lowen's Backland Tower Bridge and the Well of Storms, Fosak's Twilight Giant Hall modeled after giant ruins, Intis's Sacrificial Lever, Fenaport's Lunar Garden, and the Balam Empire's Feathered Serpent Temple, were collectively known as the Seven Wonders of the Northern Continent, and the pride of every knowledge-seeking Lindbergh citizen. Inside the tower, believers of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom quietly worshipped the holy emblem of knowledge suspended in the center of the first floor. This holy emblem used materials with different light transmittance, combined with the sunlight streaming through the countless monochrome glass windows on the first floor, making this three-dimensional creation appear as the holy emblem of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom from any direction within the colossal tower. A tiny white light flashed from the holy emblem. About 5 minutes later, two more equally tiny lights followed closely, causing the holy emblem's pattern to fluctuate slightly. Of course, these subtle changes were directly ignored by the devout believers. However, while some ignored it, others noticed everything. Less than 2 seconds after the first white light appeared, observers at the top and bottom of the tower simultaneously transmitted the news to the waiting Pope. Tarani Cherub, dressed in a luxurious deep purple silk robe, stood at the very top of the white tower. This place, like the bottom of the tower, was a forbidden area of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, directly above the holy emblem. Except for the Pope and a few specific observers similar to the Night Church's keepers, who also guarded the mouth of truth where sealed artifacts were stored, no one knew what the holy emblem looked like when observed from here. At this moment, Tarani Cherub was observing that wondrous creation from above. The sight from directly above was not the pattern of the holy emblem, and it was vastly different from the chaotic and complex refractive structure seen from other directions. What he saw was not a small holy emblem, but a world unto itself. Yes, a world. Tarani Cherub slightly closed his eyes, and the demigods around him followed suit. However, Cherub closing his eyes was an indication of calling upon his own power, while the observers closing their eyes was to avoid directly seeing his mythical state. In an instant, Tarani's figure transformed into an invisible torrent of knowledge, directly pouring from above into that small world, which existed between illusion and reality. The surrounding observers still had their eyes closed. They dared not casually open their eyes and look directly at the altar in this state before the Pope returned. The demigods of the Knowledge Church waited anxiously for almost half an hour, finally witnessing the change they desired. Scenes, also in the form of knowledge streams, flew out from the world formed by that holy emblem. Following the light paths refracted by the monochrome glass, they instantly rushed to the top of the tower, diffusely reflecting off the stained glass imbued with Beyonder power, and seeped into the minds of every Knowledge Church member. In the flashing scenes, they saw villages that seemed real, filled with various people. The demigods responsible for liaising with the Iron and Blood Cross Order members saw Sween Young, and 2 other Iron and Blood Cross Order hunter demigods. Pope Tarani Cherub traveled rapidly within that world, simultaneously sending the scenes within it to the outside world in the form of knowledge streams. Looking at that new world, identical to the outside world but composed entirely of information streams, the expressions on the faces of these believers of knowledge gradually twisted with joy, and they all shed tears of excitement. A white light even more intense than before pierced the sky, and Tarani's figure returned to the real world. The observers quickly gathered, awaiting the Pope's instructions. The angel walking on earth opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to deliver an inspiring speech, but he quickly gave up, gently nodding amidst everyone's expectant gazes. His theory has been proven. We succeeded. Amidst the cheers of the believers of knowledge, the sun in Isar finally set below the horizon, and night was approaching. Volume 2, Demoness, End. Tomorrow, I will post a chapter of reflections, detailing the recent situation, including whether this book should continue. Although I might have sounded pessimistic in the reader group, ultimately, the results will speak for themselves. After all, it's only a few dozen average subscriptions away, so it's not impossible to give it a try. Work statement. Cough, cough, as the title suggests. Yesterday, when I said I might cut the story after finishing Volume 2, a lot of readers showed up, and a boss even donated 60,000 points in support. I was completely overwhelmed QAQ. Actually, when I posted the chapter yesterday, I had already finished writing the conclusion statement. But after seeing the reaction from the readers today, I vaguely felt like I could try to struggle on a bit longer, so I deleted the conclusion statement and rewrote this work statement. I need to clarify something here. I am not flip-flopping to trick people into donating. This conclusion statement has been bouncing between my recycle bin and draft folder since the story hit 200,000 words. With all the revisions, I ended up writing more and more. I actually don't want to make excuses, because there are too many reasons already. I don't need to look for them deliberately, and searching only makes me more anxious. I still haven't finished the credits I lost due to the pandemic. I have the CET-6, the state grid exam, and if I fail those, I have to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam, which is an interdisciplinary transfer, and I have 4 courses ending at the end of April. Plus, and most importantly, I'll likely lose my perfect attendance bonus. This means my income in April will probably be cut in half. While the 2,000 plus yuan per month from the attendance bonus isn't a lot, it at least keeps my family from objecting. When Jai Nan promoted this book in a chapter recommendation previously, someone commented that if I truly had the ability to write well, the book would easily become popular based on the popularity of the mystery, without needing recommendations. Furthermore, choosing to write fanfiction instead of an original work makes it hard to believe in the author's skill level. But I have to say, the fanfiction of the mystery, especially fanfiction involving Demoness, generally doesn't perform very well. Moreover, the mystery is far from reaching the level of Duoluo, where fanfiction writers can easily earn the perfect attendance bonus just by writing casually. Aside from Reader, Outer God, and Paradox, most other fanfics of the mystery that have been published for more than 3 months struggle to maintain the perfect attendance bonus. The polarization is severe. So please don't be too harsh on other authors who quit for strange reasons, because they ultimately need to live too. Of course, I'm not trying to gain sympathy, and I'm writing a book, not begging. I'm not saying this to elicit pity, I'm just objectively stating the reasons why I previously considered cutting the story. There are countless reasons to quit, but the reason that supported me writing until the publication stage is probably just as simple. love, for it. I've mentioned this many times in the reader group chat. Even if I just take easier, scattered freelance orders, if I take 4 orders and write 50,000 word short stories per month, my income would be higher than from this book. If I took on ghostwriting opening chapters, my income could even quadruple, and I wouldn't have to use my brain much. If it weren't for this irrational love, who would pass up a job paying 8,000 yuan a month to write 40 to 50,000 words, only to do a job paying 2,000 yuan a month to write over 120,000 words? That's enough about my personal situation. Next, let's talk about the content. Volume 2 is finally over. Adele has advanced to Sequence 6, and Vianata has gathered all her materials and can advance at the start of Volume 3. A comment in the review section that I found very objective was, starting slow, finishing strong. Indeed, I also find it quite fitting. When I first started writing, I posted it on Tieba, and I hadn't thought about publishing it on Dian yet. When one person extends an existing worldview, there are bound to be inconsistencies. This is because I'm writing not only about what the original characters did but also what they didn't do, and this information gap is one of the charms of the mystery. However, this greatly increases the author's workload. Because Cuttlefish's worldview was pieced together bit by bit within the plotline, every time I write a plot related to a person, I have to read through all the relevant sections again. Dian doesn't even support searching, so I have to rely on memory to find things. Sometimes the time spent researching could have been used to write 2,000 characters. Of course, I'm not saying this to be stubborn. On the contrary, I hope that if you discover similar issues in the future, you point them out as early as possible. As long as they are raised early enough, I can modify new chapters or change the outline. The current outline has already been lightly revised 7 or 8 times. If issues are found early enough, they can definitely be corrected. The reason you feel the story started slow and finished strong is actually that when I wrote the earlier chapters, few people were reading or commenting, so I didn't treat those sections as problems and just moved past them. Now, fixing them would require massive revisions, and for that kind of thing, I really have no solution. In short, I will continue this book for another month to see the situation. What if we manage to hit 500 average subscriptions? The name of Volume 3 is Black Knight. You can start your reading comprehension now. Laughs. I still hope everyone comments more and points out issues promptly. I can't always be the marionettist in the comments section, can I? Finally, thank you to reader 160,916,211,321,918 for the 60,000 points and 80 monthly votes, as well as all other readers who donated and voted. However, I apologize that this month is my exam month. Even with such a large donation, I can only try my best to limit my days off to within 2 days. Honestly, doing extra chapters is a bit beyond my capacity. QAQ. Chapter 291, The Stranger. In the early morning, when Vianata woke up from her bed, she found that it was snowing again outside the window. Indo Port, located in the subarctic zone, has an average temperature in January between -4 and -9 degrees Celsius, with evenly distributed precipitation throughout the year. Although it was already late January, light snow still fell from time to time. Vianata picked up Adele's sleep cap from the floor. She had tried wearing it to bed these past few days, but she could never get used to it and would usually pull it off in a semi-conscious state. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of tapping on glass rang out. Vianata rubbed her sleepy eyes, smoothed out the wrinkles on her cotton pajamas, and walked towards the source of the sound. Downstairs was a wake-up caller carrying a long, thin wooden pole with wire. He opened his mouth, greeted Vianata, and exhaled puffs of white mist. "Good morning, Miss Sevens." The wake-up caller retracted his pole and waved at Vianata. "It seems you're already awake." "I just got up not long ago," Vianata replied. "How's business this morning?" "Thanks to you." The wake-up caller, whose temples were slightly gray, nodded gratefully at Vianata. "You're the last one, and I've already collected 18 gobi." Originally, the Esco family tavern rooms did not offer such services. After Vianata took over management, she allowed practitioners like him to enter the courtyard through the back door to provide wake-up calls for tavern guests, at 1 gobi per service. "Here, take this, that makes 2 franc silver." Vianata casually took out 2 gobi from the change scattered on the windowsill, flicked her wrist, and tossed them directly onto the relatively clean ground in front of his feet. "Thank you for your generosity." The wake-up caller quickly expressed his gratitude, eagerly picking up the 2 gobi from the ground. Vianata smiled, said nothing more, and closed the window again. She changed her clothes, quickly washed her face, gathered her wheat-colored wavy hair behind her, and left the bedroom for the dining room. Sophie was not awake yet, and Vianata didn't go to wake her. The little girl, accustomed to the Loan climate, found her will to wake up early gradually crumbling in the subarctic climate after arriving in Fosak, and she was waking up later and later. Alone in the dining room, Vianata took a large serving of poutine with salmon and sausage, a piece of pork loin baked with pea flour, a Saskatoon berry pie, and a bowl of creamy pea soup from the buffet. According to the schedule, Adele's superior's 3 new ships should arrive in Indo today. Vianata bit into the greasy pea bacon, flipping through her memo. Although she was now the leader of the largest gang in eastern Fosak, her daily life still resembled that of an ordinary middle-class Fosak wage earner. When Vianata was halfway through her breakfast, Annie sat down opposite her with a tray. Although both she and Vianata were believers of the earth, Annie, who grew up in Fenaport, and Vianata, who grew up in Fosak, had very different eating habits. Annie's tray contained only seafood and vegetables, which contrasted sharply with Vianata's plate of high-sugar, high-fat combinations of meat and starches, making one want to swap their body types. "What's the plan for today?" Annie sat up straight, making her already over 6-foot frame even more robust, and her maid's uniform looked as if it were on the verge of tearing. "Go to the port to pick up the ships, then in the afternoon, I'll find Sonia. She said she'd gather the Theosophy Order members here." Vianata began to tackle the berry pie in front of her. "Adele is out at sea now, so I have to get things done here too. I can't let things be delayed because of this. As long as you know what you're doing." Annie nodded. There's no news from the captain either. Since she was assigned here by Tracy, it was the first time she hadn't heard from Tracy for so long, which made her a little worried. But facing Vianata, she didn't want to appear weak, lest she be mocked a few times. Vianata quickly finished the sweets in her hand, then, freeing a hand, she drank her soup while reading the newspaper. Reading the maritime news every morning to learn about the latest shipping routes in the intersea area was one of her pastimes during this period. Shocking. Bloody infighting in the far North Seas. A new pirate general is born. Vianata's eyebrows twitched slightly, which made her premonition that something bad was about to happen. She quickly put down the spoon in her other hand, grabbed the newspaper, and read it rapidly. According to reliable sources, recently, in the intersea area north of the Loan Kingdom, a bloody pirate infighting occurred on the Black Death, the flagship of Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy. After a fierce battle among the pirates, Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy was killed. Limanu King, the second mate of the Black Death, became the new captain. He declared himself Shadow Lieutenant General, renamed the flagship Truth, became the new pirate general, and plundered a fishing village in the northern part of the kingdom. Below the report was a blurry photo, seemingly taken secretly from a residential building. In the photo, the city was burning, and the distinctive Truth in the distance above the port was recognizable at a glance. It was severely damaged, with slight deformation of the hull, one of its 3 masts broken, and pirates vaguely seen disembarking to plunder the port in a bloody manner. Damn. Vianata shook her head, momentarily unable to accept the fact. Then she thought of something and looked at Annie opposite her. "What's wrong?" Noticing Vianata's gaze, Annie looked up in confusion. Vianata said nothing, pushing the newspaper towards Annie. Annie casually glanced at it, saw the striking headline, and her eyes immediately sharpened. She snatched the newspaper and began to read it quickly. A moment later, she murmured in a low voice, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The captain was with her mother this time. How could that idiot Lehman kill the captain?" "Right, I thought so too." Vianata leaned forward slightly. She had originally expected Annie to have a strong reaction, so she had moved her chair back in advance. Now seeing Annie was still rational, she moved closer again. "But the ownership of the ship won't be fake." Annie frowned. "The captain wanted to use Miss Cersei's ship, so it's very likely that Lehman took advantage of the captain and Madame Peli not being on board to incite a pirate mutiny and seize the Black Death." "You sound quite calm. That was the first ship you bought back then." Vianata clicked her tongue. I'll try to contact the Honeysuckle Empress by telegram. I hope they haven't sailed too far. As the crystallization of the kingdom's most advanced technology, the Honeysuckle Empress would naturally not lack a radio telegraph machine. If it operated normally, a telegram could be transmitted from Cape Minsk through several relays and finally transferred to Indo-Port on the eastern coast of Fosak. Of course, the captain couldn't have been killed by that idiot. As for the ship, it's just a ship after all. I could abandon my own property to buy this ship, and I can just as well abandon this ship. Annie said calmly, when you send the telegram, also urge the captain for me. Tell her that if she needs to reclaim the fleet, I will always be ready. Okay. Vianata said nothing more, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and briskly got up to the radio telegraph machine in the living room, operating it with a flurry of clicks and clacks. A provoker's skill in provocation doesn't mean provoking without regard for time or place. Seeing the other party serious, Vianata naturally wouldn't seek trouble. After some operation, Vianata spread her hands to Annie. It has to go through several telegraph offices for relay, so we'll have to wait a while. Let me know if there's any news. Annie nodded, also tidying up her tableware. Oh, by the way, Sophie, her potion is almost digested. When did that happen? Vianata asked with a hint of surprise. She had been busy managing the gang lately and hadn't spent much time with Sophie. Fortunately, after initially understanding Sonia and informing her of her relationship with the Theosophy Order, she could confidently entrust Sophie to her. This way, even if both Annie and she had things to do, Sophie would still be looked after. She told me last night, Annie replied. I confirmed it with Sonia again, and her divination results were the same. Is that so? That's wonderful, Vianata exclaimed, but a faint uneasiness stirred in her heart. Sophie's advancement was faster than she had expected. According to Adele, before Sophie advanced to Sequence 8 cold-blooded, that demigod lady should extract her emotions, and then return them after she advanced to Sequence 7, to ensure her humanity remained intact. However, Adele's contact method with that organization had always been a mystery. Although Vianata had seen Adele pray to a great existence and perform similar rituals that indeed received responses, she herself would never dare to imitate it. Digesting the potion indeed slowed down the demonization symptoms in Sophie's body, but this was only a temporary measure. If Adele didn't return, Vianata would have no choice but to let Sophie advance. According to Adele's estimated time, after Sophie's Sequence 9 potion was fully digested, if she couldn't advance to Sequence 8 within 2 months, Mathafari's soul might irreversibly awaken. Adele, oh Adele, even for Sophie's sake, you must come back quickly, Vianata prayed silently in her heart. Indo-Port, the docks. Due to Fosak's post-war trade sanctions, it had long lost its former prosperity. After Captain Basque's whaling fleet was almost completely annihilated, the vast port was left with only the Honeysuckle Empress frequently going out to sea. The other ships either had no business and rotted in the port or were dismantled and sold at raw material prices. However, today, the first group of people arrived in Fosak as official passengers since the war. 8 brand new Carrack sailboats were docked at Indo-Port. These large ships, named after the naturally gifted shipbuilders, the Carracks, possessed the strong characteristics of this era, with chimneys and sails standing side by side, and 10 cannons and corresponding gun positions on each side of the hull. On the hull, the names of the ships were recorded in golden script in 3 languages. Their names were based on chivalry, like knights surrounding an empress. The humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, honesty, justice, and spirit. They were originally manufactured as warships, pseudo-warships used to compensate for the insufficient number of ironclad ships, and were legally sold to the Queen Island Shipping Company under Audrey's operation, becoming passenger or cargo ships. Passengers, some dressed decently, some shabbily, disembarked from the ships. Some were surrounded by servants, others surrounded people, some were unhurried, others pushed by the crowd, some carried heavy luggage, others had empty hands. Some of them aimed for Indo-Port itself, others were merely transiting here, intending to take riverboats to St. Milan, while still others would continue sailing to Dilith and Intis. Their expressions varied: excitement, confusion, perplexity, and reluctance. However, there was also something in common: hope. Their arrival signified that a year after the war ended, the economic blockade and maritime travel ban in the Intersea area were finally abolished, also symbolizing the official launch of the Intersea Shire's economic recovery plan. They were strangers, pioneers, a part of history, poetry. Among these people, there was a solemn-looking middle-aged gentleman. His skin was bronze, he was of medium build, with black hair and brown eyes, soft features, no beard, and an indescribable sense of vicissitude in his eyes. Below his right ear, a small black mole was hidden, unnoticeable without a close look. He wore a faded black top hat and a matching long coat, holding a cane in one hand and a brown leather briefcase in the other, descending the gangway with steady steps. A small wave splashed, and the gangway swayed slightly. An elderly woman in front of the middle-aged gentleman, caught off guard, lost her footing and was about to fall towards the shore. Fortunately, the middle-aged gentleman was quick-witted, grabbed her arm, and gently steadied her. "Thank you, kind sir." After descending the gangway, the old woman thanked the middle-aged gentleman. Her Loan accent had a southern continent lilt, sounding a bit strange. Hearing her gratitude, the middle-aged gentleman's expression was slightly dazed, but he quickly recovered, nodded slightly to the old woman, indicating she needn't worry, then removed his hat and gestured slightly until her frail figure disappeared into the crowd on the dock. Afterward, the middle-aged gentleman declined the dockworker's offer to help with his luggage and walked steadily towards the dockside hotel. The hotel clerk, seeing someone enter, responded crisply, then came to the front desk, dipped a steel pen into Fosak's unique emerald green ink, and without looking up, said to the middle-aged gentleman, "Name. What kind of room do you want?" The middle-aged gentleman paused, then said in a highly recognizable, weathered voice, Ask Eggers, a single room, I want." He looked at the snow-capped mountains outside the distant window, one with a view of the snowy mountains. Chapter 292, The Letter. After paying 5 Fusen silver coins, Isaac Eggers carried his suitcase upstairs. It was a nice room, clean, tidy, with no dark stains of unknown origin on the floor, and a spacious, bright window offering a view of distant snow-capped mountains and a corner of the sea. He nodded with satisfaction and opened his suitcase. For someone on an international trip, his luggage was surprisingly sparse: 2 sweaters, 3 pairs of wool socks, 2 bundles of 10-pound banknotes, a small pouch of Fosak gold and silver coins, and 12 candles wrapped in a cloth bag. All of this combined only filled a third of the suitcase. Of the remaining 2/3 of the space in the leather case, half was neatly stacked letters. Letter after letter, all written by the same person, as indicated by the identical, neat handwriting. The final third contained an equivalent number of envelopes and blank stationery. Isaac pulled out a sheet and took a round-bellied fountain pen from his breast pocket. At a time when most people still used dip pens, such a self-filling pen was quite valuable, but Isaac casually tucked it into his chest pocket. He sat down at the sturdy cedar square table, thought for a moment, then began to write. My dearest student, Klein Moretti. This is my 37th letter since you fell into slumber. In my last letter, I jokingly asked if I should now call you Lord of the Mysteries, but I don't think you'd like me to. After all, you are facing the most difficult choice right now, and maintaining your humanity is not an easy task. Writing this, Isaac smiled gently, looked at the view outside the window, and continued to write. Do you still remember the dream I told you about before? Back then, I hoped to vacation in Winter County of the Loan Kingdom and the northern part of the Fosak Empire, skiing, enjoying the scenery, fishing for seals. A few days ago, I boarded a newly reopened flight to Fosak. And today, I arrived at Indo Port. Due to the war you mentioned, this route was cut off for a full year. I waited at the port for a week before the first passenger ship arrived. Of course, I could easily reach my destination by traversing the spirit world, but this time, I wanted to see as many different things as possible. The previous experiences belonged to the death consul of the Balam Empire, not Isaac Eggers. Outside the window, the haggling voices of porters approached and receded, then another unfamiliar voice repeated the process, like waves crashing on the shore. Isaac wrote slowly and meticulously, occasionally looking up at the scenery outside the window or picking up the letter to carefully check for spelling errors before continuing to write. The porters here seemed to have been out of work for a long time. When the ship docked, looking down from the tall gangway, they looked like a swarm of ants surrounding a sugar cube. When I was the death consul, I had a similar experience. I sat on a tall pyramid, watching slaves transport earth and stone to elevate my throne. However, what these people have in their eyes now is something I hadn't seen back then. At this moment, there was a thump 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 knock on the door. Azek capped his pen, clipped the half-written letter to it, and rose to open the door. At the door stood a lady dressed in a black double-breasted long formal dress, looking like a police officer. However, police officers would not openly carry a double-barreled shotgun on their back. One hand held the shotgun strap, while the other carried a black cloth bag. Her lapelled formal dress was embroidered with a honeysuckle emblem, an emblem Azek had seen on the ship he arrived on. Is she from this shipping company? Azek wondered. The expression on her face was both familiar and unfamiliar to Azek, largely similar to the expressions on hundreds of faces he had seen at the dock earlier, a look of relief after making a major decision. Is there anything I can help you with? Azek smiled kindly, asking the police-like lady. Routine promotion. She pulled out a crudely printed promotional flyer from the black bag. Excuse me, can you read? Azek nodded, and the lady breathed a sigh of relief. Great, now I don't have to bother explaining. You can read it yourself, I won't disturb you. She then handed the promotional flyer to Azek Eggers and continued to the next room. Azek closed the door, returned to the table, and began to read the notice. Notice regarding policy adjustments for Beyonders in the dock area, Claw Corner area, and North District. Seeing this line, Azek couldn't help but rub his eyes, suspecting he had misread it. Can matters of Beyonder abilities be publicized like this all over the streets? Isn't the Church of the God of War afraid of shaking the believers' faith in the God of Combat? Azek thought back for a moment and awkwardly realized that the Church of the God of War didn't seem to be afraid of this at all. Klein had mentioned in his letter that the God of Combat had fallen. For a country like Fosak, which only allowed one religion to exist, the social upheaval it faced after the fall of its deity was unimaginable and incomparable to any other country like Loan. Azek sighed. Even the highly centralized Balam Empire allowed its ally, the demonist sect then called the demonist family, to develop its influence in its country through proliferation, just in case. In a situation where the sole god has fallen, it's not surprising for people to make any decisions to stabilize social order. Azek nodded and continued reading. The content of this flyer was actually quite limited. It merely introduced to ordinary people that Beyonder powers indeed existed in this world, and that obtaining such power came with dangers. It emphasized the importance of official Beyonders and called on those with similar aspirations to join the church, rather than casually trying unknown methods. In terms of content alone, the flyer was indeed unproblematic and provided the most stable and safest path for those seeking Beyonder powers, joining the church. The flyer stated that after joining the church would arrange jobs for these individuals, with selection through layers of evaluation based on completion, ultimately admitting the best. Those not admitted would still have to work for 10 years in positions arranged by the church. The income might not be high, but it guaranteed stability. After the war, Beyonder powers were initially exposed to ordinary people. Due to the nature of rumors, Azek had heard all sorts of strange tales along the way. Some exaggerated the magic of Beyonder powers, making it sound as if a Sequence 9 could achieve demigod levels. Others magnified the danger, saying that mastering Beyonder powers would turn one into a monster, a near-certain death sentence. Compared to publicly revealing the existence of Beyonder powers, allowing these rumors to spread would be the greatest damage to social stability. Azek quickly realized the crux of the matter. Currently, among the winners of the God Wars, the Earth, Storm, and Evernight Goddess factions were already struggling to digest the Steam believers within Loan. As for the Fasak Empire believers, far to the west of the continent, they could probably only use this method, absorbing as much as possible. Azek estimated that such propaganda would quickly restore the number of official Beyonders in the Fasak Empire. Although many Beyonder believers would surely be intercepted by other scattered forces, the Evernight Goddess, who had replaced the God of Combat, would undoubtedly gain the most. Actually, this is for the best. The apocalypse is approaching, there's no time to worry about how much others have consumed. It's all about whatever can quickly yield a large number of high-quality anchors. Anyway, there are plenty of believers in Fosak. The territory that the Church of the God of War controlled for thousands of years, even if the remaining 6 major churches divided it, it would certainly not be fully consumed within 10 years. Rather than meticulously trying to restrict others, it's better for everyone to rely on their own abilities. Isaac habitually pressed his temples, trying to pull himself out of these thoughts. These are not things I need to consider right now. I am just a history teacher on vacation, preparing to fish for seals in northern Fosak. Isaac collected his thoughts, folded the flyer, tucked it into his suitcase, and prepared to continue writing to Klein. Just now, a security guard who looked like he was from a shipping company came to the room to promote Deander policies. I believe you would be very surprised to hear such a thing, because I was almost as surprised as you just now. But I think this is a good thing, at least for the people of Fosak. I did think before that when the apocalypse arrived, the 7 deities, who originally hated each other for vying for faith, would make some changes. However, this change is much greater than I imagined, so much so that only by experiencing it firsthand can one realize they are being swept forward by the era. Therefore, my description may not convey my shock, so I sincerely hope you can wake up soon and witness these changes brought about by your choices. After finishing, he held up the letter and inspected it again, signing, Isaac Eggers, at the end. Then, he skillfully used the candle from his pocket to set up a sacrificial altar, watching the letter disappear in the sudden burst of flame. Having done all this, Isaac exhaled, pushed open the door, and went to the hotel lobby. After half a day of activity, he was a little hungry. Although as a demigod, especially a demigod of the death pathway, he barely needed to eat, he still deliberately allowed himself to have similar desires to maintain his humanity. Isaac was among the earlier group to disembark, so when he arrived at the hotel, there were few people in the restaurant on the first floor. Now, however, it was already packed with travelers, and even finding an empty bench was not an easy task. Sir, you can share a table with others, or we can deliver the food to your room for an extra gobi per meal. The restaurant attendant, wearing a black vest, approached and said. His rolled-up shirt revealed muscular forearms with an anchor tattoo, indicating he was not yet accustomed to these formalities. Was he a pirate or a gangster before? Isaac thought amusedly, beginning to scan the surroundings for a place to share a table. However, everywhere he looked, there were people, almost every long bench was packed, like a covey of farmed quails. Then, 1 serving of orange marinated fish, 1 pesa plate with white bread, and 1 mate tea, delivered to. Isaac was about to say, to my room, when he suddenly noticed an empty seat at a table in the corner, where the police-like lady he had seen earlier was sitting. He quickly changed his words. Deliver it there, I'll share a table. The attendant, disappointed at not earning a tip, sighed and turned to inform the kitchen to prepare the food. Isaac walked steadily towards the empty seat and politely greeted the lady. We meet again, madam. Isaac took off his hat and bowed in greeting. May I share your table? Please do, as long as you don't feel uncomfortable sharing a table with a former gang member. The other party was clearly surprised but didn't seem displeased. Gang member. Isaac raised an eyebrow in surprise, but still sat down opposite her without a care. Honestly, I can't tell at all. You look more like a mounted police officer than a gang member. This is what the boss, no, the madam meant. Never mind her. The lady hesitated for a moment but quickly waved her hand, indicating it was nothing significant. We were indeed gang members before, but the boss has now connected with those church people, and now the family is a semi-official organization. She broke off her white bread and used it to push the soup and vegetables in the deep plate aside. These clothes are also newly custom-made by the family, for his former enforcers. Speaking of which, now we not only dress like mounted police, but we also do things similar to what those police did before. She suddenly realized at this point, oh, right, you're not from around here, so you don't know my name. Let me introduce myself, Kelly Hilson, formerly a debt collector for the Esco family, and now. Kelly looked at the black double-breasted coat she was wearing and smiled self-deprecatingly. Half a mounted police officer, I guess. Isaac Eggers, formerly a history department lecturer at Hoi University in Ting'an City, Ahawa County, Loan Kingdom. Isaac nodded, but now I had to leave my position for certain reasons. Is there anything you need in Fosak? As for making money, I don't think there's much to be made. Kelly scooped up a spoonful of soup and vegetables. If there were truly opportunities to get rich overnight, the family would have found them long ago. Ask smiled gently. No, I'm just here for a long vacation, to do some rehabilitation exercises. By the way, do you know where the best place to fish for seals in the Faceac Kingdom is? Chapter 293, Mr. Ask, short on money. Seal hunting. Kelly looked up at the bronze-skinned middle-aged man in front of her. That's much further north. How much further north is, much further north? Ask asked. I don't know. In short, very, very far. Kelly shook her head regretfully. I'm a local through and through, the furthest I've ever been is St. Millen. I see. Ask didn't press further and began to eat his food. Just then, he heard a female voice from beside him say. Take the steam train north, then transfer to a sled after reaching St. Millen. Cross through the center of the Evernight Plains, and you might encounter indigenous people still living in northern Fosac. They should still retain the custom of seal hunting there. Ask looked up and saw a blonde woman wearing the same uniform as Kelly, with a well-behaved green-haired little girl by her side. Hearing Ask and Kelly's conversation, the blonde woman interjected without any reservation, though the little girl beside her seemed a bit timid. Boss lady. Kelly quickly stood up to salute when she saw the other person's face, but Vianata pressed her back into her seat. No need for that police stuff. Move over and make some room for us. Vianata sat down in the empty spot. I just heard you talking about seal hunting, I know a bit about that. However, Ask was somewhat dazed and didn't hear the latter half of Vianata's sentence. From the light red eyes of the green-haired little girl beside Vianata, he instantly felt a familiar aura. An angel in a bad state. As this thought arose, Ask glanced at the two with some surprise, not underestimating them just because their strength had not yet recovered. Vianata also noticed Ask's daze and followed his gaze. She saw Sophie hadn't sat down in the empty seat, instead, she was looking at Ask with some wariness. Vianata didn't think much of it and ruffled Sophie's head. What's wrong? Don't like crowded places. Then go back to your room. Sophie timidly. This child isn't usually like this. Vianata, naturally unable to perceive events of that level, merely attributed it to Sophie's childish temper. It's all right, that's normal. Ask also snapped out of it, smiling gently. When I taught at Hoi University, most of my students felt there was a distance between me and them, except for one student, of course. Sounds like a good kid. They must be very successful now, right? Vianata asked with a smile. Ask was startled again and couldn't help but look out the window, muttering, yes, much more successful than I am. On the second floor, in Sophie's room, Chija, who was controlling the body, sat blankly on the bed, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Sister, what just happened? Why did you suddenly pull me back? Sophie asked in surprise. Just now, she was walking upstairs with Vianata, exchanging thoughts with Chija in her mind. But unexpectedly, Chija took over control of the body silently immediately after entering the Esco family building, then found an excuse to escape the hall. The one sitting at that table just now was a true angel, on the same level as my peak. No, perhaps even stronger. Chija was somewhat lost in thought, answering subconsciously. Stronger than you were before. Sophie was a bit incredulous. During this time, urged by Vianata, she had crammed a lot of mysticism knowledge, and the power of demigods had left a strong impression on her. As for Chija, who claimed to have once been stronger than a demigod, Sophie only had a vague impression. The concept of being even stronger than Chija was quite abstract. In terms of power level, we are on the same tier, but he is an angel from outside, who has fought various angels, while I have been near the mother tree since birth. Chija sighed. In other words, he might have experience fighting beyonders of the demon pathway, but I have no understanding of his pathway at all. For us, abilities described in words are not considered understanding. Actually, Chija was right. Just looking at ability descriptions reveals nothing. High sequence abilities are definitely stronger than low sequence, but by how much and in what specific aspects, such things cannot be clearly explained by descriptions, one only knows after fighting. But at least one thing is certain now, the other party saw through my disguise. Damn it, it seems that idiot Mathafari was no reference at all. Chija cursed in annoyance. Her concealment technique had indeed fooled even her own brother, another bloody archduke, Mathafari, and she hadn't expected to be discovered by Ask at this moment. In reality, Mathafari couldn't be entirely blamed, it was simply that his and Mr. Ask's methods of investigation were different. As an angel of the demon pathway, he, like Chija, was a master of flesh and blood magic, so his investigation mainly focused on anomalies in flesh and blood. Chija's ability to evade Mathafari's flesh and blood magic was no concealment at all in the eyes of Mr. Ask, who could directly see souls. It was like a college student confidently going to an exam after cramming calculus all night, only to open the paper and find it was modern history. "So, what do we do now?" Sophie asked. "There's nothing we can do. If a true angel wants to do something, we can't stop them, unless they change their mind themselves, or something else happens to make them change their mind," Chija said dejectedly, like a defeated rooster. However, Mr. Ask, whom Chija had evaluated as being able to do whatever he wanted with his strength, was now listening intently to Vianata talk about seals. "So, where exactly did you hear that Fosak people would cut holes in the ice to hunt seals?" Vianata had a headache and couldn't help but rub her forehead. "It wasn't the Backland Zoo, was it?" "No, it was a traveling circus," Mr. Ask answered very seriously. "When they toured Tingen City, I sat in the 6th row and watched them use thin lines threaded through the fins of small fish to catch seals. I told you, that was a circus act." Vianata couldn't hold back anymore. After their conversation, she found this university lecturer unexpectedly naive in some areas, which made her feel guilty when telling him facts. An adult seal weighs about the same as an adult man. Catching two can feed a hunter family for a winter, and you want to catch one with a thin line. Vianata sighed, finding it truly exhausting to talk to this person. As the saying goes, a pound of fish, 10 pounds of effort. Even in the martial-spirited northern Fosak, fishermen drown every year by being pulled into the water by fish. Trying to catch a seal weighing over 70 kilograms is certainly impossible for ordinary people. If Wendy were here, she would recall explaining southern cockroaches to her northern roommate in her previous life. Wendy had the same expression then, and eventually, annoyed, she simply replied, "Yes, there are shared cockroaches with QR codes on their backs. We scan them and can ride them to work." The naive roommate believed it, marveling, until she was transferred to the south after work and discovered that Ms. Chow had been lying to her. Unfortunately, by then, Chow Chow had already gone to the Bahamas to work on her thesis, otherwise she would have surely received a beating at the class reunion. Quote. "All right then, thank you for your explanation." Mr. Ask listened quietly to Vianata's account, then nodded and said to her, "I just heard Miss Kelly say that you're the boss here." "No, strictly speaking, I'm the boss lady." Vianata shook her head. "However, for ordinary people, it can indeed be difficult to distinguish." "Then, do I have a chance to meet the owner of this company?" Ask immediately asked. "She's out at sea and hasn't returned yet. You can tell me directly if there's anything." Vianata answered straightforwardly, casually tossing her golden curls to one side. Quote. She. Ask inadvertently noticed the pronoun Vianata used. "Yes, I am." Vianata lightly tapped her right earlobe 3 times, as if mentioning what she had for breakfast that day. Quote. Oh. Mr. Ask didn't know what to say and could only nod stiffly. Thanks to Emperor Rosal's efforts, certain gestures had become common body language across the northern continent, and even Ask, being in Tingen, had some understanding of them. "Young people, ah." Ask quickly gathered his thoughts and said to Vianata, "In that case, I'd like to ask, does your company have a way for an outsider like me to pass through the blockade and settle in northern Fosak?" During his time at the dock, he heard that Fosak's entry ban for outsiders had not yet been lifted. As a tourist from Loan, he was still only legally allowed to enter the cities of St. Milan and Indo. Although he could move freely in Fosak if he wished, he still wanted to resolve it in a normal way. "Didn't I tell you there's no such thing as seal hunting?" Vianata was somewhat exasperated, not expecting this person to still be fixated on that trivial matter after all this talk. "Even if I'm not hunting seals, settling in northern Fosak is one of my ideals." Ask smiled gently. "The knowledge you provided was indeed very useful and made me realize my mistake, but I still want to go and see, even if it's just to look." Quote. You're an interesting one. We mountain folk from Fosak are desperately trying to get out, but you, on the other hand, insist on going north." Vianata took a sip of beer and sighed. "As for going there, it's not impossible. Some members of the family have already made similar requests recently, and with cooperation from Loan, the first phase of opening should happen within half a year. The forces controlled by the Esco family are not limited to the dock area. Many members with clean backgrounds have gradually risen through the political reshuffle after the war, holding considerable influence even in imperial domestic affairs. However, the initial opening will at most only be for the major cities of Fosak, then gradually expanding inland along the Teton River and 2 railways. It will probably be at least 3 or 4 years before you can freely enter the Evernight Plains. Vianata said regretfully, but then she changed her tone. Of course, there are other ways, but they're not very reputable. What way? Asked with interest. If I could reach northern Fosak earlier, that would naturally be best. That matter will have to wait until the Honeysuckle Queen returns. If all goes well, you should be able to depart in about 2 months. Vianata said nonchalantly, however, the price for this kind of smuggling isn't low, you'll have to think it over. How much money? Ask hesitated, carefully recalling how much money he had left in his box. Upon reflection, although he had withdrawn the money saved for vacations during his teaching days, it was only a little over £1,000. To truly build a house and settle down from scratch in the north, the cost might not be much lower than buying an estate. £800, and it's not a direct trip, we might stop at a few mines to pick up some cargo. The Honeysuckle Queen didn't have plans to go that way before, so if you want to go, over 100 people on the ship will have to accompany you on the trip. To be honest, this £800 is barely the weekly salary for those 100+ people. Vianata calculated briefly and gave a price. To be honest, this price wasn't really high. The Honeysuckle Queen had 118 sailors, and considering the ship would be traveling to many dangerous places in the future, the sailors' wages were not low. Even the most ordinary sailor had a weekly salary of £4, not to mention senior crew members like bosuns, second mates, and first mates. After paying the fare, I'll probably have less than £400 left. Ask calculated briefly in his mind and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This money would be enough to buy a house, but to build one in a suitable location, it was still a bit short. The frozen soil in northern Fosak is hard, making construction difficult, and both building and labor costs are terrifyingly high. But if Ask were to just settle anywhere, he felt quite unwilling. Can't afford it. Vianata was blunt, and her provoker nature made her disinclined to hide such emotions, so she asked directly. Seeing Ask nod, Vianata's eyes darted around, and she suddenly asked, how much more do you need? About £200, Ask replied candidly, not minding it. Well then, how about this? I happen to have a job here, do you think you can do it? Vianata pulled out a memo from her pocket, the first item on it conspicuously stating, selecting a captain for the family's mounted police civilian position. Anyway, there's no news about the Honeysuckle Queen yet, so why don't you go try out for the selection first? Vianata licked the beer foam from the rim of her glass, asking with a hint of lingering satisfaction. Chapter 294. The Vigilante Captain in the Two-Dimensional World. What kind of work? Asked with interest. A vigilante captain responsible for publicizing relevant knowledge to residents. Vianata handed the wine glass to the bartender who came over at just the right time. Actually, these tasks were originally done by reformed gangsters, but their education level isn't high, so they have some difficulties with this kind of work. Although it's called a vigilante, the captain is actually a civilian position. You don't need to be good at fighting, you'll do clerical work normally, and then teach grammar to those former gang members when they return. Vianata rubbed her throbbing temples. I once tried to teach them myself, but they could barely concentrate, and I quickly gave up. I have a few questions, asked in a gentle but firm voice. How educated are those gang members, young men? The level of high school dropouts from church schools, Vianata replied. Fosak is generally fine, but other languages are completely out of the question. What about their vocabulary? Continued to ask. No more than 800, I suppose, Vianata recalled slightly. How's their math? Average. They can't figure out Lowen's number system. What about history? They've read the church's holy scripture once, that's about it. Subsequently, asked more questions, and Vianata subconsciously answered. After 7 or 8 such questions, Ask finally nodded, his brows relaxing slightly. I have no more questions. I should be able to do it. Oh, that's good. Vianata nodded, then suddenly felt something was amiss. Who was interviewing whom here? Vianata recalled her experience conversing with her advisor during her university graduation defense, feeling a little exasperated. Ah, never mind. It's not like one person's salary will break the bank. Vianata thought to herself. To be honest, hiring a university professor for less than £10 a week was a pretty good deal in Fosak. In the post-war era of Beander proliferation, an experienced university professor was even harder to find than a Beander. Thinking this, Vianata said no more, put away her memo, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the bedroom upstairs, the uneasy Chesha finally received a reply. On the ground, a gloomy exit connecting to the spirit world opened, and white bones gushed out like a fountain, forming a tall messenger with green flames burning in its eye sockets. The messenger spread its palm and clumsily drew on the ground, seemingly writing something, word by word, with the bones rubbing against each other, making a rattling sound. I will watch you. Fosak words were used, writing them this way is just for convenience. If you argue, I'll concede. The same applies to the messenger's words. Chesha looked at the line of words emitting a gloomy green spiritual flame on the ground, bit her lip, but could only nod. I understand, hurry up and go. After all, Chesha's status was not low either, so the messenger showed no dissatisfaction with her attitude, merely bowed slightly, then disintegrated into pieces of white bone, falling back into the ground which had become gloomy once more. I didn't expect there to be a second angel here. Chesha bit her fingernails, somewhat annoyed. She wondered if it was her imagination, but after possessing Sophie, some of her habits seemed to genuinely be leaning towards those of a child. From the pathway, it seems to be an angel of the death pathway, a descendant or inheritor of the undying phoenix Gregory. Chesha speculated. Her understanding of the human world came from a portion of memories inherited from her father, the demon king Farbati, at birth. After all, she was born beside the mother tree of desire and Farbati, with no opportunity to learn these things herself. And when Farbati fell into the hands of the mother tree of desire, Salinger didn't even exist, nor did proper human empires. Chesha naturally couldn't know about the Eggers family and could only guess that the other party was a descendant of Gregory. Just then, Vianata pushed the door open and hung her scarf on the coat rack. Seeing that the crisis was averted, Chesha returned control to Sophie. You seem a bit afraid of that gentleman, Vianata asked casually. I haven't seen you like this before. No, it's just my first time meeting a university professor. Having studied with Chesha for a while, Sophie also knew how to tell harmless lies to conceal her identity. Nothing strange about it. When you get into university, you'll wish you never had to see them. Vianata, well versed in the art of slacking off in university, pouted but didn't suspect anything. That gentleman said he's going to Northern Fosak. Sophie asked casually. But it's not open yet, is it? So he'll work for our vigilante team for a while. After he's saved enough money, he'll hire Adele's ship to go to Northern Fosak, Vianata replied. Nonsense. You're an angel, do you really lack money? Hypocrite. At the same time, Chesha scoffed at Ask's hypocrisy in her heart. But after the criticism, she seriously considered the possibility of finding a way to get some of the money she had with Wendy and send it to him, so he would leave as far as possible. Forget it, that would only make the other party suspicious and backfire. Chesha dejectedly gave up the idea. Meanwhile, in Baron's Port on the southern continent, Adele and her group were following Emlyn White to the logistics base in the area. The demonesses from the bar remained on the ironclad ship, so only 2 demonesses appointed as privateer captains, Adele and Tracy, were accompanying them, plus Wendy, which was like a buy 2 get 1 free deal. Since Tracis' existence hadn't been reported to superiors yet, Emlyn had her temporarily wear a mask to conceal herself. Although this made her more conspicuous, seeing such an action would at least prevent immediate attack or troop mobilization. There's an emergency meeting soon. Just follow me and attend as observers. Do whatever I tell you to do. Emlyn casually instructed, then pushed open his office door. I'll be back to call you in 10 minutes. You can pass the time here. It's fine to look through the documents on the desk, but don't touch the puppets on the wall. They're cursed, and only I can touch them. Cursed puppets. Adele and Tracy exchanged glances, each imagining what his office would look like, drawing on many terrifying warlock images from folk legends. Wendy increasingly felt that powerhouses in the Beyonder world indeed had some eccentricities, and she resolved not to touch anything once she went inside. "Remember what I said." Emlyn, still uneasy, reminded them after letting the three into the room, then turned and left. However, what the three saw next completely shattered their image of Emlyn. There were no sinister and terrifying cursed puppets, no powerful and dangerous sealed artifacts, not even a gun. The room, however, was bright and clean. On the desk backed by a French window lay a stack of documents, flanked by two potted green plants. Along the side walls were rows of cabinets with transparent glass doors, filled with various puppets. The largest was about as tall as Adele, a girl in a gorgeous long dress, with lace and ribbons adorning her cuffs and collar. This puppet was clearly more like a wax figure, with lifelike features, golden hair, red eyes, and a delicate, beautiful appearance. The smallest was only the size of a normal person's palm, a female figure in full silver armor, holding an exaggerated cross-shaped sword, grand and beautiful in appearance. "So it's this kind of puppet. I thought it was something else." Adele merely raised an eyebrow and then returned to normal. "It's a naval base, after all." Tracy, who had once personally heard her crew name a common nail clipper, Janice, also found nothing unusual, merely assuming that the other party was too bored staying at the naval base. After all, for a demigod with a long lifespan, collecting various recreational items was normal. "Oh my god, 2D. However, Adele and Tracy showed no reaction, but Wendy behind them couldn't hold back. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth and waved her hands repeatedly at the confused Adele and Tracy. "Jew, it must be Rosal's doing." This was Wendy's first reaction, as a former shut-in, upon seeing the modified Crimson and Saber figures in Emlyn's cabinet. This transmigrator senior truly spared no effort to improve his quality of life. Under Rosal's influence, the development of puppet art took two directions. One was cute and customizable, and the other was more realistic. Wendy walked back and forth along the row of glass cabinets, discovering several anime characters from her previous life that had been modified. Since there was no oil in this world, the plastic tech tree couldn't be developed, so the figures were mostly made of clay, making them look more like real people, which gave Wendy a sense of disconnect. "Emperor Rosal, oh Emperor Rosal, look at the mess you've made. What have you done to such an outstanding Beyonder demigod?" Wendy's mind was so flooded with complaints at this point that she didn't know which one to vent, so she simply pulled out her notebook and started flipping through it to calm her chaotic emotions. "He just puts his puppets out in the open like this, isn't he afraid of others laughing at him?" This thought had just flashed through Wendy's mind when she immediately found the answer. Emlyn truly wasn't afraid. After all, a demigod can do whatever they want when it comes to such trivial matters. As a member of the Church of the Earth Mother, he isn't afraid of being socially ostracized by the kingdom's higher-ups. They're not in the same circle anyway. If they curse him behind his back, he'll just play dumb and pretend not to hear. Two-dimensional, don't go too far. "Oh, I'm one too. Then it's fine." Just as Miss Wendy was utterly shocked by Emlyn's collection and the transmigrator senior Emperor Rosal, whose otaku tendencies spanned 1,000 years, Adele also found a pile of interesting documents on Emlyn's desk. Although corruption within the Loan army was severe, even becoming a common topic of conversation among the populace, it wasn't until Adele personally saw the naval base's logistics ledger that she was truly astonished. In the past 6 months, the naval base's kitchen reported 200 bottles of Ormir red wine. Did you use it to scrub pots? Moreover, it should be reported by the front desk. What does it have to do with the kitchen? There were many similar issues. A lamb worth £50 was a normal operation, and prices 10 times the market value were common. There was even a record of a roll of toilet paper selling for £1. The most outrageous thing Adele saw in her quick glance was a common compass being listed as a land and sea multifunctional military locator, with its price inflated by nearly 50 times. The army was corrupt, and the navy was a bit more subtle, willing to put in the effort to falsify accounts. But these false accounts were too careless, couldn't anyone tell at a glance? Unless the logistics officer had a problem, it would never pass, right? Adele couldn't help but flip to the end, and indeed, on the last page, she saw Emlyn White's official seal, indicating approval. Adele. No, this can pass. Adele suspected she had misread and flipped back a few pages in the ledger to see if she had missed anything. And indeed, she found it. Under the medical department's reimbursement approval, there was an itemized reimbursement that didn't seem to be overpriced much, listing, Human Anatomy Teaching Model, and under the clothing-related reimbursement column, there was a clearly newly added itemized entry, listing, Female Soldier Uniforms. Looking at the life-sized dolls in the cabinet, Adele found these entries increasingly suspicious. Good heavens, smuggling in personal goods, huh? It had to be you, Mr. Moon. Adele suddenly felt a slight worry about the future of this Loan expeditionary force. However, judging by the price of those dolls, Mr. Moon's reimbursement actually wasn't overpriced. In other words, while others were submitting false claims for embezzlement, he genuinely reported the exact amount. Perhaps, this could be considered another form of honesty. Adele tried to comfort herself, but her mind couldn't stop wandering. Tracy, however, was clearly not as at ease as the other two. Adele and Emlyn, Mr. Moon, were colleagues in the same organization, so it didn't matter if they were a bit overly expressive. While Wendy was a bit different, she was at least a law-abiding citizen, so visiting as a friend of a colleague was acceptable. But Tracy was different. Before Emlyn's notification was sent out, she was still the infamous pirate general. If she hadn't been wearing a mask and closely following the demigod stationed at the naval base, she would probably have been recognized and attacked by Beyonders in the Navy on the way. Although that demigod promised her a legal identity, if she performed poorly, it wouldn't be difficult for the other party to revoke the promise. Well, they wouldn't even need to revoke it, as nothing was written on that guarantee in the first place. Tracy gave a bitter smile, only able to sit obediently on the sofa, watching Adele and Wendy look around Emlyn's office. Chapter 295, Conferring Honors. About 10 minutes later, Emlyn White returned to the room on time and found Adele and Wendy looking a bit strange. What's wrong? Emlyn asked curiously. If nothing, let's go to the conference room now. We need to discuss the specifics of conferring honors on Tracy. That fast? Adele was a little surprised. I thought there would be many procedures. Procedures are for those who don't want to follow them. For those who do, procedures are more like a display, optional, Emlyn shrugged. All right, they're waiting over there. Then he turned to Wendy and said to the technician, you have other tasks. Someone will take you to the shipyard later to remove all the fishing equipment from your ironclad ship and replace it with military cannons. As a Beyander of the Savon pathway, you should be familiar with these procedures, and your presence will expedite things. After all, we're pressed for time. Yes, Your Excellency, Count, Wendy quickly nodded in agreement. The upper and lower limits for low to mid-sequence Savon pathway Beyonders vary greatly. How much mechanical knowledge they possess, how much mechanical equipment they've manufactured, and how many mystical items they have are all crucial factors determining a Savon pathway Beyander's combat strength. Since there are no materials for mechanical equipment now and no money to buy mystical items, at least learning some of this mechanical knowledge is better than nothing. Tracy and Adele had already changed into their naval long coats on the ship, their graceful figures concealed beneath black cloaks, and followed Emlyn, who had uncharacteristically donned a black naval uniform, towards the conference room. It must be said that Lowen's naval uniforms were among the best-looking military uniforms of all nations. Black down coats adorned with 2 rows of shiny brass buttons, and epaulettes placed on the upper arms so they wouldn't droop and spoil the appearance even if the shoulders weren't broad enough. Therefore, not to mention the tall Adele and Tracy, even a slender sanguine like Emlyn, with severely narrow shoulders, could still wear this naval uniform with a unique dashing demeanor. If I had had the chance to wear this outfit when I was in Lowen, I probably wouldn't have cherished the trench coat so much. Adele touched the smooth fabric of her long cloak, sighing inwardly. However, she didn't have much time for musing, as the conference room was only 50 meters from Emlyn's office. Soon, Adele and her companions entered the circular hall located on the basement floor of the naval base. Although the hall was circular, the seats for the meeting were arranged in 2 neat rows, leaving a large empty space on the side, which almost gave Adele, who had mild OCD, a brain hemorrhage. Evidently, the officers were seated according to their status and rank, from highest to lowest. However, Emlyn seemed to rarely attend meetings, usually just sitting in his office signing documents and handling logistics. He even skipped the routine inspections after each logistics officer took office, reasoning that the sunlight in East Balam was too strong, and as a member of the Church of the Night Goddess who had invited the Church of the Earth Mother for assistance, and the Loan military, they should respect his racial nature and legal rights as a sanguine. Therefore, whether it was an oversight or something else, the conference room they chose was not large enough, leaving no seat for Emlyn, only adding 2 chairs at the end for Adele and Tracy. Is this infighting within the Loan military? Adele frowned, feeling that today's matter would likely not end peacefully. Sure enough, Mr. Moon, who usually didn't bother with official matters, suddenly decided to make such a big decision today, which would certainly displease the other Loan military officers. Adele thought for a moment and decided to see how Mr. Moon would handle it. "You two, follow me." Seeing this scene, Emlyn said nothing, nor did he let the two sit down, leading Adele and Tracy directly to the front of the podium. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the logistics officers, Emlyn slightly stretched his neck, then cleared his throat and adjusted the collar of his military uniform. Only when the officers below began to stir restlessly did he slowly begin to speak. "Everyone should know that I don't like meetings. Today, I have only one proposal, the conferment of honors on Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy and Miss Adele Cersei. Now, let's vote by a show of hands and try to finish within 5 minutes." A clamor immediately erupted below. Although everyone knew about some of this sanguine demigod's eccentricities, they didn't expect him to completely disregard convention, leaving their prepared excuses somewhat insufficient for the moment. It wasn't that these people's preparations were poor, it was that the opponent's strategy was too meticulously crafted. From the moment Emlyn took his seat on the platform, these people knew exactly what reactions to make at each step to better play Tai Chi. However, Emlyn never intended to discuss with them, directly asking for their stance, leaving them with a belly full of words that could only rot within. Alas, it must be said that demigods can sometimes truly do as they please. Adele watched as Mr. Moon, whom she had initially found somewhat childish, suddenly turned on the officers, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. According to protocol, Mr. Moon, Emlyn, should have presented the proposal, followed by routine compliments from the officers, who would then, in order of rank, gradually absolve themselves of responsibility. In the end, it would seem no one explicitly rejected the proposal, but the gist was, it couldn't be done. But now, Emlyn had no intention of playing Tai Chi with them, he'd rather spend that time with his puppets. "Your Excellency, Bishop, this is not in accordance with regulations." A military officer was about to say something when he saw Emlyn's crimson eyes sweep over him with a cold light, scaring him so much that he forgot the rest of his sentence and stood there speechless. "Those are your military regulations, not the regulations of the Church of the Earth Mother," Emlyn added lightly. "Even the Earth Mother Church must obey the kingdom's governance, whether it's proselytizing or anything else, the kingdom's statutes cannot be violated." Another military officer, who had reached sequence 5, couldn't help but speak. As a colonel, he was second only to Emlyn in rank here, and when Emlyn was not handling official business, he was the primary person in charge. However, the next second, he felt his existence separating from the world. The panicked cries of his colleagues seemed to drift further and further away, and in his line of sight, only Emlyn's crimson eyes remained, reflecting his own figure. One of the Shaman King's signature abilities is darkness gaze. When a target is reflected in the Shaman King's eyes, a connection is formed between them. The latter's manipulation of his own eyeballs directly affects the opponent. Grasping or covering the eyeball is equivalent to obscuring the opponent, while crushing the eyeball is equivalent to severely injuring or killing the opponent. For most saints, this substitute spell would cause irreversible damage to themselves, but the Shaman King possesses unimaginable regenerative and self-healing abilities and speed. New eyeballs would grow back soon after the battle ends. However, Emlyn wouldn't actually harm the opponent, so he merely narrowed his eyes for an instant, severing the opponent's connection with the world for 3 seconds. Perhaps the Earth Mother Church does have to answer to the kingdom. Emlyn glanced at the colonel, who, despite being isolated for only a moment, was already sweating profusely as if a floodgate had opened, and said without much emphasis, "But the noble sanguine do not, we only answer to the ancestor. Of course, I also have to answer to Mr. Fool." Emlyn, who always prided himself on being the chosen of two deities, added inwardly. I know how you usually see me. Emlyn scanned the surroundings again, exuding astonishing pressure, causing the previously noisy military officers to immediately fall silent, but honestly, I don't care. My primary job is to ensure the front lines have ample logistical supplies. As long as this condition is met, whatever you do, and however you meet it, I won't interfere. I don't care how much you've embezzled. After all, some of you are here just to make a fortune, and I know all this. So, as long as you can find a way to get more military funds, I can turn a blind eye to it. Emlyn's voice gradually grew colder, his red eyes slightly narrowed, reminiscent of terrifying creatures like venomous snakes and bats that live in darkness and prey on humans. However, I don't meddle in your affairs, and in return, you shouldn't meddle in mine. How much is written on each of your bills? I shouldn't have to read them aloud in front of you, should I? Or perhaps, someone wants to take the blame for this incident. No one dared to answer this time. All the officers stared at the table in front of them, fearing to anger this unpredictable demigod. Many things were tacitly understood among the military, but they dared not bring them into the open. Now, Emlyn, disregarding everything, directly laid these matters on the negotiating table, clearly a form of blackmail. Yet, these officers had no choice but to accept, just as the kingdom's southern expeditionary army now had to accept privateers joining the war. When the kingdom established colonies in East Balam before, East Balam's armed forces were not as strong as they are now. However, after a long period of colonial development, Loan and Fosak, in an effort to cause trouble for each other in the East and West Balam colonies, incited local princes to engage in an arms race. While this tied down their opponents, it also allowed the indigenous resistance forces in the colonies to find an opportunity in the cracks. Although ironclad ships overcame the obstruction of the raging sea, allowing the kingdom to leverage its powerful foundation and advance steadily in the early stages of the war, now, due to the sun rising from the seabed, the kingdom's fleet was almost completely wiped out. Before the next batch of ships arrived, the kingdom's power in this sea area was completely blank, with only some sailing warships that could only operate in coastal waters. As for the barren natives, although they initially lacked the advanced technology of ironclad ships, their number of sailing warships far exceeded that of the Southern Continent Expeditionary Army, and their weapon inferiority had been compensated for during the long period of colonial rule. Although their lagging industrial level meant their logistics were bound to have problems, the firearms sold to them during the Low and Fosak conflict were enough to keep them going for quite some time. During this period, thanks to the strong support of the ironclad ships, the troops led by Admiral Amelius advanced faster than expected, almost reaching the central southern continent. If the supply chain were to break at this point, the overstretched front lines would quickly cause hardship for the frontline troops. Although the addition of Adele and Tracy wouldn't actually increase the number of warships, Tracis' notorious reputation among the southern continent people could deter the enemy, allowing for more feints to avoid a direct decisive battle. Simultaneously, notifying the front lines to contract their formation and advance slowly should allow them to hold out until the next reinforcements arrive. Fortunately, the Honeysuckle Empress is also an ironclad ship and can fool the southern continent people for a while longer. A trace of luck flashed in his heart. Emlyn maintained his serious facade, coldly scanned the room, and said in a deep voice, I reiterate my proposal. Appoint Tracy and Adele as privateer captains for Loan, to harass the remaining Balam Empire forces and the Rose School of Thought's naval power, delaying their deployment and preventing them from outflanking our army. At this point, he cast a warning glance at a few of the previously restless individuals and said sternly, I have finished speaking. Who is in favor, and who is against? The officers below were stunned for a long while before they reacted, raising their hands in approval. Even if the other party usually ignored proper business, turned a blind eye to their corruption, and even used public funds to reimburse puppets, this still couldn't change the fact that he was the only demigod at the Baron's Port naval base. Because this nominal superior's presence was too low, many people even subconsciously overlooked his strength. In fact, as long as the kingdom did not dispatch a second demigod to replace Emlyn White, his position here would forever be unshakable, even if he was no longer the kingdom's logistics commander. Could this demigod lord be deliberately feigning ignorance, making us think he doesn't understand these things so we act recklessly, only for him to quietly gather all our weaknesses in his hands? Several officers quietly exchanged glances, seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Your Excellency, Bishop, is truly terrifying. Emlyn symbolically counted the number of people who agreed to the proposal, suppressing the fleeting look of worry in his eyes. That clumsy bard is still on the front lines, and Father Utravsky is there too, so nothing can go wrong on my side. After steadying himself, Emlyn quickly unfastened the saber from his waist, lightly tapped Tracy and Adele's shoulders 3 times, and then handed them the already prepared privateering licenses and officer certificates. This simple appointment ceremony, derived from the enfeoffment ritual, was thus completed. Ignoring the reactions of the other officers, Emlyn nodded to Adele and Tracy. The two understood and left the room, returning to Emlyn's office. Chapter 296, Iron-Blooded Shadow. Your Excellency the Count, when are we leaving? In Emlyn's office, Adele turned around twice in front of the large mirror. The shiny lieutenant's medal on her shoulder glinted gold under the office's gaslight, adding a touch of heroism to her appearance. This was the first time she had formally examined herself since becoming a demoness of pleasure. The black-haired demoness in the mirror wore a long black cloak that concealed most of her graceful figure. Standing straight like a poplar tree, a pair of pale legs extended from beneath the cloak. Her demeanor was elegant and generous, captivating all who glanced at her. I can't believe I look this good now. This thought involuntarily popped into Adele's mind. If a demoness's appearance at sequence 7 still had minor flaws, then at the sequence 6 inches demoness of pleasure stage, she had nearly reached the pinnacle of beauty without the addition of mystical significance. Although a demoness's face would improve significantly later upon advancing to a demigod, or even sequence 3, that beauty would begin to incorporate elements of mysticism and would no longer be purely aesthetic. Emlyn naturally didn't notice Adele's thoughts. After entering his own room, 80% of his attention was already focused on the doll inside. Hearing Adele's question, Emlyn momentarily hadn't snapped back to reality. It wasn't until Adele stopped turning in front of the mirror that he reacted, clearing his throat before replying, "Your operation is not under the jurisdiction of the military. In fact, the naval base currently lacks the energy to command the fleet for counterattacks or defense, so you will primarily rely on Tracis' experience." Tracy wasn't here. She had been escorted to her own room, which was heavily guarded by the Navy. After all, even though the medal ceremony had been held, it would be a long time before she was fully accepted, and the greatest possibility was that she would never be accepted. As for Wendy, she was currently busy at the port learning how to install the weapons deployed by the Navy, so she naturally didn't participate in this conversation. I understand. Adele nodded. It's almost 3 in the afternoon in 15 minutes, so I won't go back to the ship yet. She meant that it was almost time for the Tarot Club meeting. Emlyn nodded, picked up the bell on the table, and shook it. A servant quickly ran in, bowed to Emlyn, and asked, "Your Excellency the Count, do you have any instructions?" "Do not let anyone enter within the next hour," Emlyn instructed. The other party, familiar with the routine, nodded in agreement. This sanguine count had a habit of spending an hour alone every Monday starting at 3 in the afternoon, during which time he would turn away anyone who came. Although this was somewhat of a topic of conversation, this peculiarity was insignificant compared to his strange hobbies. The servant agreed without further thought and went out to guard the door. Adele found a comfortable spot on the sofa to sit down and prepared to take a short nap. She had been utterly exhausted lately. Since advancing to sequence 6, she had barely slept soundly for 5 days, only managing to catch small naps whenever possible. Emlyn watched Adele fall asleep on the sofa and said nothing more. He briefly scanned her with his demigod-level perception, confirming that her astral projection state was unusually stable and that she was indeed asleep. He then slightly adjusted his collar and, stepping silently, slowly walked toward Adele. Mr. Moon slowly approached Adele, walked past her, and finally stopped in front of his own cabinet. He then opened the cabinet and took out various clothes from the special compartment below, beginning to dress the doll. His movements were extremely serious, his expression obsessed, as if he held a precious jade artifact, terrified that handling it too roughly would break the doll. Only when the time was nearly up did he reluctantly put down the doll, close the cabinet door, and walk over to Adele to nudge her shoulder. Adele, unstable due to her deep sleep, nearly fell off the sofa. Fortunately, she quickly used her inherent flexibility to let her upper body slump softly onto the armrest, preventing her center of gravity from shifting too far. Awake. You still have 3 minutes. Emlyn spoke in an indifferent tone, a tone that inexplicably gave Adele a sense of frustration. So rude to a lady. I really hope the sanguine lifespan is long enough for you to find a girlfriend one day. Adele muttered internally, but her hands quickly completed the ritual. Afterward, both of their astral projections transformed into crimson light and ascended directly to the stone chairs corresponding to the deep red stars. This time, the two of them arrived a little late. Everyone else was already present. Seeing Adele and the other person appear at the meeting, many subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Led by Audrey, everyone stood up together and bowed toward Mr. Fool's seat. Miss Judgment's aura seemed a bit weaker again. Relying on her keen perception of life force, Adele vaguely sensed the abnormality in the other party's state. Was she injured when she was ambushed? Adele thought with some worry. Since the Tarot Club became a semi-official organization, the connection between its members in the real world had become relatively closer. At the very least, Adele had decent relationships with Audrey and Miss Judgment. Even Mr. Sun, whom she had only met once, held Adele in high regard. Therefore, although she had already learned about Miss Judgment's situation from Mr. Moon, seeing her condition firsthand still worried Adele. Since the last Tarot Club meeting, quite a few things have happened this week. Let's start by hearing about Miss Judgment's situation. Miss Justice still provided the pre-meeting summary, while simultaneously reassuring Adele and prioritizing the discussion of Miss Judgment's situation. Even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't feel slighted. Adele found it somewhat amusing, but she had a vague feeling that the situation wasn't that simple. Miss Justice must be bearing a heavy burden too. This thought suddenly popped into Adele's mind. The Tarot Club was originally led by Mr. Fool. Since his slumber, Miss Justice seemed very eager to take on the main responsibility, perhaps to the point where she was now neglecting one thing while attending to another. One must remember that problems with Miss Justice's words or actions had never happened before in the Tarot Club, at least, Adele had never witnessed it. Thinking of this, Adele couldn't help but feel a little emotional, but before she could dwell on it, Miss Judgment had already begun recounting her experiences requested. Last week, I followed everyone's plan and fled toward the west of Intis. The journey was very smooth, and I didn't encounter any interception by demigods. The iron-blooded knight, ghost sent by Queen Mystic, continuously helped me counter-track the enemy, and he didn't detect anything abnormal either. Judgment, Zio's voice revealed weakness, the deep red star symbolizing her was somewhat dim. As she spoke, she simultaneously organized her thoughts, seemingly unable to maintain her mental state otherwise. However, the moment I was about to reach the harbor and my mind was most relaxed, the 200 demigods who were tracking me launched a direct attack. The petite, blonde demigod recalled the scene, her voice trembling slightly. The enemy seemed to possess a sealed artifact bestowed by an angel of the hunter pathway. I didn't detect them at all. Their attack severely wounded me immediately and killed the demigod ghost serving Queen Mystic. Even when Queen Mystic appeared later, she couldn't stop them. They were only killed by her spell after they summoned an angel. Under those circumstances, even someone as powerful as Queen Mystic couldn't retain the Beander characteristic of that iron-blooded night ghost. Judgment continued her account. Everyone present was shocked by the ruthlessness of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and for a time, no one interrupted. These hunter pathway demigods are truly vicious. The star, Leonard couldn't help but begin simulating the situation in his mind, imagining if he could have escaped without relying on the old man inside him. He concluded that his performance would certainly not have been better than Judgment's. The timing the enemy chose for the assassination was impeccable. When Judgment was truly surrounded, these fellows didn't pressure her. It wasn't until Zio had one foot on the long bridge leading to the dawn that the two demigods suddenly moved next to her and launched their surprise attack. Their tenacity and patience and precision in controlling the situation were far beyond what Leonard had seen from the Rose School of Thought demigods previously. Demigods from official organizations excel when fighting in their own domains. This is the foundation upon which the major churches and the military of the kingdoms are established. There is no room for carelessness in this regard. Even the leading figures of evil organizations at the same rank would find it difficult to compete with official beyonders. Miss Judgment, however, had trespassed into the enemy's most proficient domain. The fact that she managed to save her life was already the result of Queen Mystic's full effort. Judgment finally finished recounting her experience, took a breath, and asked the others, "What are your thoughts on this?" The members of the Tarot Club exchanged glances, and then Leonard raised his hand. "Regarding the enemy's motive, yesterday, Mr. World's messenger came to my station and told me something that might be related to the Iron and Blood Cross Order's goal." He scanned the members of the Tarot Club, and seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, he spoke with satisfaction. He said that the Iron and Blood Cross Order is currently using various methods across the northern continent to collect mid-sequence and higher Beyonder characteristics from the Hunter pathway, though their purpose is unknown. To this end, they spare no expense in bribing bounty hunters, and even dispatch senior members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order personally when dealing with high-sequence targets. As his thoughts flickered, illusory white papers appeared before everyone, displaying data that detailed the number and rank of Hunter pathway Beyonders killed recently. In less than a week, there have been 12 mid-sequence hunters killed on the northern continent alone. Adele's pupils contracted. This made her think of Vianata, and she couldn't help but interject anxiously, "Do we have detailed information on these individuals?" She wanted to confirm whether Vianata was among them. "Your companion is not among them, at least she was fine when I left 3 days ago." Alger, who had recently left the Intersea area, added, "However, Miss Justice's avatar is over there. You can ask her to help you report that you are safe, since you can't return to the northern continent for the time being. I will notify her for you after the meeting ends." Audrey nodded slightly, and only then did Adele feel relieved. Returning to the previous question, could it be that Miss Judgment was not their target, and what they actually wanted to seize was the Iron-Blooded Knight characteristic held by Queen Mystic? The son, Derek frowned and said, "But is it really necessary to make such a big fuss?" Everyone fell silent immediately. Indeed, if they merely wanted to collect characteristics of the corresponding pathway, there were plenty of methods. The major churches were all doing it. In fact, the churches were the largest distributors of Beyonder characteristics of the same or adjacent pathways. But acting as ruthlessly and without leaving any room for retreat as the Iron and Blood Cross Order did was truly rare. At least historically, none of the major churches had done this. Even a highly centralized church like the Church of Death wouldn't be so crude, because it's time-consuming, labor-intensive, expensive, and pointless. A Beyonder characteristic is the smallest unit of extraordinary power. It is indivisible, unless shattered by the ability of a solar high priest. It is even more impossible to combine several low-sequence Beyonder characteristics to form a high-sequence Beyonder characteristic. This is a truth known even to novice Beyonders at sequence 9. Hoarding a large number of mid-sequence Beyonder characteristics is a thankless task for an organization. After all, preservation alone is a major problem. Furthermore, this also involves the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's item 001. Judgment. Zio recalled the information she had gathered previously and added as much as she could. Grade 0 sealed artifact. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the Hanged Man, Alger Wilson, who once served in the Storm Church, and the Star, Leonard Mitchell, who is still a high-ranking deacon in the Church of the Night Goddess. If anyone here might know information about a Grade 0 sealed artifact, it would only be these two current or former high-ranking church members. Previously, they might also have included Miss Magician, who had ties to the Angel family, but now. Thinking of this, Audrey's eyes darkened, and her expression was troubled. "When I was in the church, I constantly suppressed my advancement speed, so I only formally advanced to sequence 4 during the war. I left the Storm Church and went to the Church of the Sea God before I even had time to consolidate my position within the church, so my knowledge is limited." Alger stated frankly. His history with the Storm Church was no longer a secret. People loved to talk about the connections between this Pope of the Church of the Sea God and the Storm Church, as well as his early history as a pirate. Thus, everyone shifted their gaze to the Star. However, Audrey keenly noticed that his emotions seemed to become agitated, displaying a sad blue color. Subsequently, the members of the Tarot Club heard the star's weary voice. Unfortunately, I do know something about Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Chapter 297, Maybe they ran out of money. Mr. Star's mood suddenly seemed to dip. Was it about Ins Zangwill? Justice Audrey's eyes were lowered, and for a moment, she seemed lost in thought. Sealed artifacts of level 0 are extremely dangerous, possessing the highest level of importance and secrecy. They cannot be inquired about, described, spied upon, or divulged. Leonard suppressed his emotions regarding Blackthorn's security company and the captain, generally and cautiously summarizing the characteristics of level 0 sealed artifacts. After joining the Red Gloves, he had sworn an oath on the goddess's holy relics not to leak certain intelligence. So now, he only used a general overview, describing the common characteristics of all level 0 sealed artifacts. The major churches are extremely strict in keeping intelligence about such sealed artifacts confidential, only providing serial numbers when informing each other. The only thing I can tell you is that they all possess the angel rank. The lower the number, the harder it might be to seal, and the higher its status might be. Leonard tried to continue until his spiritual intuition warned him that if he kept speaking, he might find his body secretly disposed of upon returning to the real world, at which point he stopped. From what I know, Queen Mystic possesses a level 0 sealed artifact, numbered 005, the Wishing Lamp. Catlia added. She was not a member of the church, and Queen Mystic would not take measures to restrict her in such matters. So, after Mr. Star awkwardly fell silent, she naturally took over. Although the lamp itself is merely a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker Beander characteristic, it seals a true existence, very likely from the cosmos. Even though Catlia had advanced to Sequence 3, her tone still held reverence when she spoke of that mystical item. I can't believe it, the Tarot Club is now describing angel-level sealed artifacts with terms like, merely Sequence 2. Adele briefly zoned out, but quickly pulled her thoughts back. I suggest that when you speculate on the status of 001, you use a top-tier angel-level sealed artifact contaminated by the cosmos as a baseline. An item that can be named 001, with only a serial number and the briefest description, must have a high status. Catlia looked around at everyone. I hypothesize 3 possibilities. First, a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic contaminated by the cosmos or Sephira. Second, the uniqueness of a certain pathway. Third, a uniqueness contaminated by the cosmos or Sephira. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this conjecture. At this moment, they were all thinking rapidly, recalling which of the 22 pathways might have had its uniqueness lost to the outside world. First, exclude the 7 pathways of the 7 deities, then remove the 3 pathways Mr. Fool controls. Adam became a visionary during the war, which Miss Justice and Adele had mentioned. The suspected existence of the Earth Mother controlled the Mother and Moon pathways. According to her, the Evernight Goddess also controlled the remnants of death. Primordial Demoness, True Creator, and Hidden Sage, these evil gods, haven't made any major moves recently, but it's unlikely they would have lost their uniqueness, and even if they had recently, the Church's system of sealed artifacts clearly predates that, so it doesn't make sense. During the Angel Fall incident, Mathafari's attempt also showed that the uniqueness of the Abyss pathway was still held by the Mother Tree of Desire, or perhaps written by her. In any case, it was unlikely to be made into a sealed artifact. The chained pathway was similar. Releasing Swea was already the last resistance that True God could make, though it had little effect. The Wheel of Fortune pathway had no True God, but Mr. Fool had a most favored angel of fate under him, and Hermit Catlia's advanced mythical creature blood came from him. It shouldn't be difficult to verify with him. The remaining ones were. Adele's thoughts were still swirling in her mind when Judgment Zio blurted out, Red Priest. And Justiciar. Hanged Man Alger glanced at Judgment, slowly adding, however, judging from the actions of the other party, the possibility of it being the Red Priest uniqueness is higher. I think so too. Leonard nodded. After all, Mr. Fool's mission mentioned finding the whereabouts of 3 Sequence 1 Conqueror Beander characteristics, and then the whereabouts of the uniqueness. It now seems that we can interpret this as the whereabouts of the Red Priest pathway's uniqueness being clear, no longer requiring our strenuous investigation. And he said that the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways are relatively safer. Zio added, so, I still think this is the Red Priest pathway's uniqueness. Mr. Fool truly foresaw all of this. Praise Mr. Fool. But why didn't they disguise it? Audrey was about to nod when she suddenly thought of something and frowned, asking, wouldn't simultaneously acquiring mid-sequence Beander characteristics of the Hunter pathway and some of the Justiciar pathway create a better misleading effect? I guess there might be two reasons. Emlyn lightly coughed and replied, first, the unknown whereabouts of these uniquenesses is only for us, and deceiving us is not the purpose of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. It's possible that the Justiciar uniqueness is already in the hands of a certain church, and we just don't know it. That's certainly very possible. Adele nodded as she listened. Although she had been exposed to mysticism knowledge for a while, it was still difficult for her to keep up with the Tarot Club members' brainstorming discussions. For Audrey's question, she had only come up with a simple answer, while Emlyn's possibility was something she hadn't considered at all. I see, I was negligent. Audrey wearily rubbed her temples. The recent planning had left her a bit tired. She forced a smile at Mr. Moon across the long table and asked, then, what's the second reason? The atmosphere at the bronze long table suddenly grew strange. Everyone lowered their heads. Clearly, whether they had overlooked the first point or not, this second point was likely something everyone had considered. Moon Emlyn adjusted his collar and cast his gaze toward Adele, signaling her to speak. Noticing the gazes from both Moon and Justice, Adele shivered and could only awkwardly begin. Is there a possibility, and I mean a possibility, that they didn't do that simply because they ran out of money? The awkwardness at the long table seemed to intensify. Adele noticed that, apart from Miss Justice, everyone's movements had subtly changed. Hanged Man and Hermit covered their foreheads with their hands. Although they had considerable income, they were both leaders of major factions, with groups of Beyonders under them and significant influence. The salaries for such a large number of people were enormous, making them wish they could split a gold pound in half to spend. While Moon, Star, and Judgment could receive money from the Church of the Earth Mother, Night Church, and the kingdom's military, their fixed salaries, though stable, were centuries away from allowing them the kind of carefree spending Miss Justice enjoyed. Unless Emlyn really colluded with those officers to embezzle military funds, but he probably wouldn't dare, nor was there any need. As for Sun, as a resident of the City of Silver, he was now setting an example himself, occasionally working part-time at a sugar factory in Byam. His demigod physique made him exceptionally fast at carrying sugarcane, though his income was barely better than nothing. Acquiring mid-sequence and above Beander characteristics of a certain pathway across the entire continent, and doing so with determination, was certainly no small expense. Collecting one pathway was already incredibly difficult. Attempting to collect two simultaneously would likely drain the entire Intis Republic's treasury. However, it's no wonder Miss Justice didn't think of it. It feels like she's almost never been constrained by money, even at a gathering like the Tarot Club, where everyone is a major figure in the mysticism world, she's still one of the wealthiest. As an entrepreneur invested by her, Adele's actual assets ranked in the middle tier within the Tarot Club, only below Hanged Man, Hermit, and Justice. Ah, if only I could be as rich as Miss Justice one day. Adele, having indirectly experienced the troubles of the wealthy, sighed heavily, thinking from the bottom of her heart. This desire briefly surpassed that of advancing her sequence, momentarily immersing her in reverie. But putting that aside, this little interlude did lighten the previously serious atmosphere considerably. With Audrey's status as a spectator pathway saint, she couldn't possibly not know how to resolve such awkwardness. With just a few words, she smoothly moved the conversation along. Then, let's get back to the main topic. Audrey, who had diffused the awkwardness with a few simple jokes, said to the Tarot Club members, before that, we need to confirm whether the Iron and Blood Cross Order and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are plotting something with 001. I mean, could they be using this uniqueness to create a new true god? The atmosphere above the gray fog once again became serious. Everyone's gaze turned to Zio, whose original mission was to investigate the three Conqueror characteristics. According to my investigation this time, it can be confirmed that the Iron and Blood Cross Order has obtained one of the Conqueror Beander characteristics from the Sauron family. Zio stated with certainty, once my injuries heal, I will head to Fosak to investigate the whereabouts of the Conqueror characteristic that originally belonged to the Einhorn family. First, recover from your injuries. I can handle this. Justice Audrey nodded gently, giving her friend a comforting look. The third conqueror characteristic was given to the demoness sect as a bargaining chip in a transaction between the royal family and the demoness sect. Miss Empress, do you have any news? Upon hearing everyone discuss the Red Priest, Adele felt that as someone from an adjacent pathway, she couldn't be uninvolved. So, she had been paying close attention and had already thought of an answer, speaking eloquently. The demoness sect is very well hidden, and besides, for an item of that level, it would be most peculiar if I actually found any clues. Adele paused, then continued, however, from Katerina's attitude, I did notice some anomalies. What anomalies? Derek asked curiously. Although his responsibilities had forced him to mature, he would often show his simple side in front of the Tarot Club members. With him present, the conversation rarely stalled. She said that the primordial demoness recently gave her a divine revelation, instructing her to hunt down any potential Essence faction demonesses. Adele replied, of course, the content is secondary, the important thing is that the primordial demoness's current state allows her to detect the appearance of Essence faction members that even the demoness sect's demigod angels cannot detect, and to give accurate divine revelations to high sequence members. And Gegran told me in the ruins that the city of Calamity has not yet been accommodated by the primordial demoness. Adele answered based on the information the various important figures had intentionally or unintentionally leaked to her. If that sequence 1 fell into the hands of the primordial demoness, then her current state might not be so good. Of course, it's also possible that she merely possesses that characteristic and hasn't accommodated it. In any case, that characteristic is still in a state where it can be contended for, and it might become a target for the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Adele finished explaining this question, closing her mouth and waiting for inquiries from the other Tarot Club members. The Tarot Club members pondered for a moment, then all expressed agreement with Adele's judgment. I must say, Miss Empress's experience is indeed rich. She handles complex interpersonal relationships even better than an experienced Beander like me. Alger praised in his heart. Although he had voted against it out of caution at the time, Adele's performance during this period was indeed commendable, acquiring a considerable amount of information for the Tarot Club, which both surprised and pleased Alger. However, no matter where that Conqueror Beander characteristic is, our general direction will not change. Audrey also gave Adele an approving look, then firmly stated, we must do our best to prevent the Iron and Blood Cross Order from truly creating a Red Priest. I presume everyone knows the meaning of red in Red Priest. The red of war. Adele murmured softly. This term, heard from Gegran, reminded him of many things, like dive-bombing airships, like the East Borough burning with war, like the warriors he had struck down, about to die, their helmets scattered, revealing countless faces Adele knew, Vianata, Annie, Tracy, Sophie. Then, she heard the voices of the other Tarot Club members, a sound that also emerged from her own lips. It was understated, yet seemed to contain the answer to all efforts. Of course. Chapter 298, Questions and Answers Above the Gray Fog. Alright, next, let's hear what news Miss Empress has brought us. After a brief statement, Justice quickly changed the subject. Most of the current Tarot Club members are already demigods who can stand on their own. Naturally, no one needs to teach anyone how to do things. As for Adele, who has the least experience, she is currently in the rear of the church in the southern continent and shouldn't encounter any problems. Compared to these, Adele's experience this time might involve high-level beings, which is the most important matter, second only to the personal safety of the Tarot Club members. Adele quickly perked up and began to describe her experiences to everyone. She had received the blessing of the being suspected to be the Earth Mother, possessing a certain resistance to similar knowledge and being able to discern which knowledge would not endanger others when recounted. Last time, I mentioned that I passed through that wall and explored according to the map. Upon reaching the command center, I was affected by some abnormality, and when I woke up, I was already in another world. From the surrounding architecture and comparing it with the previous ruins, it can be determined that it was once the appearance of the architectural ruins on the island. In that world, I saw the script invented by Emperor Rosal, and I also saw things similar to the underground pollution. The person I met told me that they were in the process of fighting against the pollution. Since they had no Beyonder powers, they could only rely on rules summarized through countless lives to protect the last hope of that era as much as possible. Adele's tone was somewhat heavy. She couldn't help but think of Chow Chow again, and the possible connection between her and Wendy. So, did they succeed? Judgment, Zio couldn't help but ask, but she was met with sympathetic gazes from everyone. Although everyone in that era had lived, with their own wishes and expectations, the sunken island and ruins deep within the Earth's crust already indicated their fate. However, they were not failures either. Adele gently shook her head. They are history. After a long silence, Katlia's voice sounded, very soft and light, almost imperceptible. Everyone, do you know what I remembered? Every word Katlia uttered seemed to tremble. The two symbols left by Emperor Rosal. At this point, even Justice, who had always maintained a calm and profound expression, showed a melancholic look. She opened her mouth, recalling Mr. Fool's tone and intonation at the time, and pronounced that awkward word in an unfamiliar voice. Homeland. The meaning of this word is the resting place for body and soul. Adele remained silent, but she had already memorized the pronunciation of that word in her heart. Although her ability to understand that language had automatically disappeared when she left that world, this word, whose meaning she didn't know, inexplicably reminded her of Chow Chow, and the words she left before parting. Although this place is terrible, for me, only this place is home. My home is about to become a cold star, but yours is not yet. Adele thought of Emperor Rosal, feeling that he seemed to have countless connections with that an era on the verge of destruction, the era that was about to be destroyed. Although it was less than half a day, she seemed to have understood some of Rosal's thoughts, the thoughts of someone who went to an unfamiliar era alone. It was just that Rosal went to the future, while she experienced the past. The moment she stepped out of that door, Adele realized that she had formed some inexplicable connection with that world in the short time that had just passed, but it was severed as the door closed. And was Rosal the same, deepening his connection with this world step by step while searching for a way back, until by the time he noticed it, that connection was already too strong for him to return to his own world. Just thinking about it made Adele feel an indescribable sense of loneliness creeping up her spine, sending a shiver through her. However, at this moment, she felt Justice's gaze, heard the gentle comforting voice directly in her mind, and the light emitted by Mr. Sun, opposite her also penetrated the gray fog initially stirred by the hanged man, shining on her, rekindling her courage and preventing her from despairing due to that feeling of being abandoned by the world. Don't be nervous, this is your homeland. In Audrey's voice, the previously uncontrollable inhuman feeling seemed to disappear all at once, making Adele feel very comfortable. Thank you, everyone. Adele nodded gratefully to the crowd. Even above the gray fog, even with an outer deity-level blessing, when Adele's own emotions went awry, the strange balance formed with the pollution was instantly broken. If Audrey and the others hadn't discovered and noticed it in time, adjusting Adele's emotions, there could have been a serious problem. However, Miss Audrey can now detect my abnormal state across the gray fog. While Adele was still guessing, Hermit, Katlia, who was beside her, frowned and spoke, Miss Justice, your potion. Just yesterday, I completely finished digesting it. Justice, Audrey smiled, now, all I need is a Beyonder characteristic of a discerner. That fast. Everyone was surprised. It had only been a little over a year since Miss Justice became Sequence 3. It would be considered fast to fully digest a Sequence 5 potion in that amount of time, let alone a Sequence 3. Because I wove a dream in which a part of myself became immersed. Audrey said calmly, as if she was just mentioning an ordinary trivial matter. A dream in which a part of herself became immersed. Adele was stunned for a moment, not understanding what that meant, but Audrey clearly had no intention of explaining. But in any case, it should be a good thing. Adele thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on these details. After all, Miss Audrey, as a spectator, advancing to an angel would greatly benefit the awakening of Mr. World. And with world awakening as a favored one, there must be a way to awaken the Fool. This was personally stated by Mr. Fool before he fell into slumber, so it couldn't be false. Before the apocalypse arrives, one more outer deity means one more ray of hope. I have received outer deity level blessings, so even after experiencing certain things, as long as I adhere to my humanity, I will not be corroded by mere knowledge. Therefore, for the following information, please ask me questions. Adele propped her elbows on the table, as if doing so would give her more confidence. The contamination of ancient knowledge requires establishing a mysticism connection. As the person actually storing the contaminated knowledge, Adele, despite having the corresponding perception to know what kind of description would actually form a connection and lead to contamination, still had the possibility of problems if she kept answering. This is because some knowledge might not cause abnormalities when understood individually, but asking too many questions can easily accumulate and deduce dangerous knowledge. Because some knowledge might not cause abnormalities when understood individually, but asking too many questions can easily accumulate and deduce dangerous knowledge. Each person can only ask one question. I will only use affirmative, negative, or uncertain as replies, supplemented with certain auxiliary explanations. Adele thought for a moment and proposed what she considered the safest method. In this situation, she herself would be equivalent to a filter, in a mystical sense. As long as she avoided descriptive words, she could effectively prevent contamination from occurring. Makes sense. Everyone, who's first? Katlia, who had some understanding of the cosmos, thought for a moment, deemed this method feasible, and asked the Tarot Club members. I'll go first. Emlyn was a bit impatient. After seeing Adele indicate she was ready, he quickly asked, did the Ancestors token play a role when you arrived in that world, leading to the subsequent anomaly? Mr. Moon is clearly much more anxious when it comes to the Sanguine Ancestor. It's understandable, after all, as a long-lived species, their reverence for such an ancient ancestor would certainly be much higher than that of humans. Adele thought for a moment and felt that Emlyn's main purpose was to judge Lilith's state through this question. If her token indeed played a role in the secret realm involving an outer deity, it would mean that she was more or less affected by a Saphira. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. Adele thought for a moment, then shook her head. If she didn't want me to know how that token functioned in the ancient world, then I couldn't possibly know. I can only tell you that 10 minutes after I arrived in that world, the last line of defense of the indigenous people against the anomalies collapsed. As for whether it was related to the token on me, I cannot confirm. Was Katerina taken into the cosmos by those creatures? Judgment, Zio asked second. Investigating information about the demoness sect was also one of her tasks, and the whereabouts of this demoness sect saintess also held much significance. Yes. Adele confirmed this point and quickly replied. Confirming Katerina's whereabouts is one aspect, what's more thought-provoking is whether these pollutions that caused destruction in the past, upon returning to the cosmos, will attract more similar creatures. Will the apocalypse therefore be brought forward? The third is me. Alger pondered for a while. In the end, he had witnessed the apocalyptic scene and had some understanding of the scale of the previous disaster, so his question had nothing to do with the disaster but was a further speculation. Will Gegran's final actions cause the apocalypse to arrive prematurely? Excellent, Mr. Hanged Man noticed this. Adele nodded, yes. Although they were mentally prepared, when they actually heard this conclusion, the hearts of the Tarot Club members still sank. Now, there are less than 10 years left until the apocalypse. So, if it shortens again, how much time do they have left? 5 years. 3 years. Just as everyone was shocked, Audrey seized a perfectly timed opportunity to ask Adele a question. Gegran mentioned the Essence faction demonesses to you earlier. I want to confirm, is it truly possible for you to directly consume the next potion and advance without fully digesting the previous one? Why did the topic suddenly turn to me? Weren't we discussing the outer deity issue? Adele was momentarily confused and looked at Audrey with a puzzled expression. Are you sure you want to ask this question? Adele asked Audrey with some uncertainty. This opportunity is precious, my matters can wait. Yes, Madam, Hermit, will help me complete the question. Audrey gave Hermit Katlia a meaningful glance. Now, please answer truthfully. Yes. Seeing Audrey insist on this, Adele could only nod and give an affirmative answer. However, Hermit Katlia, upon hearing Audrey's words, frowned and thought for a brief moment, her expression gradually becoming surprised, looking back and forth between Adele and Audrey with some disbelief. Seeing Adele turn her questioning gaze towards her, Katlia composed herself and asked the question Audrey wanted her to ask. Then, if Gegran fails, is it possible for you to directly advance to Demoness of Catastrophe, with that characteristic, without needing additional acting and rituals? What? After this question was asked, not only was Adele surprised, but everyone else in the tarot club, except Audrey, gradually lost control of their expressions. I'm only sequence 6, and you're already thinking of pushing me to the angel rank. No matter how I think about it, it shouldn't be me. It's just a backup plan. You don't need to be nervous. Audrey sat upright in her seat, saying lightly, just answer. Quote. Yes, there is a certain feasibility, but there are still 2 more rituals for the intermediate sequences that have not been completed. Adele nodded mechanically. When I first became a Beander, I never thought it would be like this. Adele let out a long breath. That feeling of being pushed from behind, which she had once forgotten, reappeared, and now, she was completely unable to turn back. No one can turn back in the face of the apocalypse, the entire world is the same. Then, it's my turn. Son, Derek listened to the others' questions, hesitated for a long time, and then asked, is the City of Calamity still not under anyone's control? Or, will it continue to erode Bansi Harbor? I don't know what the situation is in Bansi, but there are indeed no signs of the City of Calamity being controlled by anyone. After Adele finished answering, she turned her gaze to Mr. the Star, who had not asked a question yet. Now, it's your turn to ask a question. Leonard straightened his back, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face, hidden by the gray fog. Then, he shook his head and said, strictly speaking, what I want to ask is not some mystical knowledge. Most of the questions that could be asked have already been asked by everyone here. So, I have a question that isn't really a question. You have already seen that destroyed world. As someone who has personally witnessed 2 worlds, do you think we will win? Or, after understanding your mission, do you still intend to persevere? The vast gray fog was silent for a moment, then the members of the tarot club heard Adele's voice, at first muffled and hesitant, then gradually becoming lighter. I don't know, Adele said softly, but, some things are always more important than others. Chapter 299, Maybe Just Get a Job. January 25, 1354, 6 a.m. Adele woke up inside the naval base at Baron's Port, feeling an urgent hunger pang in her stomach. After recounting her experiences to the tarot club members yesterday and sharing the acquired mysticism knowledge with the great figures, she finally completed all her tasks and went straight back to her room, falling into a deep sleep without even eating dinner. She hadn't rested well during this period, and when the accumulated fatigue was suddenly released, she immediately felt soreness all over her body, to the point where all her muscles protested when she got up. The reaction wasn't this strong even after sleeping with Vianata. Adele muttered, grabbing the naval-issued chewable toothpaste from the bedside and tossing it into her mouth. This toothpaste, made from mystical fruits cultivated by the Earth Mother Church, tasted like damp, juice-mixed clay, and was supposedly able to conserve fresh water during emergencies. Of course, considering this stuff cost £2 a packet, the equivalent of 2 packets of toilet paper on the naval base's books, Adele had reason to suspect that the Earth Mother Church introduced this item to open a new avenue for false accounting. After all, no one knew the cost of cultivating this plant. Even if an investigation were launched, no one could verify it. It was certainly more reliable than toilet paper costing £1 a packet. But as for its actual strategic significance, most warships of the Loan military are equipped with beyonders from the sailor pathway. A ship with a wind blessed would lack fresh water. It's not like they're growing vegetables on the ship. Wait, maybe people from the Earth Mother Church really might grow vegetables on ships. While letting her mind wander, Adele took a new naval uniform from beside the bed and put it on. She first threw the clothes she wore underground into the laundry basket, then thought better of it, picked them out, purified them with black fire, and only threw them back in after confirming they wouldn't affect ordinary people. The naval uniform she was wearing was found by Emlyn in his own wardrobe. He could easily get new ones from logistics whenever he wanted. Even so, Emlyn charged her 2 gold pounds. A demigod yet still so stingy. Adele curled her lip, feeling quite disdainful of Mr. Moon's behavior. Walking along, Adele pulled a notepad from the pocket of her sailor uniform and began confirming her schedule for the day. The damage to the honeysuckle queen was very severe. If they followed normal procedures, a major overhaul back at the shipyard would be unavoidable. However, the situation was urgent, and since almost no screws were left of the other ironclad ships, if all the workers at Baron's Port focused on repairing this one ship, they could generally get it back in the water within a week. That meant she would be staying ashore for at most 1 week before resuming her life at sea. Adele sighed, staring at the messy negotiations schedule in her notebook. She remained silent for a while, then seemed to make up her mind, tearing off that page of the schedule, crumpling it into a ball in 2 quick motions, and tossing the paper ball into the trash can. Saving the world can wait a bit, at least let me rest for 1 day. Thinking of the scene at the Tarot Club yesterday, Adele, who decided to slack off for the day, couldn't help but feel a little guilty, though only guilty, she was still going to slack off. What should I do? It wasn't until Adele sat down in the mess hall with her tray that she realized she didn't know what to do. Even when she was Altair, she wasn't interested in places favored by East Borough men like bars, casinos, and brothels. Now that she was a demoness, she disliked such places even more. Having always lived the life of a Beander, she suddenly felt unaccustomed to stopping that lifestyle and doing things ordinary women would do. Shopping. She didn't have anything to buy, unless it was a mystical item. But if she went out to buy a mystical item, that would be quite different from the meaning of shopping. Restaurants. That was a good idea, but the time spent on 3 meals a day was limited. She couldn't possibly spend the entire day eating and drinking, could she? Just as Adele was hesitating, Emmeline White, dressed in a formal suit, sat down across from her. "Good morning." Emmeline glanced around before saying softly, "Miss Circe, Empress." His way of speaking was peculiar, the sound and his mouth shape were completely different. To others, it sounded like he was calling Adele by her surname, Circe, but his mouth was actually forming the word, Empress. "Good morning." Adele's beautiful eyebrows subtly arched as she greeted Emmeline softly. As a former assassin, she did no similar techniques, but she wouldn't dare be as presumptuous as Emmeline was inside a naval base. Both being demonesses, you seem a bit deserted compared to Tracy. Emmeline did not get straight to the point as Adele had expected. Instead, he looked at the other side of the mess hall and said something ambiguous. In the large mess hall, Tracy, the former, sickly soldier girl, and the dream lover of countless pirates, occupied a table alone, while tables around her were surrounded by layers of naval soldiers. Her demoness of afflictions potion had been almost completely digested. This charm was now purely instinctive. Unlike Adele, who deliberately restrained herself, Tracy immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the mess hall the moment she entered. "No, Mr. Moon, if you don't know how to speak, you don't have to." Adele's face instantly darkened after being implicitly compared to Tracy by Emmeline. Although Adele was not a traditional demoness, even as a member of the Essence faction, the pursuit of her own beauty was ingrained in the potion. Even though she knew he likely didn't mean anything by it, being told that her appeal was inferior to another female still made her quite unhappy. "Is this how you always flirt with ladies?" Adele looked up, flashing an innocent smile, and spoke with a harmless expression. In the generally reserved low-end social scene, the meaning represented by a lady giving this level of response was roughly equivalent to the weight of politely greeting all the female relatives of a person after splashing beer in their face in a Fosac bar. Even the most insensitive person should notice that something is wrong after being told this. "Of course not. I never flirt with human females. Even with patients, I only do so when explaining the medicinal effects." Emmeline replied as a matter of course, not thinking his statement was inappropriate in the slightest. "Then I suggest you don't do it today either." Adele was so choked up by Emmeline's response that it took her several seconds to speak. If she hadn't repeatedly warned herself that this was Lowen, not the straightforward Fosac, what she would have said was probably, "Why don't you just hug your pile of puppets and die of old age?" After all, special situations require special treatment. Emmeline adjusted his tie. "I said all that because I have something to ask of you." "Oh, what is it?" Although she wasn't very happy internally, Adele still cheered up upon hearing that Emmeline had something to ask of her. After all, although she was now a key protégé of the Tarot Club members, Adele still held a considerable degree of goodwill toward the other members and hadn't lost the necessary reverence just because her status had slightly improved. Of course, complaining about Emlyn was not excluded from this reverence. In Lowen's social circles, etiquette toward women was a necessary lesson, completely unrelated to status, rank, or strength. Even a king, if rude to an ordinary woman in a social setting, would invite ridicule. Ahem, actually, it's like this. Emlyn cleared his throat. When I went on the expedition, many sanguine accompanied me to the southern continent, including my parents. However, they were in West Balam before, and yesterday I received a letter saying they are about to arrive in East Balam. A few friends are coming with them, all sanguine, and they plan to invite me to a gathering. The rules are similar to Lowen gatherings, except that a companion is required, and my parents told me that those young sanguine will all bring their opposite-sex partners. At this point, Emlyn's expression was rarely seen to be a bit awkward, but he quickly pushed through it, relying on the strong psychological fortitude of a steel-straight man, and said to Adele. As a sanguine count, a commander on the southern continent second only to Lord Full Moon, it would be very embarrassing for me to attend such an occasion alone. After all, immortal races like us value the continuation of our bloodline. You see, you are also a lady. Emlyn glanced at Adele, seemingly observing her reaction. Your observational skills are truly strong, you actually noticed that. Adele wished she could roll her eyes out of their sockets. Didn't you have similar experiences when you were in Backland before? Adele's subtext was, looking at you, you haven't lived little. What were you doing all that time? If strictly judging by looks, Mr. Moon's appearance wasn't bad at all. Or rather, to ladies who favored pale skin, he was quite attractive. Coupled with his Beyonder status, finding a female companion shouldn't have been too difficult. I didn't participate in similar activities when I was in Backland before. My sequence wasn't high then, and my status wasn't high either. There was no need to participate. Rather than wasting time at a banquet, I preferred organizing my puppets at home. Emlyn spoke candidly and without reservation, completely ignoring Adele's increasingly strange expression. No friends and no girlfriend, like a clown, truly pitiful. So, what do you want from me? Adele looked at the oblivious Mr. Moon across from her with a caring gaze. Although she had guessed 90% of it, driven by a demoness's mischievousness, she pretended not to know and insisted that Emlyn say it himself. When she wanted to assassinate Baron Syndras, she specifically hired an etiquette teacher for training. The positive example that gentle middle-aged lady often mentioned was an elegant gentleman named Dwayne Dantes. In her words, that middle-aged gentleman was practically the embodiment of elegance, fitting every positive word used to describe a Lowen gentleman. If this gentleman wasn't truly fabricated by Madame Hazen for teaching students, then Mr. Moon should really be thrown into his house to study for a month so he could understand what politeness is. Are you interested in attending a sanguine banquet? Having reached this point, Emlyn didn't mince words and laid his cards on the table with Adele. It's in 2 hours. You don't need to worry about your girlfriend, this should be the only time you meet them. My parents are very conservative sanguine and probably won't accept outsiders, so even if you don't appear before them after the banquet ends, that's fine. In short, the news won't leak to her. As a species that rests during the day and is active at night, 8 a.m. is a frequently chosen time slot for sanguine gatherings, which is similar to 8 p.m. for humans. When they lived in Backland, they usually accommodated the time slots of ordinary people, but now on the southern continent, they naturally arrange things according to the time they find comfortable. All right, but I have one condition. Adele thought for a moment and decided going once wouldn't hurt. In Lowen's ball culture, a companion was usually an established partner, but there was no explicit rule. What condition? Emlyn was somewhat surprised. Adele's reaction was not what he had expected. Then, he heard Adele's slightly exasperated voice. Promise me that after returning to Backland, you'll enroll in an etiquette class as soon as possible. Although she agreed to attend the banquet, Adele insisted on finishing the food on her tray before returning to her room to change into a gown. After all, she didn't know what was served at sanguine banquets, and she wasn't interested in human blood. However, when Adele saw the gown Emlyn had prepared for her, her expression briefly slipped. It was a black, low-cut gown, highly cinched at the waist, exposing the wearer's shoulders and back. The skirt had luxurious lace and bows, and the neckline featured exquisitely crafted pleats. The gown was made of black taffeta, the lustrous fabric shimmering softly under the wall lamps. There was also a matching exquisite gold necklace, hollowed in the middle and inlaid with rubies, a gorgeous interlocking headpiece, and other coordinating accessories. Its appearance was certainly impeccable. It's the cover image. The reason Adele's expression slipped wasn't because the other party's aesthetic sense was poor, but because she had seen this exact outfit in his office, worn by another life-sized puppet. You didn't just strip the clothes directly off a puppet, did you? At the entrance to the banquet hall, Adele finally couldn't hold back her urge to complain and asked Emlyn. Of course. This outfit was custom-made and cost me a lot of money. You were quite lucky to be able to wear it, Emlyn answered truthfully. It seems that if Mr. and Mrs. White want their bloodline to continue, it would be faster if they just had another child. This was Adele's last thought before Emlyn escorted her into the banquet hall. Chapter 300. You are all my wings. The time came to 8 in the morning, which was the traditional dinner time for the Sanguine. Leaving aside how awkward the name, dinner, seemed to Adele, at least the scene here was novel to her. Over years of mutually beneficial coexistence with humans, the Sanguine had gradually absorbed human architectural styles while retaining some unique decorative techniques and characteristics. Of course, Emlyn always insisted that it was humans who absorbed the Sanguine's architectural style. Rugged indoor reliefs combined with dim lighting made the entire White Manor appear somewhat gloomy. Heavy velvet curtains hung on the windows, and when drawn, they sealed off the sunlight like a solid wall. The candles on the walls seemed to be ritualistic items, emitting a pale blue flame. Adele could detect a faint scent of herbal wax oil lingering in the air. The lampshades of the chandelier on the living room ceiling appeared to have been adjusted, coated with a special paint on the inside of the glass, making the room much darker. Honestly, someone who didn't know better might think these people couldn't afford gas lamps. Adele, finding it hard to immediately adjust to these customs, silently complained inwardly. The lighting inside was dim, but an assassin also possessed a certain degree of night vision, so movement was not an issue. Putting aside the decorations and furnishings, when Adele and Emlyn opened the main door, the most lasting impression left on Adele was not the exquisite and peculiar facilities, but the red eyes in the dim light, blinking like scattered lights in the dark night. At least 20 Sanguine. Adele's muscles tensed slightly, but she quickly realized she was a guest and had nothing to worry about, allowing herself to relax. Oh, Emlyn, my child. Seeing Emlyn in his military uniform and the graceful Adele beside him, a brief, faint gasp of surprise erupted among the Sanguine crowd. Soon, a female Sanguine who looked not much older than Emlyn stood up and approached him with open arms. Because the Sanguine have long lifespans, their appearance ages very slowly. This means that while generations of humans around them have come and gone, their own looks remain unchanged. Thus, they often adopt multiple generational identities. For instance, Emlyn White has played the roles of his own father and a non-existent son. That female Sanguine was wearing a black, non-mandarin collar-long dress, which used ruffles instead of delicate lace to distinguish her from unmarried ladies, yet still exposed her fair neck and half a shoulder. She quickly walked over and embraced Emlyn. Even a demigod seemed slightly reserved in front of his mother. Adele could sense that Emlyn's body was stiff when he pulled away from her. You're very punctual, behaving like a big shot now. Following the woman was clearly Emlyn's real father, bearing a 5 or 6/10 resemblance to him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking very professional. At low-end banquets, guests usually prefer to be slightly late rather than early, as the host might still be busy with the final preparations, making it inconvenient to receive guests. Of course, tardiness should be kept within 10 minutes. However, in the Sanguine world, there were no such rules. They always tried to be as punctual as possible. If the time agreed upon was 8 o'clock, it was best to arrive precisely when the clock started striking 8 and finish arriving when the 8th chime concluded. Only then would the Sanguine consider it proper etiquette. They say that adult Sanguine are naturally born apothecaries of sequence 7 on the apothecary pathway. Perhaps this habit is related to their professional nature. While Adele was lost in thought, she saw Mr. White cast a questioning look her way. Somehow, Adele felt his expression was strange, as if something unexpected had happened. In this situation, the male companion usually introduces the female. A woman introducing herself first is considered disrespectful to her male companion and is one of the few direct constraints placed on women in low and high society. Adele waited a few seconds but heard no sound from Emlyn beside her. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw the sanguine demigod's ears were faintly red, a rare sight, as if all the blood in his body had rushed there, clearly embarrassed by such intimate contact with his mother after so long. Seeing this, Adele secretly sighed in her heart. A smile was plastered on her face, but under the cover of her long dress, her foot, encased in a slender, silver-inlaid high heel, stomped hard on Emlyn's shoe. This is respect for my male companion. Yes, exactly. Adele thought this without feeling guilty at all. Ahem, this is my companion, Miss Adele Cersei, manager of the largest shipping company in the Intersea region and a naval lieutenant in the Southern Theater Command of the Lowen Kingdom. Adele, this is my father, Erwin White, and my mother, Fleur White. They are currently helping me manage the White Potion Company. Stomped on fiercely by Adele, Emlyn finally snapped back to reality and began introducing Adele to his parents and the other sanguine guests at the banquet. To Adele's surprise, the majority of the guests were female, many of whom appeared to be around Emlyn's age, a stark contrast to the group of mischief-making friends with female companions that Emlyn had expected. Judging by Emlyn's reaction, he was equally confused by this result. However, although Emlyn hadn't yet caught on, Adele had already guessed some of the answers from the resentful looks the sanguine ladies were giving her. Emlyn, Adele discreetly nudged the young sanguine count, who was dry-mouthed from introducing everyone, with her elbow. What exactly did Mr. and Mrs. White tell you about this banquet? My mother told me that many of her friends would be attending this banquet, including many sanguine gentlemen and ladies of my generation. She also said that since my current status is prominent, every sanguine entering such occasions needs a relatively fixed female companion. Relying on his memory, Emlyn quickly relayed his mother's exact words to Adele. After listening, Adele sighed heavily and pinched his waist hard, causing him to let out a groan of pain, yet he had no idea what he had done to displease Miss Empress. His memory is excellent, but his comprehension is truly unbearable. If her dominant hand hadn't been linked with Emlyn's arm, Adele would definitely have started habitually pinching her temples by now. Didn't Mr. and Mrs. White mean to use the ball as an opportunity to introduce you to some excellent sanguine girls so you could find a sanguine girlfriend? How did you interpret that as needing to find a lady to pretend to be your girlfriend before the ball, lest you embarrass yourself in front of your parents' friends? Watching Mrs. White awkwardly explaining things to several ladies her age in the distance, Adele increasingly doubted whether she should have come today. In reality, regardless of Emlyn's personal preferences, he was indeed considered a rising star among the younger generation of the sanguine. As the youngest count in the sanguine race to date, coupled with his high rank in the military department and his handsome appearance, it was possible for sanguine maidens unfamiliar with his strange habits to consider him their dream lover based on a photo alone. Thinking this way, wasn't my situation even more dangerous? Just then, the music for the ball started, and a gentle, soothing symphony echoed across the dance floor. According to Lowen custom, Adele and Emlyn, as the two highest-ranking individuals from the host family, were certainly expected to dance the opening number. But even during this small, routine dance, Adele felt invisible, sharp gazes sweeping across her back. If looks could truly kill, her back would probably be riddled with holes by now. While dancing, Adele scanned the area and found that the surrounding age-appropriate female sanguine were all looking at her with hints of jealousy. Some sanguine ladies were whispering to their girlfriends, occasionally glancing up at Adele with ill intent. Some looked at Emlyn, whom Adele was holding, with tears welling up, and even more, one seemingly gentle sanguine maiden was furiously biting her handkerchief, faintly revealing sharp canine teeth. After this dance, all have made enemies of the world. Adele sighed, starting to regret rashly agreeing to Emlyn's invitation to act as his dance partner. However, this regret did not last long. Stared at by countless jealous eyes, Adele suddenly felt a peculiar sensation erupt from the undigested potion within her, urging her to act according to the spiritual imprint contained within the potion. Damn it, what are you all jealous about? I'm a demoness. Even if we're only pretending to be a couple, and even if I don't plan on truly conquering him, he's currently something standing next to me. Do you think you can take a piece? Dream on. I won't give him to you even if he spoils. Perhaps influenced by the potion, or perhaps compelled by the environment, Adele felt herself suddenly getting into character. While others weren't paying attention, she cast a soft, seductive look toward the cute sanguine who was biting her handkerchief in anger over Adele's presence. She directly used a small amount of spirituality to trigger the demoness of pleasure's charm. The young sanguine lady who had been glaring at Adele didn't expect Adele to suddenly turn her gaze, and she inadvertently locked eyes with Adele's black pupils. Locking eyes was all it took. She felt that the beautiful, jet-black eyes seemed to possess a strange attraction, pulling her spirit toward the other person, causing her expression to gradually relax. The anger on her face slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of intoxication. This process sounds long, but in reality, it only took a few seconds. By the time Adele shifted her gaze and used her passive Beyander ability to spread her charm to the next person, the sanguine maiden finally reached out vaguely towards Adele, dropping the black handkerchief that now had 2 holes bitten into it. "What's wrong, Elena?" The sanguine maidens sitting with her had just been angrily denouncing Adele together, but they realized their good friend hadn't spoken for a while, only reacting when her handkerchief fell to the floor. "She's so beautiful, I love her so much." The sanguine maiden called Elena still looked somewhat dazed, her gaze fixed intently on Adele, her eyes filled with fervent emotion, well, much more fervent than body temperature. However, Adele wasn't satisfied with charming just one person. Holding the hand of the oblivious Emlyn, she slowly made several turns on the dance floor with gentle steps, forcibly charming every age-appropriate female sanguine at the banquet. Since the majority were young sanguine, the sequence levels of the sanguine maidens here were generally low, mostly sequence 7. They were often charmed by Adele without realizing it. After the opening dance, most of the sanguine ladies who had initially resented Adele had been captured by her. When the music ended, Adele was not in a hurry to separate from Emlyn. The charm effect still needed time to brew. Even if the sanguine ladies' attitudes toward her had changed due to the charm, it was probably unrealistic to expect them to overcome their shyness and invite her within the span of a single dance. In short, this kind of thing is similar to fishing, it's all about the tug of war. Having spent some time living on a ship, Adele quickly put her experience to use and began to improvise. "Walk around the edge of the floor with me," Adele whispered to Emlyn, who still hadn't realized what was happening. "Huh, okay." Emlyn didn't understand why, but he slowly walked with her around the reflective center of the dance floor. Every time Adele approached the sanguine maidens, she would subtly adjust the angle of her body, intentionally or unintentionally, to show them her most captivating side. As the demoness of pleasure, Adele's abilities were not limited to the simple use of her own appearance, they also included the multifaceted mastery of perspective, light, and shadow, giving her the ability to ensure others saw her in her most charming state at any given moment. These sanguine maidens had only recently reached adulthood. Although they had lived for over 40 years, they knew almost nothing about such techniques. Despite trying their best to appear reserved when Adele approached, Adele could still hear their sighs of regret when she left, even without deliberately listening. However, if they could still maintain their reserve now, they certainly couldn't later. When the tempo of the ball changed from gentle to lively, and it was time to change partners, Adele stubbornly remained by Emlyn's side, and the sanguine ladies finally couldn't sit still anymore. "Excellent. The hostility that was previously directed at me has now largely shifted onto Mr. Moon." Adele smiled slyly, looking like a sleek, smooth little fox under the light. "You were unhappy that I got to dance with Mr. Moon, weren't you? Well, charm all of you, and naturally, there's no need for jealousy anymore." "Oh, I'm truly kind, I hate seeing girls cry." Adele tucked her loose hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth, fair neck, and garnered another wave of sharp intakes of breath. "What was that phrase Wendy told me before? I think it was, 'You are all my wings.'" For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.